Hey, grace and peace be unto you from God the Father and our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Um, I'm gonna let some of this play, and I'm gonna do some reading. I'm gonna do a lot of reading, as a matter of fact. There's some things we've been dealing with in a series of videos we've been dropping. Are Christians in denial? I think we're up to 1 and 2. I didn't want to make this part 3 because Elder Mike's going to share some things. I don't know. He's going to come with the Word of God in maybe an hour or so, maybe 2 hours. Who knows? Hopefully somebody from Detroit will hit me and let me know, because once we get rolling, sometime it slips my mind. I'm going to let some of this play. This is the day that the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. I wish one of them pseudo Sunday folk will come in here right now. I wish one of them pseudo Sunday folk will come in here right now. My block finger heavy, but you're gonna learn something first. You're gonna learn something first.
Walk in the light, the beautiful light. Come where the dewdrops of mercy shine bright. And so shine all around.
This is what we do over here. This is what we do over here. City set on a hill. I know y'all gonna give me that because y'all want to lift yourselves up. But Jesus is the light of the world. This is what we do on this channel right here.
Walk in the light.
I don't want no confusion. I don't want no confusion. Boy, ain't nobody lifting up no slave ship named Jesus. Ain't nobody lifting up no white folk above no black folk. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do later on today, about 4 o'clock today, I'm going through the history of One West, Nathaniel and them. Don't Abu got a video on that? Nathaniel, I'm gonna let Nathaniel speak for himself. I'm gonna let Abu and them speak. And then I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna show y'all 3 churches, 3 Baptist churches in Harlem. I wish y'all would try me. I wish y'all would try me. Boy, we come from a history. Worshiping the great King of Israel.
The beautiful light.
Y'all can't
come where the dewdrops of mercy shine bright. And so shine all around us by day and by night. Jesus, the light of the world.
Oh, and we're not confused. We're going to talk about Black Wall Street. We're going to talk about Deacons of Defense, Adam Clayton Powell. We're going to talk about Herbert Daughtry. We're going to talk about people that have been putting this work in. Y'all can never see us. You can't come talking to me about, because we still can't find Jeremiah 10. We still can't find that Christmas tree in the 6th century. We still can't find that, y'all. Don't worry, I'm going to get on you Christians too, but them funny dudes can't talk to me. Let me pull up vocab and the Passover. Show y'all some One West Passover. Let me show y'all what we do and what we've been doing. And separate us.
In the light, the beautiful light. Come where the dewdrops of mercy shine bright. And so shine all around us by day and by night. Jesus, the light of the world. Oh, walk in the light, the beautiful light.
Oh, yeah, and you other Christians, best thing for y'all to do is go to church. I love what Dispensational Tim said. He jumped on it. He said, if you ain't got nothing to say on this subject right here, don't speak on it. If this ain't your thing, don't speak on it. We're going to read some undeniable. Shout out to Sister D. We done copped all Dante stuff. We finna read some of this stuff. Y'all don't like it. This is not the spot today. And it's okay. Come back another time. We're going to open up. We're going to open up with some worship. But we're going to get into some reading, and it's okay. We're going to look at some evidence. Because I don't like the way my man and them doing them. He said, yo, the video 2 hours, Bruce beefing, slow the video down, and this is how people miss it, and Eurocentric doctrine. After reading the first couple of chapters in Dante's book, you're going to see why Bruce still saying Eurocentric is Christianity, Eurocentric Christianity. Dunamis walked away. I'm asking after them questions. They trying to act crazy. I'm going to do this. I'm going to read this. I'm going to slow it down, and I'm going to park where I want to park. Today may not be the day for a bunch of folk. Do me a favor. Type on one if you've been here more than 3 years. Because some of y'all get to acting brand new. When I say, did they move goalposts? Did anything move? Some folk want to start acting crazy. Get that spirit on them. Start going off into tongues or something like y'all don't know what I'm asking.
Walk in the light, the beautiful light. Come where the dewdrops of mercy shine bright. And so shine all around us by day and by night. Jesus, the light of the world. Oh, walk in the light.
Man, a whole bunch of folks.
The beautiful light. Come where the dewdrops of mercy shine bright. And so shine all around us by day and by night. Oh, Jesus, the light of the world.
That Father God, we thank you for your spirit on this morning. We thank you, dear God, that you've called us to walk in truth. Open up our eyes and our understandings and give us what you would have us to know. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. All right, we're going to get into it, y'all. Now, a few people been here for a while. All I ask y'all is to keep it a buck. Let's just, whatever side it is, that's how come I don't got no friends on both sides. If a few supporters here, a few supporters there, but what we're dealing with, what I want to deal with is truth. Now, I see the Christian game. Ooh, when my Christian folk want to act like crazy, boy, when we want to act like they crazy, they act good and crazy. And when them Israelites want to come in here with their craziness, they're good and crazy with it. And I peeps it all. I see it all. I said, oh, no, that's that little Fugazi right there. He switched it up. He ain't answered the question right there. But we're gonna deal with some stuff. And all I ask you is, if we see some things, speak your heart. Speak your heart. Be like, yo, I don't know about that. Or I remember reading a few years ago on this. Maybe he has a point there. Talking about this gentleman in the book. Undeniable, 1 and 2. I'm only going to, like I said, 1 or 2 chapters. I'm going to go through that. We're going to deal with the Egyptians, color Egyptians. Whenever Pastor Mike jump on, whenever he touched that podium, get behind that sacred desk. I don't know if I'm going to stop it ahead or we're going to go straight to the word of God. When the pastors speak, one thing we're going to do, we're going to be playing these pastors. We're going to get straight into it. But we're going to look at some things. We're going to examine some things. Let me, a young Pastor Green sent me that. And I don't want to bring up a lot. What's this right here? I don't know how this, let me see. How did this line up? How did Michael get on this with these series of, let me see something. What's going on here? What's this?
What about us? What about me? What about us? I ain't even do. What about us?
A lot of people, that's the cry right now. What about us? Who are we? We just don't want to be black. I got some Christian folk, and they, they're getting into the DNA and stuff. I see Humanity sent me something. Some of y'all don't want that DNA when it bear witness with some of them other folk. Notice that some of y'all don't want that, but a lot of people have that cry. What about us? Some people say, listen, we're just pilgrims passing through. Why are y'all worried about that? But this is the cry of a lot of people. What about us? Who are we in this world? And then we ask, have people lied on history? Have people changed history? We often get on here and talk about camps and other people conscious community and who's pseudo and pseudoscience and pseudo archaeology. Who has the church, has the United States of America used nonsense to make one group of people less than other people? If you're a born-again believer and that's the truth, you should be able to say that with no problem. Like Jesus is the light of the world and that's the truth, you should be able to say with your full chest, yes, institutions and the church has attempted to make a people less than. It's okay. God, you ain't going to hell for saying it. He ain't going to take his Holy Spirit from you because you say something about Europeans that Europeans have done. Not all, but it's okay. I could show you 100 black men that have done home invasions and killed. It's okay. And I'm a black man. That should not bother you if that's the truth. Let's go.
What about niggas worth?
This is the crowd.
It's not many schools. What about animals?
Let me shut this down right now. That fool said, they done brought Michael into this. They done brought Michael into this. People hitting in the email. They done brought Mike all up into this. Now Sunday morning, we got Mike, Elder Harris. I'm gonna put the link out there for you because I had to go back and we started a whole thing and it started stirring the pot and emails, and it's based on me calling you 3 weeks ago. I don't know how many weeks. Let me put the link out there for you. I don't know how many weeks ago it were. And you said, because they want to know where you getting this stuff from. I said, one of my elders had been around, been with us. I said, Brown, you know Harris? Because I can't even remember who's been around so long. I know Jason Brown for sure. I see Sister E jumped there on the next day. She jumped in the comment section. I'm gonna put the link out there if you want to jump on, Elder. I know it's I think we're on a different time. I think we're on a different time zone. Nope, I don't want to show you that. I want to show you this. Where is she? No, I want to show you this. I want to show you the sister first. My sister did mention this lady right here. Where is she? Okay, all right. And I think this is DP also. Let me bring this up right now. And I'll put the link out there in case you want to jump on and share. Nope. No, is it this? Hold on 1 second. It might be this one right here.
Tuku is very special because that is where most of the Igbos who were sold into transatlantic.
No. Let me make sure I got it going right.
Because that is where most of the Igbos who were sold into transatlantic slavery come from.
Now it comes from that oracle.
Yeah.
That was something. Y'all correct me.
And they're like the priests of the Igbo people.
Correct.
Very strict on that Torah.
Yes.
They still keep the Sabbath. If you broke the Sabbath, you couldn't come to the festivals. That drink in Leviticus, if a sister was accused of adultery, Cletus is in his 40s. He grew up seeing sisters who were accused of adultery with big stomachs, big thighs, because they drunk. This is in Leviticus, where you take your wife to the priest, they burn some paper, they put it in a drink, she drinks it. If her stomach blows up, she's guilty of adultery. If not, she's not put away. People think that was oppressive to women, but what that did was protect sisters for being falsely accused of adultery. But some sisters got caught out there, and Elder Cletus would see them. Also, the Ashanti would do that. Yeah. And if you're of a certain age, you grew up seeing that sister. So I went to Aratuku. That's where most of the Igbos were from, who were sold into slavery.
And the Bida Bafro, the Bida Bunny.
And so when when they were driving me in the village, I had fallen asleep because I was jet lagged, and Cletus woke me up. I'm like, why is he waking me up? And he said, only love. We're driving over the bridge where they took the Igbos out of Igbo land.
Wow.
Number one, if you're familiar with this sister right here, I think I seen the video or something. Somebody said something. Sent me about. I see what Kobe said. Didn't they also do sacrifice kids and worship a snake? Talking the most excellent. Dante has an answer for that.
Then we were driving through the village, and he said, let's get out of the car and walk. So I'm walking down this beautiful red clay road, and I start to feel a sadness come over me. Even though I was happy I was in Nigeria, happy I wasn't working, but this sadness came over me, and I said, I want to cry.
She said she want to cry. Listen to where she's going. That's like Leo and them. Leo and them other. I like his internet title spook. He got to get that spookism. That spooky apologetics. Can you feel the spirit of the ancestors to make you want to weep? You be in a location. We'll connect that with the deja vu and stuff later on.
And then his elder uncle invited me in the house and started talking. He said, that's where they would march the enslaved people out of Igbo land. And I realized I was feeling the pain
of our ancestors at that moment. And then that whole town had a welcome ceremony for me. The town within Arachuku, the Eze came, they had a welcome for me, and Cletus and his wife gave me this beautiful Igbo attire, and an outfit was made. And so Cletus took me on the bridge and said, let's get out and take a picture. And I was in full traditional attire standing on that bridge. And my family, the Alstons, were owned. They were owned by one of the largest slave-holding families in American history. There's a documentary and book called The Alston Family Name, and there's about to be another documentary made from the black side of the Alstons about even how we migrated, and some of us ended up in Nigeria. And our migration route goes line in line with the Hebrew history.
That's crazy.
And the family member who's doing it, he's into Kemet. He's not even Hebrew. So
Yeah.
no one can say only
It's
love.
biased, right?
I'm nowhere
right.
involved in this documentary. I'm just a family member. I stood on that bridge in that attire, and I said, you know what? My family may have left enslaved, but I'm returning a free woman in Yah. And I really felt like something broke for my family. So even though I was there to learn for the book, I think something spiritual happened. When I was walking through the village, people were coming out of their homes because their ancestors were told you would never see those people again.
Wow.
So when I returned, and knowing that some of my family tested with Nigeria in their blood, the villagers, it was almost like their ancestors were seeing me again.
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay, Elder Jeff Harris, I hope you have a few moments. Let me look here. I could have played what Elder Green said. Let me see. Can we feel the pain of ancestors? That's the question. That's well, you answer that. That's a good question. Yes, my sister, I think Sister E interviewed her, but my sister said 3-4 years ago, look into this dunamis. I'm going to tell you right now, you ain't coming up in here to run interference. Are you coming to read? We're going to read plenty of Dante work, and we're going to look at this evidence. You ain't going to run no interference.
No interference.
I don't no interference, no change in the subject. We looking at the evidence, and y'all going to answer some questions, including you. I wish I could get Scary Elder Green on here. I've been asking Elder Green something over and over and over. And how you feel? And then he's going to text me talking about how you feel. I didn't even text him back. I want to know about this awakening right here, and I want to deal with this. I wish somebody had an old camcorder. I'll run up in that church right now. Elder Green down there, he got old VHSs, but I don't get, what is that, 8mm, whatever that thing is, the old camcorder out and you used to hold. If it was back in the days, boy, I would go ahead and cop one. I can't do it right now. I'm not in a good place right now, but Elder Green said, yeah, I would go out. If somebody got an old camcorder that they could send me, I'm going to show y'all some teachers from Elder Green. I'm going to show y'all some teachers from Elder Green. Elder Green, I'm not playing. That's my man and everything, but I'm not playing with these folk. There's some things that I want to do, and I feel that folk, they'll get the talking, but they don't really want to, they don't want to get down. A lot of y'all talking, but y'all don't want to get down. Say what y'all want. Dante is doing a lot. If I was beefing with folks, if this was in the streets, if it was something like in the streets, if you're fighting, if you're at war with some folk, you don't let them go. You don't let stuff go. Now y'all trying to act like, oh, well, listen, I promise you my finger is heavy right now. If y'all start that Judah, there's no Jew, no Gentile, boy, my block finger heavy. But you will get that work first. Oh, there's no Jew, no Gentile. Now all of a sudden, never mind. Y'all ain't finna do that to me. Not after all this talk, all this dialogue, all this blowing. Y'all ain't gonna do this to me. I tell y'all the story about that other dude, the little dude in the hood named 50. 50 said, oh, he used to terrorize people. He come through into Bonneville with truck jury on, bong, 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 bong. They said, yo, that's it right there. Get him. He just driving through. Half an hour later, 2 hours later, Al, ain't nobody think about Al, go to the liquor store. Who done got out the Bonneville, who done took off the truck jury, put another hood on and came and stood in front of the liquor store, started letting it go. Oh, the whole hood wanted to kill him. That's who this other dude remind me of. Like, oh man, this dude he putting out a lot of stuff and y'all acting like it's so good. The whole hood is mad, but y'all acting like it's so can't let this go. Somebody got to do something about it. And all I'm saying is somebody got to do something about it, and y'all not finna switch it up and talking about, well, what difference does it make? Go ahead, Dunamis.
No, I can't switch up because Keys is saying That's what they're doing in Israel. That's how I've heard the argument. Well, you see, they're worshiping idols in Israel. That's why they got kicked out, and snakes, all that kind of stuff. And
yeah, matter of fact, yeah, I'm gonna mute myself. Dante had a video about the snakes. And
so now the whole standpoint is keys in Portugal, in Iberia, Spain, Portugal. Were the Jews sacrificing their children? Were the Jews worshiping snakes? Why were they kicked out of Portugal and Spain? What was the cause? And, folks are going to say the disobedience and all that kind of stuff, right? So the whole standpoint, what caused them kicked out of the kingdom of law, statutes, and commandments in Portugal and Spain?
Now, Keys, you'll get up in here. You know they already call you Mr. Interference. You, my friend, but they call you Mr. Interference. Don't come up in here switching it up with your nonsense. Y'all got to be consistent.
That's what I'm just trying to see.
Oh, somebody go find J-Jacks too. I've been looking for J-Jacks. I've been looking for Red Letter. I've been asking some other questions. Now, y'all.
Do we see them?
Go ahead. We'll talk.
Do we see them worshiping snakes, building fetishes, all that kind of stuff in Spain and Portugal?
Oh, Father God.
In Jamaica, in a new world, where we see Jewish settlements, do we see them doing that? Worshiping snakes, fetishes, all that kind of stuff.
Garfield,
right?
What do you want, Garfield? Hold on, Dunamis. Well, let's get this, because they don't want this. Well, let's get this devil out of here. What Garfield want?
Hey, good morning, man. Good to see y'all on a Sunday morning, man. I thought you guys would be in church right now.
But some people go to church. Some of these folks don't even go to church. But we're gonna go through some stuff. But why you? Because you admitted the other day you was helping the church. So we already know
I helped the church in the name of my mother and my father, who were great Christians, who grew me up to be the man that I am today. And shout out to them. But I'll say this: I'm still trying to see the evidence. That's the only reason why I come in these shows. I'm trying to see.
You shut up, Garfield. You had them people. Wait a minute. Matter of fact, Unlimited Keys. Y'all tell me 3 years ago what was Garfield coming on here saying? Garfield, you made it sound like those were light-skinned Jews and they came and slept with black women. I'm going to show you something in Dante's book this morning. I'm going to show you something in Dante's book this morning.
You see, remember what I said on Friday, right? I said, let's give them that everybody is black. I'm willing to do that. I'm willing to give them that. Say, hey, you know what? Let's meet halfway. I'll say to Bruce and Dante and whoever else putting out this information, every single Jew in history was black. I'll give you that. Just show me that those black people, descendants, were under slave ships. That's all I'm asking.
We're under the impression all black people are not the same people.
Exactly, because if you go to the Andaman Islands and if you go to the people, right, they look black just like me and you. So I mean, black is black to them. So let's make everybody black. That's my point. So just show me that these specific black people in Europe who were exiled. You see, because what you guys need to do is pin down. This is what Orthodox Moor is very good at. You got to pin down the person on what they're standing on. So how did the people get here? Because first, some people in the Israelite community have different teachings. So some would say they come from 70 AD and they went into West Africa. Yeah. Some would say they went to they come from Europe and they come into West Africa. Okay, fine. I'll say I'll give you all of that. But when the Jews go in Africa, what do we find them doing? I'm going to pull up Peter Mark's book right now and show you that these people are the middlemen for the slave trade, sleeping with African women. They're being called white. They're being called mulatto class. They've been called Luso-Africans, Lancados, New Christians. All these people are trading. They're merchants. They're screwing African women. No disrespect to the African woman. And they're having babies. And those children are the ones that becomes the middlemen for the slave trade. They are not being put on boats. Show me those Jews, the Luango Jews.
That May is a problem. All of that stuff around that time is a problem. And Kobe, don't come get on the organ. Don't get on the organ for Garfield. A heretic is preaching and you gonna get on the organ. Exactly. Prove your family was Israel.
I'm telling you.
Also, second access comment too.
Hold on, Dunamis. I'm gonna walk away. I want Garfield to pull up the slides, but Garfield Keys is gonna go. But Garfield, the first thing he's gonna answer is, were the Egyptians black? Before he start that nonsense, because they already texted me last week. They said there was a list of pseudo people Garfield was talking about, and he got Jabari on the list. Unlimited Keys, come to the microphone so we can get rid of you with your nonsense, because they think you were an interference.
So I got a question for Garfield, and it's pertaining to this, but not directly to this, because about almost a year ago, I asked him a question, and he gave a specific answer, and I want to see if his position has changed.
That's fair. That's fair.
Go ahead, beloved. I'm right here, man. I'm free. Everybody wants to ask a question. Come on the panel. Don't fight me in the chat. I want to fight you here, and I'm going to be respectable because I don't want to be banned like Faithful and all them other guys. I want to be able to come on.
So about a year ago and some change, you came on the platform and you stated your position, and I just wanted to see if you have grown or you still stand with the position. I asked you a question on a scale of 1 to 10. How has the church handled this Israel situation? And your answer then was a 1. Has it grown? Has it grown since then?
I remember. That's okay.
Wow. You know what? I haven't been in the circles in a while, but one of the things that the church, and I keep telling everybody this, Barine hates when I say this, the real fight for the church is the whole
don't start that.
Trinity versus oneness. That's more important than dealing with Israelites. Israelites in the black community, I'm gonna call it black, I'm saying the African American community, over 50 million people, is irrelevant. Israelites are irrelevant. They don't have nothing. They can't compare to what the church has done and continue to do for the black community. They are insignificant. Yes, some of them might feed, they might clean up some guys in prison, some of them might go and help the homeless and all that stuff. But the Jehovah's Witness does more for the black community than the Israelites. That's how bad it is. And I'm telling you, I'm telling you right now, church, take my advice. They are not significant. All the church has to do is preach how you get to the kingdom and how to live. What they will come now and tell the Christians now who are on the fence, oh, you got to live by Moses' law and throw in the Old Testament and all that stuff. And just disregard Paul's teaching about the circumcision of the heart and all that stuff. And they'll say, hey, that's what the Israelites were teaching back then, and we need to do this now. And don't do under the law. Not every Israelite now. Now you do have some decent people who are Israelites, decent women, decent men who are stand-up dudes, who are not disrespectful, who hold to what they believe in and say, you know what, you're a Christian, that's fine. It has gone to the point where I think they're grasping for ear now, because look at Zion Lex. He has changed completely now. He's now accepting the New Testament. So they don't want none of that. They don't want those.
Hey, you didn't answer the question, Garfield. You gave it a 1. You gave it a 1.
Let me give it right now. I'm gonna say this. Leave the Israelites alone. They're insignificant. And yes, they're doing a good job in trying to defend the gospel. But at the end of the day, and defending the church. But I mean, fighting the Israelites is a losing battle to me. I think we're giving them too much attention, and I still say it's a 1 or 2. But they're doing better now, because you have some sisters that's putting out some good videos. Sister Cherry still fighting hard. You got Faithful fighting hard. You got Kevin G. You got all these people teaching the gospel and fighting for the Trinitarian doctrine. And you have the people who are fighting for the oneness doctrine. So that's
but the thing is the church dealing with historical claims that Israelites are putting out. We can't just they're not
doing it. That's why. All right, there's a room on Clubhouse called Biblical Smoke. They get like 1,000 people every night. I go in there and I torment them. Right? They hate me as much as I remember one day I went in that room and a sister hit me up. 3 sisters hit me up and said, I've never seen a guy go on the stage and shut them up the way you did. And the fact is, if you don't have somebody to challenge you, then it's like, oh, you don't have a defense to it. So the person who is a Christian who don't study is like now on the fence, like, maybe I need to try out these Israelites. Maybe I need to listen. And then you start hearing these testimonies. I used to be a Christian, but then I met these brothers on the street. So that's what the Christian church is scared of. But I'm trying to tell y'all, Christian church, there's no better game for black people since the last 300-400 years in this country. You guys have helped more every single organization that ever existed. You have built more buildings. You have housed more homeless. You have helped the community get jobs. You have helped them economically, financially. You have helped the community more than any other group. This is why I don't think the Israelites is the focus. They need to focus on their teachings, but they need to form a committee where they actually deal with these Israelites directly and put out more. Because if they don't, that's going to give legs to the Israelites. So I don't think that I still think that they're probably around 1 or 2 compared to 10 doing that. And I think Brother Bereen is helping the church more than any one of them, because he's putting it out so that you could respond. And then when people see me, I come and respond now, they get mad. But the truth is, you need to look at all sides. Whether you agree with Garfield or not, I'm going to come and tell you what academia says and try to point you in the right direction. Like, for example, I'm going to give a quick example. This guy that I showed the other day, nobody in the audience knew of him. So when I brought him up and showed him on the screen, everybody like, oh man, I hate this guy. He has an answer for everything. Because this is what I study for since 2010. I've been on Facebook. I've focused on Hebrew Israelism and all their arguments. So what Dante is saying is like me eating breakfast in the morning. I know it like the back of my hand. So he can't fool me, but he could fool the ignorant. Not the ignorant as if you're stupid. Ignorance as in lack of knowledge. You don't know. So I'm saying to y'all, don't fall for the okie doke. Don't fall for the okie doke. But this guy, let me put him on the screen.
You said years you did not see. No, hold on, because last time we were live, I think Curtis Lee wanted something for you, but you jumped off. I didn't say you was running, but you left. Curtis Lee wanted to ask you something.
I want to ask Keys something from earlier. So Keys, were they worshiping snakes and building fetishes in Portugal and Spain?
Listen, Covey.
I don't believe that that's recorded, but we don't know what secret sin is.
So secretly they were building fetishes and worshiping snakes?
I mean, if we all got secret sins today, why wouldn't there be any back then? And we don't. That's just something that we can't. I mean, if it hasn't been documented, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. So there's a gray area with that, because you can have documentation of them being there, and it may not specifically go there, but that does not mean it wasn't a secret sin. And we have secret sin today. So I say that's a gray area for me.
Keys. You have Christians who are writing against the Jews, right?
So what?
You have Christians who are writing against the Jews. You don't think a polemic against the Jews would be they were snake worshipers, they were sacrificing their children, all that kind of stuff?
I mean, it was almost as if they were hated. It was almost kind of like they were hated just. I don't know what actually triggered the hate like that. Maybe it was the so-called separation, a portion of that Dante has been touching on as trying to live separately. That could possibly be also a trigger. It doesn't have to be one specific thing. It could be a couple of things.
Hold on, no, because there's a point I make. Garfield.
Yes, sir.
Jews in Jamaica, Jews in the New World.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard about Jews worshiping snakes, having fetishes like they did like in West Africa and Ouida?
That's not. I'm gonna say that I wouldn't use that argument if I were you. I'm gonna tell you why, because their response is going to be like they did worship false gods when they were away from following the law. So they'll use that, but there is no record. I'm gonna tell you right now. There's no record. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, do you find it a coincidence? Watch this. A coincidence that everywhere the slaves went and there was slavery is where the Jews actually set up their synagogues, because they were able to worship their God freely. So if you go to Suriname, Jamaica, remember they couldn't worship their gods in Jamaica until the Jews of the land in Jamaica decided to help the British to defeat the Spanish, because they couldn't follow Judaism under the Spanish or the Portuguese. So they had to do it somewhere where they could, and the British didn't care. British say, yeah, you could worship your God, your Yahweh or Yah or whatever, the Most High, but they couldn't do it under the Spanish. So most of these countries are English speaking, where you see the slaves went. Yes, they have areas where the Spanish conquered, yes, but the areas where you see the Jews are and the synagogues being built in the 1600s and so forth, 1700s, are areas where the British speaking people were. That's one of the points.
I know, because okay, let me see. Second exit. Netushan was a brazen snake. Israelites worship. I think that this is connection Israelites are making for the snake worship in the homie and anywhere else.
But Dunamis, you beat this up the other day. You know how you beat it up, bro? You beat it up by saying, was it you or was it who was on the panel with us the other day? It was me, you, Green. Oh, Green did it. Yeah. When he said that at 1580, these people were in the land being called ex-Weda. They speak a language family called GBE language. That's where the word come from. So ex-Weda is just
you sent me the video. You're correct, Green. Young Pastor Green.
The Green was asking. He was leading me. He was asking these leading questions because he already knew I knew the answers. But he was just basically saying, hey, this is the argument. 1580, who was in the land at 1580, calling the people ex-Weda, and who is speaking a GBE language? Is the GBE language connected to a Semitic language? No, it's a Niger-Congo language, total different language family. So these people had a word in the Yoruba culture, I believe, called ex-Weda. That's how the people were called. That's your ethnicity. So the people's ethnicity is ex-Weda. People need to understand that. So when they call them Judah or Wida or Fida, they're talking about them ethnically speaking. That's what they are. They weren't Jews per se. It's just that the word was pronounced that way in different languages. In English, it's Fida.
Brother Berean, there was a disingenuous comment that was posted. Alton said that I could never get a direct answer from me, but just the other day when Berean asked was the goalpost being moved, and he questioned Alton and young Elder Green was on the stage. Y'all act like y'all don't remember when y'all was cockeying and kikiing saying no. So I don't get so there's a kind of like a goalpost move and then convenient amnesia that some people have concerning the whole topic.
Now, let me just say the ultimate thing, my argument, right? Garfield, what I'm trying to show is that they're going to say that they were kicked out of Weda, the slave trade, due to snake worship, all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But in Portugal, what sin were they committing to where they were kicked out? And they're probably going to say, well, they didn't follow the Messiah or Talmud. But then if that's the case, what institution or where could they go to follow the Messiah? So it's almost like they have, basically I want them to acknowledge the church, that you got to go to the church, or where else are you going to go to? That's what I'm trying to lead to, but it's like they're going to say, no, we couldn't go to the church. So you couldn't go to the church, so how can you follow Messiah? Or we couldn't. So it's kind of like it's not thought out historically, they're just going to reject the church. And they're not going to see that there was a solution in their framework, except the Messiah, and they're still going to reject it. We're still going to reject it, if you get what I'm saying.
Hold on, let me play this. What Elder Green?
Salam. Salam Deli Kulukum. This is Kahan Dawid Salamun of Lemba Beta Israel. I wish to clarify here the misconception or the claims that the West are claiming. They are saying here they have discovered in an ancient map of Africa a place called Judah or Hida. So this place is situated around Benin. I wish to clarify that this narrative is null and void and it's nonsensical. Why? Because these people, they failed to pronounce Quida and ended up saying Judah. So due to their failure to pronounce words, they are now distorting our history and deceiving our people, saying that they are Black Jews in Western Africa. And that is nonsense.
Wow.
Lemba Beta Israel people, the people in Quida, they speak Quida language. They don't speak Hebrew, as they claim. And just next to that kingdom there is a place called Kuduba or Koduba. Now, this tells you that there is similarities of kingdoms that are surrounding that area. So there is no place called Judah around Benin. It's just that they failed to pronounce Quida and ended up saying Judah.
Wow.
This is not the first time they do this thing, or it is not the first time we encounter this phenomenon where the West failed to pronounce our names. For instance, one of the fourth house of our 12 Lemba tribe called Salamun Ha, they failed to pronounce it and ended up saying Solomon. There are many names that they failed to pronounce because they are not in Hebrew, but they are in Ge'ez, which is our Lemba original language. Therefore, Lemba Beta Israel Mengesha, be not deceived by the Afrinji. When I say the Afrinji, I am talking about the Romans, those who claim, who decided to rename us. They decided to rename us and call us Africa. In our Tariq, we don't have any hero or any king by the name Africa, or we don't have any nation called Africa. And there is no language called Africa. Therefore, this African name was imposed on us. We are Lemba Beta Israel. So Israel, it is the name of our ancestor. So we are the only people who can tell the true narrative of Lemba history or Israel history.
This is something different. Kumbaya. Did the slaves at least speak Hebrew? He said, where Bruce at? He said, where Bruce at? Key said, the problem is y'all believe that I am an Israelite when I only said the claim is possible. That's what Elder Jeff, a lot of people saying the claim is possible. So you're attacking him on Alton. You're attacking Keys like Keys is Israel and claimed to be Israel. Garfield didn't answer. Are the Egyptians black? Were the Egyptians black?
The ancient Egyptians, let me just read this. Mainstream scholars reject the notion that Egypt was a white or black civilization. They maintain that applying modern notions of black or white races to ancient Egypt is anachronistic. In addition, scholars reject the notion implicit in the notion of a black or white hypothesis that ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between the peoples of Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, and Nubia, who in various eras rose to power in ancient Egypt. Within Egyptian history, despite multiple foreign invasions, the demographics were not shifted substantially by large migrations. And let me read one more thing from Modern Day Scholarship, a book that came out July of last year. 2023 on the historical debate concerning the race and ethnicity of the ancient Egyptians in light of recent evidence. They argued that the physical appearance would have varied along a continuum from the Delta to the Nile resource regions in the south. The authors specify that some ancient Egyptians look more Middle Eastern and others look more Sudanese or Ethiopians of today. And some may even look like other groups in Africa. The authors reached the view that Egypt was a unique civilization with genetic and cultural ties, linking it to other African cultures to its south and west, and to Mediterranean and Near Eastern cultures to its north. I think, again, when we apply a matter of fact, this particular book here that I'm reading from, I'm going to tell you guys this right now. They specifically wrote a chapter for African Americans. They specifically said African Americans in that book because African Americans are claiming that the ancient Egyptians were black based on our mindset of being black. Because remember, the one drop rule, if you listen to Kyra Cooney on my channel, a matter of fact, I have an interview with several Egyptologists I'm going to put out in the next few weeks. Dr. Maggie Bryson. They all say, yes, if you use the one drop rule, everybody in Egypt is black. Because everybody in Egypt has is connected to E. Everybody. But if you look at some of their Y markers, like for example, what's hurtful, and they're actually going to do it over the Wit-Athi predictor that they use for Ramesses III, the guy that actually did it, God, Hezad God, or whatever his name is, he said he's going to do that over because that predictor, say for example, I'm E1, B1A. If I put my information in that predictor, I might come out as I or G. I might come out as a European because it wasn't up to date like what we have today. It's same thing for the R markers that the 18th dynasty has. That's R1B, all European markers. It don't make them European in a sense because they're Africans, but they may have had a European admixture that comes from way from pre-dynastic times that came down to now. So when we see these markers like H and all that stuff, those quote unquote and K and all these so-called European markers, it don't make the Egyptians Europeans because they have these markers. Because they have people that's been living there for thousands of years with those markers. They are no longer those people. They are now Africans. They are Egyptians. So when we say the Egyptians are Africans, this is what everybody agrees. They are all Africans. But you're going to see markers from outside, especially in the Delta region, from all over. Because remember, Egypt is a gateway to three different areas: the Red Sea area, the Levant, and to Southern Europe. So you can't just knock. To Africa, to the Red Sea area, and to the Levant. So you have three components of people who are traveling and trading thousands of years. The Canaanites were all over pre-dynastic Egypt. The Egyptians built in the area. What's the area in Israel now that they had the people lined up in the southern Israel, in Judah? The Egyptians built a whole community called El Al Sukan, where they built this community where they had a stable where they were trading. Then you see the pottery in early Egypt, pre-dynastic Egypt, coming from Canaan. So when people talk about Semitics and all that stuff, these people have been trading in the Delta for thousands of years before there was a quote-unquote Egypt. There was. So you already have a mixture. And by the way, they have a new result that just came out a couple of days ago, showing that the women in the pre-dynastic area, a lot of them had quote-unquote European markers. That doesn't make them African. They're living in Africa. They're now African. That's because they have somebody who migrated there from somewhere else. These people continued for centuries living in that region with that marker. So we got to stop using these markers and say, hey, if I have R or you European or I have E, you're definitely this. When did this E come in my lineage? We don't know. You got to do the testing to find out where you got that E from. So when we jump out the window and say, were the ancient Egyptians black? You are using a modern day context of white supremacy, how they describe it. So black is a racialized term. When Kwame Ture used it to say black power, the reason why he said black power is because blacks were living in a segregated society where you were taught to be nothing. So when Elijah Muhammad came out and said the white man is the devil, it started reversing us psychologically wise. And then Dr. Ben started saying, hey, we were the ones that built the pyramid. So they're trying to pump up black people. J.A. Rogers from Superman to Man.
Yeah.
Pump up black people. We were black here. We were black here. So we saying we're black today is actually anachronistic as far as the ancient Egyptians, ancient Israelites. They didn't look at themselves that way.
Any way you look at it, sub-Saharan blacks were not ruling, in your eyes, were not ruling the majority of dynasties in Kemet, pre-dynastic and all past Alexander the Greek and the Romans. Because Harris is trying
by the way,
the period, and prior to that, everybody was black.
And by the way, to no human being on earth is pure, whatever they were in the past. So the ancient Egyptians, the closest to them is the modern Egyptians are the closest to what they were. They're not the same exact people, but they are the closest as a group to what the ancient Egyptians were. Because there's no mass migration of Egyptians at all. Even when the Arabs came, I don't know if people know this, the Egyptians joined the Arabs' army and helped the Arabs to capture Nubians and enslave them for hundreds of years. So people need to know the history with the Arabs. They didn't come in and turn over the population. That did not happen. We got to study the history.
Curtis Lee, you want to say something before we start getting into this book?
Yeah,
this book is dedicated to every black
Let
person.
me hear something after Curtis finish, by the way. Too.
Yeah. Good morning to the panel. I kind of forgot my train of thought, but I asked a question the other day because I keep on hearing people attacking Dante work, and I asked a question about the DNA markers that's up there, and more brought it out and said EM 191 was up in Portugal before slavery and all that stuff, right? So I asked the question, who are the children of EM 191, right? And Avery answered the question for me more than had to answer. He probably did, but he probably didn't think about it.
Israel. That's Avery, right?
Yeah, Avery, yeah. He let me know the children of E191 was U174 come from them, right? And then that marker is spread through West Africa, right? So I'm not gonna argue textbooks because everybody got sources. Everybody got sources to debunk this source, but Dante got 1,000 of them, and all of them have been debunked. So I'm just gonna leave that where it's at. Y'all fight with him. But what I will say, hold on. Let me Let me get my thought out. What I will say is this, right? On my journey, I done seen these markers in these lands. I ain't saying they Jewish, what have you, but the notion that we take everybody else's word of being who they are, but totally dismiss our claim. Yeah, this is new to Americans, right? African Americans. So it's probably gonna take hundreds of years to get it right. Everybody else had hundreds of years to get their stuff right, but we don't get that chance. We don't get that chance. I'm a Christian, like I say, but it makes me mad every time I hear somebody dismissing that we might be Semitic people, and we give everybody else the benefit of the doubt. Right? I'm not coming to a racial turn, skin turn, none of that, but I am, and I do love my people. And I hate when one of us are trying to destroy each other. Instead of going through the work and really deep dive into the work to really see what's true. Garfield, listen, man, I like you. I would never try to attack you on a personal level and stuff like that, but I didn't hear your notion too many times, and I hear biasness from you. That's what I hear. I don't hear no type of truth or dig even deeper. You bring people onto your panel, because I do listen to your panel sometimes, and you bring people that line up with you, or you'll try to coach it into saying what you want them to say, right? I ain't knocking that. I don't have no beef with that. I don't care about that stuff. But what I do care about is when we can't dive into the truth and see if it's the truth. We just automatically dismiss it, and people that don't know no better, it's, oh yeah, it's cool. We're gonna listen to the people that we like, but the people we don't like, they false teachers and everything else. I don't deem Dante a false teacher, so I don't say that right now. Do he got some information wrong? He may have. All of us got information wrong, including you, Garfield. But what I want to address right here is the EU 74.
The EU 74. What is that? What's another name for EU 74?
It's E1B1A.
E1B1A. Now let me ask you a question. Do Ashkenazi Jews have E1B1A?
Yes, they do.
Okay,
All right.
that's a fair
All
question.
right. Okay. Now, does E1B1A, how old is that marker?
40. It's 40
Don't
something
man, he
thousand
really
miles.
too over Bible years
Hold
now. Don't let him.
It
Don't
is
start going
no,
down
no,
that
no, no,
road.
no, 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 no. The claim is 40 about 40 something thousand. But let me get on that. All right, so I asked that same question, right? When the E1B1A and E1B1B split, Moore said 47,000 years ago. I can't go with them years. I'm gonna tell you why. Because they say E1B1 come from EV38, right? EV38 didn't come around till 39,000 years ago. Max 40,000 years ago. Oh, I'm lying about that? Because you can look it up. You buy a computer.
Curtis, do you agree
Hold on,
with the split?
Go ahead. Go on,
With the split of E1B1A and E1B1B? Do you agree with that split? You see, hold on, before you answer, hold on. This is the issue here, right?
And Garfield, I'm sorry, Garfield, don't let them. You see what Alton's saying? You see what Kobe's saying? Don't let them switch it up. If y'all been saying y'all need to look into this and then we start looking into it and y'all get offended when people bring things out, yeah, we can't play that game.
And then also, what the claim has been made. Folks are saying that all black people are Israel.
Let me finish my point.
Hold on, Garfield. Let me say this because I know people jump in. I don't want to lose my thought. Hold on. Let me say this right quick. Before I lose my thought.
You spoke for a long time.
You've been talking for like a half an hour, man. Can't somebody else talk?
I haven't been talking at all. What are you talking about, brother? Don't be your false witness.
Man, you just got there talking.
Write it down on a piece of paper, brother. You just said a lot. I'm saying
hold on. I want to address the. Okay, go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead. You know more than me. Come on.
This is the issue, right? The issue is nobody is attacking Dante. I'm sure if I meet Dante on the corner, we could have a conversation, have a cup of coffee at Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts. I'm sure he's a guy I could communicate with. We just have a disagreement based on the sources. Now, it's very funny, right? That the other day, I looked at a Dante source. This is Dante's source. I screenshot it while it was being played on the air. He read the source, a piece of it. Dr. J. Kreppel noted that First World War, that a large community of black Jews existed in the interior of Dahomey. Then he cut the whole conversation. Then he said that these Jews had the first 5 books of Moses written on old parchment in Hebrew. All right. Now watch this. He never read the bottom part. You know why, Brother Curtis? Because it contradicts everything that he teaches. Everything in that documentary is dead. Hold on. Let me read it.
Okay.
Watch out.
Hold on.
We got to read it now. We got to read it.
Let me say this right here.
Hold on. It says all these disparate
sources
are evidence of the permanent presence of a Jewish tradition within African ethnic groups, which had at one time been in contact. Oh, so this is how they got the Judaism. They got in contact with Jews, but these Jews who they got in contact with came from the Mediterranean, were converted and had kept their faith. So the Africans who became Jews are converted by converted Jews. He couldn't read that part for people like you because you are drinking the Dante's Kool-Aid and you refuse to say Dante's wrong.
So you just brother, you don't even know me. No, you don't. Hold on. You just lied on me because I listen to Berean. No. I don't even listen hardly to Dante. So don't do that to me. Hold on, you always doing it with somebody trying to make a point. You trying to get to something else. Let's stick on the point.
Hold on, Curtis. Just let him finish, then you got the floor. Let him finish, and you got the floor. I can't read the book. All y'all trying to stop me from reading this Dante book. I'm gonna read that whole book. I'm gonna read that whole book.
The point is that I'm trying to make is that the people who are watching Dante don't even read the sources he's reading. You just like it because you believe it. I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something real fast.
So they hating on people like Kobe that's going to chase down and read the whole thing, and Kevin G and them and going to go to footnotes and all of that.
Yo, look at this right here. I'm going to show you something real quickly what I did. Dante had a source.
Today's not your day, Bruce. You don't rule us, Bruce.
Look at this right here. Hold on 1 second, Barry. This source right here is the guy Kreppel. The guy Kreppel writes in German. I took the time out to find out where J. Keppel got his source after World War I. It's in German. A friend of mine works in Germany for Mercedes-Benz. She translated it for me because I'm like, I got to check this source that Dante talking about. It's written in German originally. So don't say we don't vet the sources. I'm doing that. I respect what Dante is trying to do. So that's why I went out of my way to find that. And that's what led to this guy about Dahomey and the story about the books of Moses. He's the one that made it up. So that's how I traced it to that. So if it's World War II, the end of World War I is 1918. This guy was running around all over America, born in Baltimore, fake that he came from Scotland and was Jewish and came from Dahomey. He wasn't even from Dahomey. He was born in Baltimore. He lied. But he's the one that crippled because the Jewish community embraced him. He's speaking at the Kiwanis Club. You know what the Kiwanis Club is? He's all over speaking because he's promoting that the Dahomey people was Jews. They had Jews and they had the Old Testament, the first 5 books. It's a lie. It's not true. He made it up. So Dante is bringing you a source of a source from another source that's a lie from the jump. How would you know that watching him? You wouldn't know that because you're not going to research Cole. You're not going to research Dante. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now you could speak, man. Craziness. This is the guy who came up with it.
Oh, okay. All right. So
now,
thank you.
Don't cut him off, Garfield, and then doing what you want to say something. I'm gonna get to reading. I'm gonna get to reading this Dante book. Y'all don't want this book. I'm gonna get to reading.
All right. So first thing I just said at the beginning, I don't go with all the sources that Dante got. I say he got 1,000 of them, and all the sources have not been debunked. That's the first thing, right?
I agree with that.
Now, what I am saying, I'm not trying to, I said it from the beginning. All right, everybody can find a scholar to debunk each other. But what my point was, who was in Spain or Portugal at the time? And I found, I ain't saying all people, so don't get me wrong on this, right? But I have found that EM 180, EM 191 was up there before slavery. Right. This was my point. I think I found up to they've been there almost 700 years. I could be wrong. Maybe more. Somebody can correct me on it. But what I'm saying is, I know it been there before slavery. I found my peoples in the America before slavery in the 1400s. I just sent that one of the papers to Brother Berin the other day to give to Covey. Right? When he says people were migrating up in Mexico, guess what? I can show my people migrating the same way. Right? And I don't think all E1B1A is white. I mean, black. Some of them is white. Right? So this notion that, lead me to a well water and I'm drinking it. No, brother. Hey, listen, if you right, you right. If you said something right, and I said it before when you was on the panel, I go with Garfield on that. Right? So I don't get into a following like I got a leader. I'm following truth, and I want the truth for my people. Why? Because everybody else get their history, they embrace it, and they try to figure everything out. Right? We don't have no history. Everybody talk about, oh yeah, they worshiping snake worship. They worship snakes. They worshiping snakes in the Bible. Right? Okay, and right, that still don't say who we are and who we not. But don't nobody want to know. And no offense to you, Garfield, I sometimes some people that come from the island stuff, they be dissing blacks all the time. American blacks. You black just like us, but American blacks, right? So I don't know where you coming from that, or you got some type of bias. As far as Kobe, sometimes I be hearing some type of bias from him, right? Racial bias from him, because he's smarter than everybody on the panel. Ain't nobody else smart but him because he got a piece of paper. Yeah, he got a lot of knowledge, but he lacked wisdom. Right? Because if you knew wisdom, he'd approach things a certain way. I'm not knocking him because I like Kobe, but I'm going to speak my truth. What I see. I listen, don't say nothing, and I try to learn from all of y'all. Right? And like I say, doing this, I salute you. You got your beliefs, but I salute you. Young Al Green, there's a lot of y'all here that I do admire and love. Y'all young, y'all gonna carry us on. But what I hate is when people get the biasness of them will reject everything but what they believe in, right? And what we are saying is, including me, man, let's find out where we come from. Hold. Before I lose my thought, people will talk about Cabone, right? I think I sent Brother Breen this information. Some of my people come from Cabone. They say they don't even know where my people come from. They think they come from Ethiopia, right? The Sans, right? In Benin, right? I think they got that name from one of the kings over there, right? The king's son over there, right? And they call the king, I think, a wandering king, right? Because they didn't know where he exactly came from, right? So it's an information out there. It shows something different where you can use the DNA to follow the history. But I don't think we really don't want that. I don't know why. I think we just find where we at, but I'm not fine with it. I beg y'all, I'm one of these guys, I'm not as smart as y'all, but I beg y'all, please help people like me on the Christian faith side and on the history side, because on the Christian faith side, we can't say that we love God when we hate each other. We despise each other. That's not of God. That's of the devil. Right? We all gonna have differences because we've been messed up so long, and we just now trying to figure it out. But we steady trying to destroy each other before we get something started. Whether it's right, wherever come out the end, it don't matter. But we need to find ourselves. We already found ourselves in the Lord, but everybody else got their history. We deserve ours. I'll land my plane.
Thank you, brother. All right, Moore, you want to say something before I no, Garfield. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna get ready. I'm gonna clear the panel up so we can read some of Dante's information. Just do your Alton, time for church. It's almost time for church. I'm gonna just go ahead, Moore. You want to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to wrap with Brother Curtis right quick and see what he was saying about E1B1A and what he thought the issue was and what's not being addressed in his eyes. Just want to clear, because I'm not sure I'm quite clear on the point you're making, bro. So just walk me through it right quick if you can.
You want me to speak, or you want to speak first?
No, I'm asking you to walk me through it.
Oh, okay, yes. So the question I had for you the other day, what I was trying to get to, was EU74 come from E191, right? And we do know E191 was in Spain and Portugal. I also found another. I also found EM180 also up there. That's the first question. That's the first question. The second question was, I'm confused on if E1B1A and E1B1B split 1,000 years ago. When I found the information, EV38 came around 40,000 years ago, and that's where we supposed to came from, right? So I don't see how they could have split that far back. And when they was together, and they were still together, I think in the Sahel area, right? So I'm really kind of confused on that. Can you help me on that?
Yeah. So when you say split, you got me confused because they didn't split. Like they weren't ever together as so they both are mutations off of EP2.
Sister Shelby, you could jump on if you like, sis. We haven't seen you in a minute. Good to see you. Go ahead, bro. I'll be right back.
So they didn't split. Their mutations that came off of EP2 at different points in time, and you'll see them around each other all day. Like you'll see them around each other in East Africa, North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa. You know what I'm saying? So when you say split, what are you thinking of?
All right, no, okay. So what I'm really saying, didn't it mutate? Aren't they a mutation of EV38?
No. So E1B1B, right, and E1B1A, they're mutations off of EP2. That's their parent clade. So EV38 is definitely like that. That's downstream off of like the OG, like, you know what I'm saying, like that's downstream off of EP2. Then you're gonna get like the EM, like you just mentioned, EM180. That's going to be right there around the EV38. You know what I'm saying? Then you go down past that, you're going to get the EM191s, like you're talking about the 174s, all that. But no, they weren't like they weren't ever together like that. They didn't come off of EV38 like that. No. E1B1B comes off EP2. Like EP2 is the parent clade of both E1B1A and E1B1B.
Right, but don't they call EV38 E1B1A nowadays?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why I try and clear up, because I'm still trying to clear. Okay, so me personally, I don't believe the 47,000 years. So I could be 100% wrong. I'm not
throw the time
saying
out.
that
You can throw the time
I'm
out.
right on that, right?
You
So
can throw the
I'm
time
turning
out.
you guys to learn from that, right? So I had to go back and see what they're trying to talk, what they're saying. But my biggest question was to you when you said that it was only a small number West Africans in Spain and Portugal, right? When I found E1B1A before slavery there.
Okay, so what's different about what we're
No,
both saying?
I'm talking. Okay, no. What I'm saying is, so the ones I found there is a large mass of new markers in the United States right now that came from West Africa, right? And then when I sent that paperwork to Covey, like I say, I found my a rare relative, not admixture, right? In Mexico before slavery in the 1400s, right? And it was an E-marker. It was my E-marker, right? So so I'm kind of confused now, because I keep on hearing like people like Garfield, oh, y'all guys were nowhere but here, right? And what I'm saying, that's just totally false, right? I could be 100% wrong, because I'm not that smart.
Yeah, I got it.
Hold on, Orthodox. Hey, Curtis, I'm asking this as an honest question. You said you got a relative that you found in your DNA that has an E marker in the 1400s.
Yes, in the 14, 7. I don't got the paper on me right now, but I sent it.
Well, that would be history, because
I think it's 1472 or 1492, something like that. The reason why I sent it to him, because Covey said his family was migrating up that way around that same time, right? I said, okay.
No. The reason why
I got relative. Go ahead.
Were they what you'd call black people, or what do you call us anybody? Who were they?
So no. So they E-mark. I can't say they are white or black, because I sent pictures to one of my grandfathers and one of my great grandfathers. If you look at that picture, you don't know if they European or black. But I know my grandfather. He was a black man, right?
That would be before. Hold on, that would be before Columbus was here. But that would be history, bro. You creating history right now. That you creating history.
But that's why I sent it. It's an E marker. It's an E1B1A marker.
Hold on, no problem. That would be the first person. I don't think they have found any pre-Columbus African markers here in the New World. But that would be historical, my brother. You're creating history right now.
Yeah, it's all family DNA.
Orthodox more.
I'm trying to. This is the You telling me last week, right? These are the pictures in the car seat. That's your grandfather right here. No. I bought the book.
Yeah. I sent one.
I got the book. I bought both of the books. Professor Covey.
Yeah, you can show that if you want to.
All right, I gotta figure out how to but go ahead. I don't know. Go ahead.
So real quick, Brandon, if you could share my screen, I would love to clear this up for the brother right quick on what I'm saying in terms of the population in Spain and Portugal, and what it has to do with E1B1A and how it reflects with people in America and West Africa and all type of stuff, right? So this slide here, hold on, let me make this big, is from Benaiah Israel's presentation and whatnot. And so this is why I even try to address this stuff. My mouse is hating. And so this is partially what you're talking about, right? Like, so yeah, I'm familiar with the EM180 found in Spain. I'm familiar with the EM191 sample found in Spain, etc., whatnot, right? And so those are closer to, like, you know what I'm saying, like I would say like 500 years before slavery, etc., whatnot. But here's the whole point to it, right? So I said it's going into the study itself. This is me breaking down the numbers from the bodies and the DNA that they have and whatnot, right? So my whole point was that the E1B1A that they have found and whatnot, and you can even bump this up to 2 out of 20 and whatnot, right? When you go through all the different Y DNA that they have and whatnot, from the different time periods that they have and whatnot, E1B1A is a very small sample amongst all of them and whatnot, right? So here there's 20 samples, right? So out of this group, it's just 1 out of the 20, which is 5%. Let's make it 2 out of the 20, right? Now we're at 10%, right? That's still not a whole. When I said small, that's what I mean by small. It's not a large number. Now, what you're talking about in terms of the haplogroups or whatnot, it's a big leap in logic to try to put all the, like, so for instance, EM180 is really high up on the E1B1A list, right? In terms of like its terminal SNP, like it's really close to EV38 or whatnot. Very few people have EM180. My good brother Anonymous Hebrew, he's one of the few people in
I do remember that one.
yeah, 100%. Like Garfield knows, like that's the famous one out there, because Garfield was like, hey, no one got EM180, right? And Gozy was saying the same thing. And I'm like, oh wow. We went down to Tingle and not found out my man had actually legit E180 was his terminal SNP with that, right? Very few people have that one. You know what I'm saying? It's a very old E1B1A, right? In terms of the EM191 and whatnot, right? Like so I'm with you. There's a lot of subclades to EM191 and whatnot, right? There's a lot of people who got like a E1B1A 7 and whatnot. Got you. Not hating on that at all, right? But again, we got to be realistic and recognize that whatever population that is in Spain and Portugal, it's not a huge population, and so we have to be realistic on, okay, what effect is that on the West African population, and what effect is that in the African American population, right? It's not going to be as big as what a lot of people are. However, hold on, go ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
No, what I'm going to ask is, if this says 5 million. Well, two questions. It says 5 million there, right? I don't know the number at that time. I don't know, but I'm just throwing out a number. If it's 5 million there, and you got like just say 10%, that's 500,000 people that carry that marker, right? Now, if we can go now this example I want to use. Where all the dig site at? Because like where I stay at, right? I stay in Indiana, right? If we start digging right now in Indiana, we're not gonna find a large mass of Native Americans in our grave site. Why? Because the Native American we do got here, they got their own grave site. So if don't nobody dig over there where they at, I don't even know where they site's at, but don't nobody dig over there, and we just dig in the common areas where everybody else usually be at, we're not gonna see a large scale of Native American. Even if you do it in Americas, right? It'll be the same way. This is like almost, you hardly see Native Americans now, right? But that don't mean they weren't in this land or still in this land.
If you're not looking in the right place, what's good, Stevie? That's what you're saying, Brother Lee. That if you're not
what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, it could be that, or they intentionally doing that. I don't know. I don't want to get into a conspiracy theory, but I'm just saying it could be something like that. They just not digging in the areas where these people are yet. Right? Eventually, they might find these areas. I don't know. And then when Garfield talk about history and stuff like that, go ahead.
I was on real quick, not to catch you, but I would say this: like, so what we're finding, like, so when you go look up like the amounts of E1B1A that's amongst Sephardic people or people in Spain or amongst Ashkenazi Jews or whatnot, this percentage is pretty much commensurate with what you find amongst them. But here's what's more important about the percentage and whatnot, right? And so, and this is what needs to be gets clear is the timeline. So for what we have, like what we have found so far. People trying to make the claim like the E1B1A is the original team. That's not what we find. We find that it's coming along centuries later than a lot of other haplogroups, particularly other haplogroups like haplogroup E1B1B, haplogroup R1B, haplogroup J, right? Like these are there prior to E1B1A being there. So one, we can acknowledge that it's there, right? But we also have to acknowledge that for what we have, it's not the original population to the team, right? And it's also not the largest population to the team. But we can acknowledge that it's there 100%. And I'm also an advocate of saying, like, so with amongst Jewish populations and whatnot, the different E1B1A should be included in the overall footprint and understanding of what the mixed multitude of Israel looks like, right? So you're going to see like the E191s with the Ebo, if you do that, you're going to see like the the East African E1B1As with the Ethiopian Jews and the Limp, etc. If you do stuff like that, right? I'm a big advocate of stuff like that, right? But what I'm not an advocate of is misconstruing the information to say something that it's not. So I just want to be very clear that there's nothing about this information that bolsters the claim of the fact that the E1B1A population is the original population. In fact, it does the opposite. It disproves that claim. So
all right, yeah. Let me get to appreciate, brother. I'm gonna get to this right here. Young Pastor Green, you wanted to say something before I read some of this, Dante?
Yes, sir. Peace and blessings to you, Berean, Dunamis, and Garfield. How y'all doing today?
We good.
Dunamis
Amen.
in the house? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real quick. I got to get in here and try to get ready for service today. To Curtis Lee, man, I just want to let you know I embrace that, brother. My new name is Young Al Green, and so yeah, I'm sending I'm sending love and happiness to everybody this morning. Make sure y'all get yourselves on this Lord's Day in somebody's church. If you can't get in there and get in the church physically, turn on a good preacher, somebody that you know is not watering down the word or living a foul life. But you know, on the Lord's Day, try to get you a word. Hopefully, I will be able to get around to playing some Elder Mike, so we can at least hear the gospel this morning. But hey, I'm Al Green from now on, y'all. Appreciate that, brother Curtis. I embrace that, man.
All right, bro.
Y'all have a blessed day.
All right, you too. All right. Before we, let me do them. I don't know. You in the house or you not in the house? Let me see. This is Dante. This is from his book, Undeniable. The overwhelming. Let me go back. I'm going to try to read some of this real quick. This book is dedicated to every Black person that has ever been told that there's no proof that Israel was a Black or that we're pushing a race-based agenda based on misinterpreting scripture. The overwhelming evidence proves that not only are we 100% correct in our reading of scripture, but all over the world, non-Black people worshiped and in some cases still worship a Black Christ. It is my sincere belief that with coupling physical evidence with scripture, that we will be able to wake up many of our brothers and sisters that are still lost in the lie of Eurocentric Christianity. That's the first time we hear that word, Eurocentric Christianity, in the book, I believe. As we go on, we'll see how much we hear it, and you know that's one of Bruce's favorite terms. With the image of a European Jesus, while I personally do not teach race-based salvation, the truth about who is who in Scripture is important when it comes to interpretation of Scripture. I pray that this book becomes a go-to resource in your fight for truth. And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank my parents and my close friends that have supported this journey. All right, the Patreon, all right, this just thanks. The journey. I started this journey in 2014 when it was originally to discredit the belief that Black people in America were true Israelites of the Bible. Remember, he came on live, he gave his testimony, he knew TEU ministry, and they believed in it, and he wanted to debunk the stuff that they were saying to him, their friends. He wanted to debunk that stuff right there. Thank you, Brother Curtis Lee. I really appreciate the support. $sign Berean Teacher, if y'all want to put a dollar in the Cash App. And I want to really make sure that we get through some of this. And I want Garfield, based on this Egypt thing, we got to get to the foundation of what he's saying right here. Started back in 2014. It was originally to discredit the belief that Black people in America were the true Israelites of the Bible. At the time, I was caught up in European deception that Israel was in the land and many of the prophecies has already been fulfilled. We argue a lot about prophecies, Zephaniah, this and that. Oh, that was fulfilled already. That was fulfilled already. That was fulfilled already. That was fulfilled already. A lot of people say a lot of this stuff is not fulfilled. So that's where the argument comes in a lot with us. I'm going to lay the arguments out. Were the Egyptians Black? That's one, as we read. Have a lot of the prophecies that Israelites use, the church say they've been fulfilled. Have they really been fulfilled? Some prophecies can be ongoing. I'll keep going, and then we'll see how, what we can do. At that time, I was still caught up in European deception that Israel was in the land and many of the prophecies has been fulfilled. It was through researching the lineage of Ham that I came to believe that not only was Israel Black, but that Israel had been intentionally targeted and brought to America during the transatlantic slave trade. I'm going to stop right there for 1 second. Dunamis, you want to say something on that? Garfield, you want to say something on that? That's been the argument, and you've been here and you've been saying, basically, you've been saying for 3-4 years on this channel alone that that's nonsense.
Yeah, that's total nonsense. What we're doing again is the same thing with the Egyptomaniacs in the community. We want to make everybody in the world black, and then we find a quick example. Look at these guys; they got curly hair and their beards, so they have to be black. You see, ladies and gentlemen, this notion of using the term black is a white supremacist thing. It's a modern day thing. It's they use racial.
But Afrocentrics use it. Conscious community. What do you conscious community use it?
Yeah, that's I'm condemning them too. I've grown, bro. I'm telling you, these terms is what have us at this level because the term black was put in place to keep us at the lowest level in society. So that means when we call them white, they are superior to us. But that's another subject for another time.
So we feed into the same game.
Exactly. So we need to leave that alone. So African American is a good subject. Now, this brother Bruce Paris is saying the Egyptians were dark, black, da 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 da. Now, if I show up a color somebody right now on the screen, that helped to build the pyramids, that don't look nothing like none of us today. What is he going to do?
Don't you say you love Europe? Ooh.
What is he going to do? What is he really going to do, man? What is he going to do? Is like this color stuff with the Egypt stuff. Leave that alone, bro. Stay with the Israelites. How do you prove what color an Israelite is? You would have to go back in time and look at all the images and say, hey, boom, boom, boom. Even the picture of the so-called Nubians are what they said during the time of Sennacherib. Their noses, you look at their noses, they don't even look like us. They don't look like us. And then the term black is really for sub-Saharan Africans. It's not black.
That's why I asked about sub-Saharan earlier. Is Bruce in deception? Is Bruce in deception? Bruce would be like a broken tape recorder. Garfield, Berean, the ancient Egyptians were dark black. They left their depiction of what they look like on the walls, mummy, statues, sphinx. Archaeology proves this. Truth is truth. Jeez. And he couldn't paste the same thing because they done said it 4 times since we've been on this live alone. Bruce, we're going to get to that. You could be wrong, Bruce. You could be wrong. That's all we're saying. We'll look at it, Bruce. But if you're wrong, will you admit it? Can you admit it? Go ahead, Garfield.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna show this gentleman Bruce, someone from Egypt, right? And then when I show him, I don't want him to be mad with me. I want him to look at the source and say, what are they talking about?
All he's gonna go is to you're into Eurocentric Christianity. You're deceived. That's what he's gonna say.
Well,
forget that, ready. Let me read some more. Because this is getting to the good stuff. Because we got to get into Egypt and the blackness and race and how that was used. And I'm gonna bring something up from the University of North Carolina, Chapel. One of these universities. I got some. We got to get into that because that could be the beginning of the deception. The mere fact that you're moving that all the Egyptians and the Israelites looked alike. Ethiopians and what Herodotus said, what Tacitus said, and Josephus, whoever y'all want to go to, we're gonna deal with all of this stuff here.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, if I may, my brother. 1 second. Let me just show this to my brother Bruce.
Look at this right now, Bruce.
This is called the reserve heads from the 4th dynasty, right?
We're gonna look at 18. We're gonna look at the 25th dynasty. We're gonna look at everything. Nobody, you can't teach us. We're gonna look at it all.
They have over 26 of them right now at the Egyptian Museum all over the world. Right now, look at these people. Are these your people, my brother? I'm curious. Are these your people? Yeah, let's take a look at the reserve heads. Are these your people? Look at that nose right there, the aquiline nose. They made sure the person who is making this to show the aquiline nose with the thin lips. Who is these people? Reserve head of Nofer from Giza, tomb profile view made of limestone dating to the 4th dynasty, 26. This is early. You can't say this is in the Greek time period.
They're way before them.
Say that. Is this you? Do you see yourself in this, Bruce? This is early on. They had mixed people. You could have different phenotypes and different skin tones. This is the problem with us in America and in the West. We're obsessed with color. Everybody has to be black. You have to be black. Blackity black.
Bruce is obsessed with that. Bruce told COVID that he was the oppressor.
It's craziness. This is us. This is the fourth dynasty, bro. Reserve heads. Why nobody never taught you this? Because everybody's arguing about that they're white or black. They have different skin tones and different. This guy looks a little African. Different phenotypes, different skin tones, and different phenotypes. Stop saying that they are one people. The woman, the majority of the women don't even have. They have light skin. They are yellowish or they have light skin in the images. So are you saying that those people are white? I wouldn't say that. I don't say. As a matter of fact, Bereen, who is saying that the Egyptians are Europeans? Nobody is saying that.
Nobody.
So they're fighting about the Egyptians being black. No, nobody is saying that they're black. They're white or they're European.
It's like if you don't agree with them, like we worship the white Jesus because we don't agree with them. So all black Christians worship the white Jesus. They have so muddied the water, we can't even really talk. But this is part of the game. But we got to keep going. We can't let it go. We got to look at what, because they're acting like we're running from certain evidence, and we're running from certain things, and we don't want to run. We don't want to run. So let me hold on. Let me bring this up so I can do some more reading here.
Coming. Who owns the museum that you get these images from?
Oh, Father God, man. The same people Dante taking these pictures from in the book. Let's stop this nonsense. All right, now listen to this. There has never been any agenda for my ministry other than truth. I got to highlight this here. This Dante talking about his ministry. These are the words of Minister Dante Forson. Bruce, this is the book right here, Bruce. Let me make sure y'all can see the book. And I'm going through and I'm going to keep on reading. I have been committed to sticking to truth no matter how controversial it gets. I'll never back down from the truth because it is unpopular or in several cases cost me lots of regular readers. MinisterForson.com was where my journey began, but the Most High had shifted my ministry to reach out to people with the truth and sharing. That has led to BHITCB. Y'all know what that stands for. Black Hebrew, whatever that stands for. Y'all know already. Because becoming one of the largest sites in this field of research. He's helping the awakening. Understanding who we are as a people, why we were targeted for slavery, and why a loving God would allow this to happen to Black people has been made clear through understanding the scripture and intended. I hope the evidence in this book, presented in this book, will give you faith and boldness to speak up for the truth about scripture. And the truth is the Most High chose us over every nation. We above y'all. Every nation chose our ancestors to write for him to us and promised to return to save us from our current oppression again. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which would say they are Jews, and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them to come and worship before thy feet, and to know that I have loved thee. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. Hold on, what you said?
He sound like the One West guys. Why
no,
would he?
That's the scripture they use. That's the scripture they use.
Say that Jews could be any color, but on the other hand, he's pushing this whole racial divide.
And we're gonna see some Judah mourneth, and we're gonna see if he used any scriptures that the camps would use. But let's look at, we're all looking into it together. As a people, as a group, as a community. Anybody got anything to say? We're going to shift the other mic in about 45 minutes. Anybody got anything to say? Is anything being hidden, Bruce? Am I reading slow enough for you, Bruce? Massa? Let me keep going here. All right, let's get into this. Undeniable. The claims that there is no evidence of Black Israel was always made by people that haven't bothered to look at any of the evidence. You urban apologists. Garfield, y'all don't bother to look at it. Kobe, y'all don't bother to look at it. Y'all ain't looking at this thing. They will often repeat what's been told to believe, but the truth is that there is a lot of evidence, both biblically and historically, that will back up why many of us believe Israel was and still is Black. The reason people are confused about the true identity of Israel is because of the Renaissance period. When was the Renaissance period, y'all? He said this is where the confusion comes in, during which they were painted and repainted everyone white, while also hiding away or destroying other images of Black apostles, prophets, and even Christ. The evidence presented in this book comes from real historical sources and can be verified by using Google Map. That's what we're going to use. Google, a map, and the Bible. All evidence appeared in this book is originated by date. Remember what he said?
Pause for 1 second.
You don't want the
Are there any sources?
Oh yeah, we getting ready to get to some good stuff right now. I'm coming up. We gonna get to it. Terrence Jones, why are you laughing? Why y'all like? He said, COVID. Everybody asking the same thing. Are there footnote citations that we can trace? We're getting to. I'm gonna show what's in the book. That's how. Shout out to Davis. Davis said, "Go get the book." She Christian. She ain't even claiming it. She said, "Get the book." She said, "Go ahead and put it up there so we can all examine this thing." So we can all examine this thing. Why y'all laughing, Garfield? If Garfield running interference, y'all, Dante wrote the Father God. If this organist don't get it, Bruce. I tell you right now.
Have you talked about the Renaissance and this whitewashing stuff? Have you ever had a conversation about
it?
No,
not in full. We may have to lay into that right now. Not in full. He said this is where it all began. When was the lightest Jesus? I want to get to the pictures and what he's saying. Then we'll go to the pictures. We'll go to the times, and let's just see if the information is right and exact. Because Bruce act like we're running from this. I don't want to run. I want the truth. All right, the most interesting mysteries of the Bible surrounding the sons of Noah and the origin of each nation on the planet. According to most mainstream Christian researchers, the sons of Noah divided into the nations as follows. Ham is black, African, Arab. Shem, Olive, Hebrew, Olive, Arabs. Japheth, Europeans. Now, I can play the TikTok with Deacon. He'll say Japheth, all them folk were black. However, discoveries of biblical sites such as Shushan Palace in Shushan are starting to paint an entirely different, we're coming up to it now, picture than the one presented to the general public by the church and media. According to the Bible, Elam was one of the sons of Shem. The children of Shem, Elam, and Ashur, Athrax, and Lud, and Aram. Genesis 10:22. Look at this right here. First picture in the book. Let's look real good. Let's look real good. Now, these pictures, let me see if I can pull up the other slide. Do y'all take a picture of this? Everybody take a picture that don't have the book? What he said, if anyone says Berean is unfair, unbiased towards the Israelites, this man is reading the book word for word on the Lord's day. People say this is a waste of
museum images, by the way, when I was there. So I do have the primaries of what he's on.
Do you? All right, pull your thing up and we'll go back and forth. And then I'm gonna bring up McCrae's book, Black Presence in the Bible. We'll look at this, and we got to talk about filters. Is he trying to fool us? Are they trying to fool us? What's what? These pictures have always been out. Second Exodus says that.
So what is he saying? Because they're dark, they're us. They're not us.
Oh, but that's what people are saying. The mistake is being made. Why are you so offended? Most people in America, if you find black people in Australia, if you find black people in Mesoamerica, wherever you find black people, they're black. Somebody said, one brother said, only where you find black people in America are saying anybody black is us. All on the continent, we one people, when it's a lie and it's nonsense, and the rest of the world don't look at all dark people as black as we do in America because we're confused. You think you sound like you tend to believe that. All of these have been debunked. Me and several others debunked the Elamites when Taz was regurgitating Dante sources. I remember Dante was playing Taz video. Let me see if I can find that too. I think most of y'all in here know who Taz is. Go ahead. When you got your slides, I'll go back to that. Let me keep going. He's showing y'all the pictures. Now, y'all see the pictures? Look at the nose, look at the eyes, look at the hair. All right. Now we're getting times and dates with pictures. 1549 to 12. Y'all know the numbers go all the way backwards, all the way down at 0, then come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all the way to 19 to where we were then 2024. Egyptian dynasty. One of the biggest false claims in our present time is that the Egyptians were white, Garfield. That the Egyptians were white, even though all evidence. Is that true? He said, or even though all evidence points to the contrary. Now, we don't know if it's a pre-dynastic period or it goes all the way up to Cleopatra and then the Greeks coming on the scene. Even though all evidence points to the contrary, we can see with our own eyes that the Egyptians were not Caucasian. Did not paint themselves as Caucasians, nor were they described as anything other than black people. Caucasians did not come from the line of Ham. Of course, they're going to say there's a contradiction there. If they've been teaching us in Sunday school that Ham are black and Africans, but then you go to Egypt, they want to pull Egypt out. They want to separate. You know, Dr. Ben said, I've heard Bishop McKinley and them say they want to pull Egypt out of Africa to make it something, a separate phenomenon and connect it some way with Europe. Okay. Caucasians did not come from Ham. Caucasians did not paint themselves, or Caucasians would not paint themselves as black people. Caucasians would never name their country Kemet. That's that KMT. That's where we get the word Kemet, meaning black land, land of the black. Some people say it's based on the soil, Garfield, you know, we can get all into that. Mm-hmm. Even though there is zero evidence to support the claim of a white Egypt, people still believe it. Thankfully, there's tons of evidence available to support the fact that the Egyptians were black. I got to go back. This is what Bruce want to hold on to. Some people would say, well, if you watch the movie of Egypt and the Ten Commandments, those are white people. She said, can't even define what a Caucasian is, shaking my head. That's a very good thing. Question, what did the original Hamites look like? Timothy said the Nubians were black for sure. Go look at how the Egyptians drew them different from themselves. Oh, don't worry, we're going to get to all of that, Tim. We're going to get to all of that. Oh, where's Bruce? I got to go there because Bruce will try to act like somebody's trying to suppress the truth. I don't see no comments from Bruce. Were all the Egyptians black? Let me see if that coffee is ready. Were all the Egyptians black? Come on, Garfield. Or you can clarify the Kemet means, but not Caucasian. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on. Let me put her thing up. Let me put her thing up right there. You have your
Hold on. Get my stuff together. Hold on.
Okay, I'll keep now. I don't really want to get past that. That's what's on the floor right now. Were the Egyptians? Let me play this, sister.
Hold on, Brian.
Oh, gentlemen.
Did you pray before you started reading it?
Yes, we did. No, we prayed before y'all start running amok with the DNA, but we don't worry, it's gonna be okay.
I gotta make sure your spirit's right. Your spirit has to be right to receive the information.
You gotta be right to receive this truth. Y'all don't want this truth. I know y'all don't want this truth right here. But the Egyptian thing has always been a big thing, and that's been the main place of contention. And you start right there. I cannot hate on that. I hope this plug is working.
I got something for you. Give me a
about
second.
ancient Egypt, and we tried to cover a few of them here on this channel. And honestly, it's tiring because it's almost like
when we bring up Egypt, Dunamis, there's a lot of videos. Were they black? Were they white? And in America, we're fighting over that more than anything else. This just did not start. This has been around for a long time. So yeah, when Dr. Ben wrote Black Men in Mind and His Family, We the Black Jews and all that, Ben before most everybody in this room was born.
Talking about something that's nonsense because there's archaeological findings that we have talked about. There are actual historical facts, but for some unknown reason, some people don't want to associate ancient Egypt with black. Let me show you this clip of an Egyptian brother I found on TikTok. He goes by the name of Sufi Alchemy. And let me tell you, he gathered the Egyptians that are pushing back. Watch this clip. We'll come back and discuss.
Dark-skinned people here in Egypt are of completely different features and culture than...
Assalamu alaikum. You mean the alkaline Hamitic features like myself? My skin color, my nose, my small lips, etc.? Sure, maybe the New Kingdom and the Ptolemaic period pharaohs would look like me, such as Ramses III. But I'm mixed. It doesn't say anything about my forefathers. My forefathers are dark-skinned Fulani. And so was the forefathers of Ram.
Listen to this, Dunamis. This is the way, this time I can't, this time I got, Dunamis, don't let Garfield deceive you. The ancient Egyptians were dark black. We'll see. If they were dark black or they looked at themselves as a little bit lighter than black Nubians, we'll see, Bruce. You just can't tell us what you want to tell us and repeat it over and over and think we're going to believe it like y'all claim we do with the white man. Repeat a lie enough, it's going to be, no, you're not going to do that to us. And we don't accept everything from you, Bruce, just because you black. It don't work like that on this channel. It don't work like that. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Then golf out. He back. Something he was trying to put up a screen, and then I guess he kicked his own self out. Let me let it go. All right. Well, this is 2 more minutes of this video here.
Ramses III and these new kingdom pharaohs who were exposed to a lot of invasions and trades and immigrations from Europe and other parts of the world. So your argument is essentially like saying, I am brown, I have alkaline features. Therefore, my great-grandfather was also brown with alkaline Hamitic features. No, he wasn't. It's because my mother is white. So essentially, you deny the Old Kingdom and Middle Kingdom pharaohs, which had typical African features. And that is the part of what you say, which may be interpreted as a little bit racist. Then you go about comparing modern Egyptian identity and modern Nubian identity with ancient Kemet. That's completely invalid because we don't care about modern Egypt in terms of identities. We care about the ancient Kemites 3,000 years ago. You know, it's 3,000 years. Things have happened that time, right? I mean, you wear a hijab, you're maybe a Muslim, huh? Where the ancient Kemites, Muslim and wearing a hijab, just trying to prove a point. That came with the Umayyad invasion when Sayyidina Usman got assassinated and the Umayyad cousins took power and invaded North Africa. People migrate tremendously, huh? Look at Dubai today. Most people in Dubai are immigrants. Look at New York, filled with immigrants. Amsterdam, filled with immigrants. The entire North Africa is filled with immigrants. I mean, the true people there are the natives. What do you think has happened to Egypt the last 3,000 years with invasions from Assyrians, Persians, Phoenicians, Romans, Greeks, you name it. So this argument that that land and nation that you today call Egypt has always been like that is completely false. Some people cite the 2017 DNA study, which actually doesn't say what people say it does, because I read the study in the Nature journal. Yeah, that's one study looking at 2 or 3 mummies. What about the 160 mummies that they didn't publish, right? What about the 1990 study that nobody talks about that showed sub-Saharan in the mummies? What about Sheikh Anta Diop's tests and so on? So you cannot just take one study and point to something. Yes, sure, there may be people in Egypt today and Nubia today who are direct distant descendants of some pharaoh. I mean, there would have been many people in ancient Egypt, but since people have migrated there for the last 3,000 years, you can have people in West Africa also are descendants of them. You can have people in Iran who may trace their lineage back to ancient Kemet. I mean, people move. So this kind of argument, let's assume that people don't migrate. People are static only in that geographic region. They don't move. There are no wars. There are no changing of people. Is completely historyless. It's a naive argument that can be disproven as simply as just looking at your random city in Europe today. And the idea that just because I have alkaline Hamitic features, my fathers also had Hamitic features. That can change in 1 or 2 generations. Or the argument that the Egyptians today have some kind of proprietary right to history. So I don't know what to say. It's ego, all I can say.
On that clip, he was responding to an Egyptian that is just angry that Black people believe that there are Black pharaohs and Black people that used to rule ancient Egypt. And she was claiming that, like, that's why are you doing this? Like, that's not your history. This is our history. And as you heard, he made good points. Like, just because right now, after all those invasions, after mixing, and after everything that happened in Egypt, you can't claim that you are the only descendant, and anybody else that doesn't look like you, they are lying. We need to sue them the same way the Egyptian lawyer is suing Netflix for creating Cleopatra.
Yes.
This is where we have come. Like, honestly, this is really tiring, but at least there's someone that is speaking facts and actually not shy about it. Anyways, fam, let us know down below what you think.
All right. I'm gonna shut this one
Hold on,
down.
real quick. Put it back on the screen.
Put her. Oh Lord, I done clicked and closed it.
Okay, never mind. Would y'all consider her Black?
Look at her complexion? Would you?
Yes. Would you consider her features that those that went to the transatlantic slave trade?
That's a good. All right, listen. You heard what he's saying, right?
Yeah.
Y'all heard what Dunamis just asked y'all, right? Hold on. What is my thing doing? Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, because the whole standpoint is, I know a lot of, I've heard Ethiopians don't consider themselves like African Habesha. I could be wrong, but they like to consider themselves distinct. And someone said one drop rule. So you would consider people like with her features went to the translated slave trade. All right, so Timothy said yes, black. Those translated slave trade, yes, she's Ethiopian. Because when we get to these talks about race and black, it gets to the standpoint of, are we using white supremacist name nomenclature, or are we going to use how people see themselves? And those kind of things. Ethiopians are Semitic, Hamitic. They have.
Dunamis, can you share my screen? Because I think Barine,
I don't have the power to.
Oh.
He probably be back in a second.
All right. Hey, let me say this. As far as there's a couple of things. When Ramesses III, and this is for the gentleman, Ahaya be praised. Ramesses III, when they took his DNA, they used what's called the Whit-Athes predictor. Somebody right now who is a marker in the Dagger Squad, who is A, put all his information in the Whit-Athes predictor, and it came out as I. I is a European, predominantly a European marker. So bear in mind, he comes up as A today, but with the Whit-Athes predictor, it comes out as I. Another person came out as I think G, or E1B1B. So we got to be careful, because even in the person mentioned the 18th dynasty, the 18th dynasty, most of the men, Amenhotep III has R1B, King Tut has R1B, Akhenaten has R1B, Yuya has G2A, the women have K and H2B. These are all European markers. I am saying that they are African, regardless of their markers. But these markers could have been from way before, from pre-dynastic time period, being wiggled around in Egyptian society. What we're doing is we're making markers and ethnicity. This is why saying somebody have a Jewish marker is wrong. We shouldn't say that. What happened is predominantly the people that live in the Canaan region, you're gonna see R markers, you're gonna see J markers, you're gonna see E1, B1B, and even the samples that they have so far. They have samples for Egypt and they have samples for Israel. You don't see E1, B1A in the samples, the modern day samples. They had something that came out in October. They had something that came out like last week. You don't see E1, B1A in Egyptians. You don't see it. So Ramesses III is like the only guy. But the gentleman that did the testing, Gad Heziah, has said that he's going to retest Ramesses III, and he's going to retest the R1B markers for the 18th dynasty too, because there's always been some sort of suspicion that it was contaminated by somebody who was doing the test. So to be fair, I don't know if the 18th dynasty is R1B. Don't make them European. I still say that they're Africans who may have mingled and lived in Egypt for years. And as far as Ramesses III, him being E1, B1A, it's always been a problem with the Whit-Athes predictor. So the same folks that did the testing, they're going to retest them so that we could all stop arguing about it, whether Ramesses III is really E1, B1A, or all these people in the 18th dynasty who the sons married their mothers and they was having sex with sisters and have all these diseases and all that stuff. So they was having sex. Ramesses II was having sex with his own daughters. He had children with 4 of his daughters. I mean, we don't do that. But I'm just saying, that's a part of the culture of what they did, what he did. It wasn't a part of the culture per se, but that's what Ramesses II did. But I'll go back and say, as far as DNA, I wanted to read something for the audience from a book called Ancestors from Dr. Alice Roberts. And this is a very important quote that could put it in context. Again, it's a book from Professor Dr. Alice Roberts called Ancestors, about the British prehistory Britain finds that they have. It says, and this is speaking to everybody in the audience, some people can get obsessed by ancestry, by trying to establish genetic links with long dead relatives. The lineages that always seem to cause the most excitement are those suggesting links to royalty. So we want to get links to being an Egyptian. We want to get links to being an Israelite. Sometimes those ancestral links are used to try to establish claims to territory. That can never really work, as you have too many genetic ancestors to really make sense of any such inheritance. If you go back more than just a handful of generations, the geneticist and writer Adam Rutherford has written realms on how futile and spurious such lineage quests are. The doubling of ancestors at each generation means that, statistically speaking, you should have had over 2 trillion ancestors 1,000 years ago. Clearly several orders of magnitude more than the number of people who were alive on the planet at the time, and even today. What this means is that each 1,000-year-old ancestor in your family tree appears many times in different positions. The tree folds in on itself, and it also collapses into everyone else's family trees as well. So when somebody have E1B1 today, you might have had R 500 years ago. You might have had Q. You might have had something else. So you saying, hey, I have E1B1A, and this guy in Egypt had E1B1A, so we're related. And actually there's a paper about the peopling of the Green Sahara that talks about the EM2 that's actually in Lower Egypt, and how that came a part of Egypt. Is actually not the same EM2 that we have as African Americans or Caribbean people. It's actually a different EM2. But that's another conversation for another time. All right. But I will say this though, if you're going to use E1B1A and Ramesses III, you're going to be wrong. No, Yah be praised. The gentleman that did the testing for Ramesses III. I'm going to repeat that. Did you do the test? I'm going to show you how crazy you are. Did you do the test? God Hezekiah. Go and email him. He'll tell you what I am telling you. Yes, I agree. No. It's not going to mutate in no one generation from E1. R1B cannot mutate to E1B. Who said that? I never said that. You see, that's another thing with Israelites too. They don't listen. They can't hear properly. But the point of the matter of me reading that, God sounds funny. But go back, and I be praised. Go back and watch my show on Monday. You'll see the conversation that the person who did the test is saying that they're going to retest the 18th dynasty that has R1B, which is showing like that's supposedly a European marker, and the EM2 or the E1B1A of what you call it. He's going to retest it. So if he said he's going to do it over, who am I? I ain't no expert. Who am I to argue with that scholar who did the geneticist who actually did the work? Come on.
So Garfield, with 18 dots, and then we don't tie half the groups to regions, but it could be so-called white folks that can say they go back to ancient Kemet. They descend from pharaohs. Exactly because they have the E1B1A, which is just crazy. But what happened is when you study population genetics, man. If you go back to what Razib Khan said on my channel a couple weeks ago, if you look at population genetics, you're going to have markers that are set in certain areas. This is how they're able to trace their roots to go back to PBS and look at the experts talking to African Americans about how that they could actually trace us back to Africa and West Africa. I tell people a lot of times, you have to have, if you look at the sickle cell gene, the sickle cell gene and what it did and how we still have it today in us as African American and Caribbean people, I'm telling you right now, you got to be careful. Just because somebody had an E lineage 3,000 years ago don't mean that you are that person. You could, just like 30% of African Americans have the R marker. Why? Because of slavery. The slave master slept with your great grandmother. And what happened is she had a boy, and that boy now became R because she slept with a Scottish man, an Irish man, or a British man. That's it. But inside of you, autosomally, you're still 80% African. Why? Because of your mother and because of your previous lineages and whatever. So if you want to feel like you have E1B1A and this one is old and you could go ahead and play that game. You ain't play that game with Garfield. Yah be praised. Why don't you ever come on the panel when Garfield is here? Why don't you click the link when Garfield is here? You want to be a mouthpiece in the chat
because nobody can respond to you in the chat. We want to respond to you and bring the facts out right here. That's fine. I be praised. That's fine. But as far as sickle cell trait, the people who carry the sickle cell trait had E1B1A L745, according to the geneticists and the scientists, and that goes back to over 7,000 years ago, when the malaria, we were fighting off malaria, and we developed that on our own. That sickle cell trait. So you can't. Are you going to dispute that? That's what they had. Come on.
Because there will be certain factors that develop to fight diseases and whatnot over time that you don't have in other groups that can lead to diseases. Like Huntington's disease is found mostly among Caucasians, but they might have those with similar haplogroup that don't have Huntington's disease. So the regions also depend on your genetics, all that kind of stuff, the mutations, all that kind of stuff. Ultimately, but you can't look at just I'm this, so that means that. No.
A second Exodus, Satomi descendants, they have the sickle cell trait based on the fact, and we could actually trace the sickle cell to the haplotype. The haplotype, so whether it's Benin, the Senegal, where it comes from, we could tell, because pre-dynastic Egyptians had the sickle cell trait that came from out of West and Central Africa. So we know people who had it migrated to that area. They never talk about migrating from West and Central Africa to Egypt. It's always the Egyptians come to West and Central Africa. Well, how did the Benin haplotype end up in pre-dynastic history? Egypt. How did that happen? The Sao Tome descendants slept with Angolans. They had the sickle cell trait. So that's how they ended up carrying the sickle cell trait. Because you could trace the trait based off the haplotype of it, whether it's Benin, Senegal. I'm not talking about the people in India. They developed their own sickle cell trait over that side, but they had to fight malaria too. So, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Anytime they want to smoke, I'm ready. Hey, I'm live on Bereen. I'll call you back. All right. Yeah, you got sickle cell in other areas, and we could tell also. If you guys want me to read the report for the sickle cell, I'll get into that right now. Matter of fact, let me pull up the article and read it.
So that Garfield, what's the point of DNA? Why is DNA worth looking into anything?
The DNA can tell you, but tracing it that far actually doesn't make a lot of sense. Because if you look into it, in the recent history, it helps out a lot, but not for ancient history. You could tell your own traveling and what you went through is fine. But even if you do travel, is because now you get into a problem when you start talking about 70,000 years and the Bible and 40,000 years and all that stuff. They say, oh, well, I don't agree with that. So you agree with one part that you think fits your paradigm, but you don't believe in the other parts. You see, this is the hypocrisy when it comes to this type of stuff. You see, people could say, hey, I'm doing this and I'm doing that, but they don't want to talk about the simple things about the age and all that stuff because it contradicts the biblical text. So it's either you're going to take DNA for what it is, or you're not going to take it for it at all. So you can't pick and choose which part you like because, hey, this agrees with me, so I'm going to rock with this. Nah, it don't work like that. It definitely don't work like that. And then the E1B1A that it is in West Africa, West and Central Africa, mutated in West and Central Africa. It's a totally different group of people. People just got to recognize that. You see, because you want to be something of royalty, like the geneticist says from the UK. You want to be some sort of royalty. So that's why you want to use DNA to trace back to ancient people. You can't do it. You could have been your line could have been a whole different marker 10,000 years ago. And now you're E. Yeah. Simple as that.
And I think it also goes to that supremacy with the Western world, that you could descend from a chieftain or some kind of nobility in a lesser known tribe or group, but people don't recognize that, so you don't care about that. You get what I'm saying?
Yep. You are definitely right.
Oh, but it's not Kemet. But they were known for a time. Yeah,
let me read this real carefully about sickle cell. Amid the Green Sahara, the mutation of sickle cell originated in the Sahara or in the northwest forest region of West Central Africa, example like Cameroon. By at least 7,300 years ago, though possibly as early as 22,000 years ago, the ancestral sickle cell haplotype to modern haplotypes. So that means the haplotype that is like you have, like in DNA, you have subclads. So now in haplotype, the original haplotype developed, the ancestral sickle cell haplotype to modern haplotypes from Cameroon, Central African Republic, Benin, Senegal haplotypes may have first arose in the ancestors of who? Modern West Africans. I'm going to say that again. The ancestral sickle cell haplotype to modern haplotypes may have first arose in the ancestors of modern West Africans, bearing haplogroups E1B1A1L485 or E1B1A1U175, or their ancestral haplogroup E1B1A1M4732. West Africans bearing the Benin sickle cell haplotype may have migrated through the northeastern region of Africa into the western region of Arabia. West Africans bearing the Senegal sickle cell haplotype may have migrated into Mauritania because they find it at a 77% modern rate of occurrence, and Senegal 100%. They may have also migrated across the Sahara into North Africa, and from North Africa into southern Europe, Turkey, and the region near northern Iraq and southern Turkey. Some may have migrated and introduced the Senegal and Benin sickle cell haplotypes into Basra, Iraq, where both occur equally. West Africans bearing the Benin sickle cell haplotype may have migrated into the northern region of Iraq, 69%, Jordan, 80%, Lebanon, 73%, Oman, 52%, and Egypt, 80%. So Garfield is not making this up. Garfield is not making it up. I'm just telling you what the experts are saying. And this is actually from the Wikipedia article, which actually has all the sources about the migrations and all that stuff. And I'm telling y'all, you had people in the pre-dynastic Egypt with one of these sickle cell haplotypes. How did it get there? People had to migrate or sleep with people who migrated to that region. So the West and Central Africans were migrating, not in no big bunch of numbers, was migrating across the Sahara. So what happened? How do you deal with that? Because all you talk about is Egyptians, Arabians, Ethiopians, and Israelites migrating to the West. But what about the people in the West who were migrating to that region? How did the haplotype end up in Israel, in Turkey, in all these areas if the people didn't go there? What are you talking about? Come on. I want all the smoke this morning. And by the way, to Garfield has sickle cell trait. That is my marker, my West African marker that's still in me today. 10% of African Americans. So 10% of African Americans would mean 5 million people doing this. Are you telling me that the 5 million is not related to the other 45?
Well, Garfield, now you said something.
Yes, sir.
When's the around? So we have cleared around when's the 18th dynasty?
The 18th dynasty is around let me see. So you have 1300 BC, 1400 BC, around that time. 1400 BC.
All right. So now I'm sure if you're saying that folks went from West Africa across the Sahara to the Levant, how is it impossible for folks to leave the Levant to go to West Africa? For those that are going to say that folks left Israel around that time, things of that sort.
Repeat that. Say that again.
If people can leave West Africa to go to the Levant, how is it impossible for people to leave the Levant to go to West Africa across the Sahara?
No, it's not. It's not impossible though. Nobody said it was impossible but those people who are migrating from West and Central Africa, it's a small group, like 20 to 30 people. It's not a lot of mass amount of people. People think people are migrating in masses. You see, that's why the Exodus tradition, people question it because of the 2 to 3 million that they said that would have left Egypt. But the population of Egypt was around 2 to 3 million. So that would mean everybody left. So certain numbers don't make sense. What I will say is that people can migrate because of trade routes. That's how Jews got in. They left from, I don't know who said it. I don't know if it was Bruce that said it, that they went to Morocco. That is true. That is true. But those are the Jews that were in Babylon. That's not you. They ended up going back into like around 1951, Operation Nehemiah and Ezra. They went back to Israel to live. So those people descendants from the people that Nebuchadnezzar had in Babylon decided to go back to Israel. And then we say that the people in Israel is fake. You can't say that. You can't make a complete statement. All of them are fake. because at the end of the day, those Judeans continue to live amongst themselves as a homogeneous people or endogenous people. And what happened is the Persian people, Jews, and the Babylonian Jews, when you check their genetics, they kind of match. They match up. I remember they've been living individually to themselves. I mean, what's his name? Shari will probably know better than me. Orthodox more, is that those people have their genetically markers. I think they are very similar, the Persian Jews and the Babylonian Jews, and they were taken back to Israel. So they would be descendants of Judeans or Jews legitimately. So what are we saying that the people in the land is fake? We throwing out this word, just throwing it out, oh, they fake because they're light skinned and all that stuff. That is nuts. That is absolute nuts.
So for those making the cross, it became either those of merchant class or maybe like a noble class.
Yeah, they didn't use to cross first because it took too long to travel, and they would have to travel on the Sabbath. So they had to get permission from the rabbis from Morocco or the rabbis from Babylon to get permission to travel on the Sabbath. So what happened is when you have the Jews traveling in with the camels with the Berbers, this is why the Berbers were converted to Judaism. So you had Jews, you know what I'm saying? The Jews were traveling, and when they traveled with the Berbers, they come across, and they ended up in places like Niger and Timbuktu and different areas.
And how the Berbers being merchants and nomads got kind of rich and stable, even though they stayed in the desert.
Yes.
Limited resources.
Yeah, be praised. They are people that's been in West Africa for more than 10,000 years. Razib Khan said he thinks they were there for like 40,000 years. So what's your point? Let me respond to the chat because this dude be all over the place. Yesterday, Israel doesn't exist. Yeah, Israel doesn't exist anymore. I said these people are Jews. They're Judeans. They're descendants of Judeans. I didn't say Israel. Matt Ricks, you know how to understand things in context. I don't think anybody can be Israel today, whether they're light skin, whether they're dark skin, whether they have a hook nose, whether they have a big thick nose, whether they have thick lips, thin lips. I don't care what phenotype you have or skin tone. There's no person that's Israel today. That's Garfield saying that. Brother Bereen, not Dunamis. Garfield is saying that. I am saying that. It's a waste of time. You do have Jews that have been around for a while, like the Babylonian Jews. They definitely have a rich history that we all should study. If those people genetically kept together and then go outside of their culture and you see their markers, and their markers just happen to be like the same people in Persia who's claiming they descend from the people that were exiled to that region, you got to put 2 and 2 together. Stop playing games. These are actual Jews. That don't mean they have to have the same. That don't mean that you can be a Jew because you don't share those genetic markers. I need to make that clear. But it's just that culturally, we could see those people continue to live that life for over 2,500 years. Let me see if there's any more questions in that.
So how we go because I see the Ebos were just recognized. So how do you view the Ebos with all this?
The Ebos are just remember I interviewed Remy Yona. He said that the Jews or the Israelites come from Igbo land. He said they are the originals, and those people are basically the copies. I don't know if he wants that to be out in the public, but that's what he said in the public on my channel. He said it in the last interview. Go look it up. It happened in February or early March. The issue is he's saying that Igbo people are the original, while Ola Uda Equiano is trying to say that they were white people first and they changed to black because of where they live. So y'all take it any way y'all want to take it. So jump on the panel, my brother. That anti-Semitic nonsense. How am I being anti-Semitic? I said that I don't think anybody can be Israel today. I just think that's the whole Israel identity of being the chosen people is just a literary invention. I think Israelites existed and their kingdom was destroyed. They were run over by the Assyrians, and people who descend from those people who migrated to Judah rewrote the history and made Judah the top tribe. That's why everybody wants to be Judah. And put these laws and statutes in place. This is after the Babylonian exile. And here you have Judaism. And while rewriting the history, they call themselves the chosen people of God. No big deal. It is what it is. More power to them. My channel is called Brother Garfield Podcast. Yeah, Dr. Jonathan Demoda. I just did an interview with him. I think I aired it. I showed it already. Hold on. Let me see if I did show that.
Yeah, I think one thing is, Ahaya be praised. Ekriana said it's believed the Igbos may have come from ancient Israelites. So how do we deal with that, Garfield, from your viewpoint?
He says that what? Say that again, my brother. I didn't hear.
Ekriana said it's believed that Igbos may have come from the ancient Israelites. How do we deal with information being recycled? So there's some stuff we've dealt with that should be settled, but folks come around later on with the same information.
All right. First of all, as I ask everybody to listen and understand, no one let me say this, the majority, you see, everybody wants to be chosen. Everybody wants to be chosen. So you have people in Afghanistan that say that they're from the tribe of Judah. You have people in India. You have people in Congo. You have people all over Africa saying that they're the true Israelites. In Jamaica, where I was born, you have the 12 tribes of Israel, the Rastafarian group that says that they are the only true sons and daughters of Israel. Very interesting. So the Igbo claiming that, it's kind of weird because the scholars on the ground don't say that. Majority of the scholars, it's outsiders coming in and telling them that, and what they're practicing is Talmudic Judaism, most of them. You know, so hey, if you want to believe the Asante is connected to the Levi priest, I could trace the roots of the story and tell you where it comes from. It was a guy from England that came to Asante and started saying that they remind him of the Jews. That's where it started in the 1800s. With Jay Guarda, nobody would deny that. I'm just telling you where they got it from. Because remember, Prempeh II wrote that he added to the oral tradition of the Egyptian and the Israelite root of where they come from. All right. Hey, thank you, Barine. Let me.
All right, so just type of one if y'all can hear me. I had to jump on. Oh man, I the stuff I do for these folk here. I don't even. I'm trying to see if I can pull up this book, but go ahead.
All right, this book. If anybody wants this book, by the way, just email me at axbrothergarfield@gmail.com and I'll send it to you right now. Right now, axbrothergarfield@gmail.com. All right.
Now, this is the book that this is from the first picture from Garfield's book, from Dante's book, right?
No.
Well, this is something else. Y'all on something else.
This is for the gentleman that talked about the whole race thing with Egypt. I just wanted to read this for everybody to see that scholarship is actually looking at African Americans and looking at the claim and responding to the claim through scholarship. Because what happened is when you say the Egyptians are black, Zahi Hawass, that we think he's racist, he thinks you're referring to sub-Saharan Africans and to African. He thinks African Americans are saying they are the Egyptians. So that's why he responds the way he does.
And they are, aren't they? You don't know somebody on Sinai. You was on Sunday. Y'all was talking about Khalid Muhammad, a video I was watching last night. You were Sinai and being interviewed by somebody. But so you don't believe that? Don't Sinai, don't some people in New York and Harlem believe that?
Yeah, they believe that the African Americans like Mfadishi, Baba Heru,
come on,
Jabari does
believe the same thing. I think Dante and them believe the same thing, that sub-Saharan Africa, all of those people made up the pharaohs in the dynastic period, and all of the dynasties, not just 25th, not just 18th, a few in the 18th, all of the dynasties were sub-Saharan Africans.
Yeah,
but you don't go for, you think that's pure nonsense, don't you?
I think no. I have no doubt that the ancient Egyptians were Africans. That's one thing I will not deny. They are Africans.
But so what's the problem?
There's no problem. That's it. When you say that they are black, what are you saying when you use the term black? Because we got to be careful. Are you saying that?
Yeah, no, you help us. Maybe that's
the point.
What's black?
When we use the term black, this is why they call the Nubians black, because they're referring to them as sub-Saharan Africans. You see, we fall into these racialized terms that makes us look even crazier than the actual racists. They should have never used the term. Even the term sub-Saharan African is a problem, because if you look at what's his name, Herodotus. Herodotus had a map. You know, Herodotus calls all of Africa Libya, and this is a point that a lot of people miss. But he calls below the Sahara everybody Ethiopians, not Ethiopia, Ethiopians, saying that they are jet black people below the Sahara. So this is why sub-Sahara and saying that is black, because black only refers to sub-Saharan Africans or African Americans or black people in the West, or to the people in Australia. That's where the term black is designated to by quote unquote white supremacy. So now when you say the Egyptians are black, I mean, what are you saying? Black as who? What are you referring to? A sub-Saharan African? That's why they're getting pushback. The Egyptians are saying that we're not sub-Saharan Africans, which they're right. They're North Africans or Northeast Africans who are a mixture of people from Europe, Asia, and Africa. So you can't just say they are one people. If you say that they're one homogeneous people, you're an idiot. There's no people on the planet Earth. Egypt is like
no people.
Egypt is like New York. You find Chinese, you find Japanese, you find German, you find Jews, you find
New York,
Africans, you find everybody. Go to Brooklyn right now, you find every store you could think of. The Philistine store, you find a Palestinian, you find an Arab, you find an Egyptian. So you can't just basically say, hey, they are one people.
Ryan Harris is asking, were the Nubians black in color? That's all Bruce and Ryan Harris. That's all they need. Then we can move on with the book. But
that's a problem too, because now we're falling into the trap, because all Nubians, are you saying that every single Nubian was dark skinned?
Gotta look like me.
I can't say that. It's possible a lot of them was dark, but they mix skin tones. We can't say that. This is ancient time. People are mixing. Look at the people in the Lemba. How do you think the Lemba trade, right? When the people literally left from a part of Arabia and went to Lemba region and carried that quote unquote J marker there. That's a part of the tradition. There's actually a debate with a guy with Tudor Parfit and this other guy. They had this debate back and forth about this, and the guy saying they're not Jews. They're people come from the Arab connection who now descend from those people. That's why some have E1, B1A, and some have J. So at the end of the day, there's still an argument about it on an academic level that debunks Tudor Parfit's notion, because that's his bread and butter. That's what he's very famous for, finding Jews, or even lying that people are Jews. Because he met a tribe in New Zealand, they didn't have the J marker or whatever he wants to push as the Jewish marker, and he still told him, yeah, y'all Jewish, you know. But let me just read this part
real quick then, because when you're talking the Pharaoh's 18th dynasty, you said like different haplogroup G and R. So is it possible even with the Nubians, they weren't genetically homogenous? They might have been folks.
No, you look at the DNA for the Nubian. That's a whole nother argument, because I'm sure Moore and Shari able to talk about it better than me. You see the admixture still going on then. In fact, there's a writing about 6,000 years ago. They talk about how the Levantine people was trading with the Nubians directly, and they were intermingling and mixing. So again, you would see different markers. If you look at even today, they have different markers. I'm telling you, just because somebody's dark skin don't make them you. Bereen could have been a South African, for all we know. Just because of his skin tone don't make him you. And we got to get past that. So let me just read this part right here in this article. So was Egypt black? Most of the people asking these questions today are who? Africans and who? African Americans. So you're telling me a scholar, PhD scholars, is worried about what African Americans are thinking. Who would like to claim, this is what they say about y'all, most of the people asking this question today are Africans and African Americans who would like to claim early Egypt's accomplishments for themselves and other members of their own race. However, remember, race is a social construct. In biology, there is no such thing as race. But in America, we go by racial, we do the census, it says black. So now this is confusing for us in the West because we go by race every day. But in biology, it's null and void. There's no such thing as race. However, this question assumes two premises that are patently false. The first is that there exists or there once existed biologically distinct and pure races whose characteristics can be easily defined. Second, the questioners generally believe that there is a link between what they regard as race and cultural achievement. Science has shown that both premises are incorrect. Modern Egyptians have a mixed genetic admixture and also show considerable variation in skin color and physical characteristics. We can expect the same to have been true in the past. In Egypt today, skin color gradually changes from predominantly tan or olive in the delta to an almost blue-black. Do you see that? Do they say white? Do you see them saying they're Europeans? They don't use those terms. So we're fighting against ourselves. Oh, the Egyptians are not black, so that means you think that they're Europeans. No. The Egyptians could vary in skin tones and they have different phenotypes. It's simple. But you want them to be just black. That's just simply not true. Let me go back again. In Egypt today, skin color gradually changes from predominantly tan or olive in the delta to an almost blue-black near the Nile source in the south, near where the Nubians are. So that, and this is true, in the delta area, you have everybody coming in from Europe, West Asia, all the people who are light-skinned coming in. This has been going on for over thousands of years. Other physical features vary along the same continuum. Therefore, some ancient Egyptians look more Middle Eastern and others look more like the Sudanese or Ethiopians of today. Oh man, they're still not saying that they're European. Where's that coming from? And some may even look like other groups in Africa. Skin color, hair texture, nose size, and other physical characteristics often employed in determining race could vary significantly. Therefore, it should not be surprising that we can pick out what have been called Negroid traits in the statue of Khafre or in the images of Queen Tai. Sub-Saharan black ancestry was always an element of Egypt's genetic history. That does not mean that Egyptians were quote-unquote black in the way that African Americans identify themselves today. It also doesn't mean that Egyptians were white, even though they are usually portrayed by white actors in Hollywood films. The modern black-white distinction is what? A construct of European racism. Let me say that again. The modern black-white distinction is a construct of European racism and was largely irrelevant to ancient Egyptians. The best we can say is that Egypt was a unique civilization with genetic and cultural ties linking it to other African cultures to its south and west and to Mediterranean and Near Eastern cultures to its north. So what is there to say? What is there to argue? What is there to argue? You just want everybody to be black. This is the most fear-based review you could ever have. There's nowhere in this article it says they're white. Nowhere it says they're European. Nowhere at all. Not one drop. These are European doctors who are writing what went on in the past, reviewing what the information is, and over the last 40 years, you can't find a scholar saying that they're European. Not one scholar. Show me one that says it. But we argue in the community, Barine, and say, hey, if they're not black, are you saying they're white? No, I'm saying stop using that racialized term.
We're so far behind in what they're even sharing. Because if they're not saying it, and you said in the last 40, if they're not saying it and we're fighting that thing, we
fighting ourselves. We're fighting ourselves. That's what we're doing.
But Garfield, Gerald Massey, didn't Gerald Massey break down about Egypt and whatnot? Why should we trust the new scholars when we have the more ancient
You're a funny guy.
And Varnley and them other folk. Let me see. How can I even bring this? How can I bring this thing up on this other computer? I mean, on this other. I gotta open this whole different thing up and
And
show.
again, Doreen, to your audience, anybody who wants that particular book, email me at axbrothergarfield@gmail.com. My download files are here. I could just put it in an email and shoot it to you directly, so you could read about the ancient Egyptians from every perspective, black, white, red, or yellow. There's one more thing I wanted to touch on before I get out of here, Doreen, if I may, while you're
Okay,
searching.
go ahead. We're saying God, yeah, because I'm trying to say Chrome has lost permission. I got to try the system. Let me see.
Yeah, they do that sometimes.
Yeah, because now I'm on my baby computer. All right, go ahead. Let me pull yours up before.
Yeah, Robin Law. Let me get into this real carefully with Curtis earlier. Yeah, you could put it on the screen.
Right there.
Yeah. Wide up. This book here, The Social History of West African Slave Import, is like the source that everybody should go to as far as the migrations and all that stuff. Everybody needs to read Robin Law. He is the guy, right, that has done the research. David Goldenberg is another one that has done the oral traditions, and Robin Law is like the top guy. I've been trying to interview him for the last 4 years. All right. Pay attention to this now. So now, hold on. Where am I? Okay, I'm here. All right. Although Oida is the spelling of the town's name current nowadays, it occurs in European sources between the 17th and 19th centuries. The 17th century is the 1600s, the 19th century is the 1800s, in various other forms. In English, most commonly, Wida. In Dutch, Paida. In French, Juda. And in Portuguese, Ajuda. All these are attempts to render an indigenous name that would be more correctly written by modern conventions as Hueda. Strictly and originally, Hueda was not the name of the town nowadays called Oida, but rather of the kingdom to which it belonged in the late 17th century and early 18th centuries, whose capital was Savi. Further, the people of Hueda belong to the same linguistic group as the Fon of Dahomey. Although historically distinct from them, this language family is nowadays generally called by scholars GBE. In contemporary sources, now this is important, the name Hueda may have been noted first by Spanish missionaries visiting the kingdom of Alada to the northeast in 1660, who recorded it apparently in the form of what? Not Judah. What's this? Jura. Let me make this bigger so everybody says they never call it Judah first. They pronounce it Jura or Lura. That's how they recorded it. So let me make it big for Dante and all those people who are claiming that they're teachers who don't know, who don't want to put this information out. So again, they first called it what? Jura. Jurar, Lura. More certainly, it enters the historical record in 1671 as Judah. So that's when the French came. So the French are the ones that pronounce these indigenous Fon speakers' name as Judah. When the French first established a trading factory in 1727, the Hueda kingdom was conquered by the inland kingdom of Dahomey as a political unit. All right, let me go to the next page so we could get what Garfield is really trying to say here. Hold on a second. Where is this at? Where am I at? Hold on a second. Let me make this smaller. Anybody want to screenshot that? This is from Robin Law's book again. So now, Hueda, however, the name Hueda in its various European misspellings. Why would he say European misspellings? Because Wida is a misspelling and Judah is a misspelling. Continue to be applied to the coastal town now subject to Dahomey. In the present work, to avoid confusion, the form Hueda is used only to refer to the pre-1727 kingdom, and after 1727, the successor kingdom in exile established to the west, while the modern form Oeda is used for the town. Now, this is very important. I want y'all to listen to this. Dante, Bruce, Curtis, all those who support that Judah is Wida, Wida is Judah, and it's the Israelites. Strictly, although the town could properly be described as in Hueda, the use of this name to designate the town specifically is in origin a foreign European terminology. Let me stop right there. So the foreign European terminology, that's what we're arguing over. And in local usage, even today, Oida remains its normal name only in French. Now look at this now, everybody. I've read this before, and we're still arguing about Judah.
They were mad when Nefertiti said that back in the days.
Now watch this.
5 years ago, they were mad as hell. Go ahead.
Now look at this right here. The correct, listen again, the correct indigenous name of the town, which is still usually used by its inhabitants when speaking in the local language Fan, is Glehu. Let me say that again.
I hate that laugh.
Yo, the correct indigenous name of the town, which is still usually used by its inhabitants when speaking in the local language Fan, is Glehu. What is Glehu in Hebrew? What is Glehu in Aramaic? It don't exist. This is a Fan, people that speak the Fan language. They ain't got no Semitic connection. These are Niger Congo speakers. They still say the same word today. The original, the correct indigenous name is Glehu. This name also regularly occurs in contemporary European sources from the 17th century onwards. The earliest extant document written from Oida, a letter from an English trader in 1681, is dated quite correctly at Agrife in Wida, i.e. Gluhe in Hueda. Later Europeans used versions of the name Glehu interchangeably with, although less commonly than Oida, for example, in English, Gregu, Grehi, Grehe. Ah, man, I can't.
Oh, Ultimate Key, Unlimited Key said, I might be slow, but I'm not that slow. What happened? You don't agree with that part right there? Let me see if I got that.
Let's look at this. The name Wida is an anglicized form of Exweda. From the Exweda GBE language and people of Benin, today the Beninese city of Oida bears the kingdom's name. To the west of it's the former Popo kingdom, where most of the European slave traders lived and worked. It's an anglicized form of Exweda, which is what the form of what the people spoke, the language and everything. Ladies and gentlemen, Wida or Judah has nothing to do with biblical Judah. Nothing at all. And then what happened is, what makes him so convincing, because you have what's here? The desert of Seth. You have
that's all Bible, that's all Genesis.
Yes, Bible, you know, you got this river, that river. So, but these are people from the outside who coming in and name these places, not the indigenous people. So because you had traders who were Jews, they came in and did that. Again, the challenge is there. Show me these people who you're talking about, Dante, that's on the slave ships. Oh, I got to show you one more thing that's going to make you so happy and curse me out and keep me off the panel. I got to show you this.
Dunamis, you in the house or you in the car?
I got to show you.
This is so Garfield know where the language is derived from?
The Fan language is a Niger Congo language. There's nothing to debate from here. It's for GB, from the Fan people. The Fan people is over 40 million people in Africa today. Those descendants are still living there today in Africa. So what do you want? You want to be those people? Go ahead. You could be them.
We everything else. You might as well be them too.
Go ahead. Go be them. Go be them people. You don't want to be the African, right? You don't want to be the Hamites, right? This is so funny right here. Look at this right here. The Iberian Jews, when they were expelled, they went to all these places. Netherlands, France, Italy, England, Brazil, Suriname, Curacao. Why is it when the Iberian Jews are expelled, you never hear the people talk about the ones in France and Italy? Why they don't talk about those, even the ones in Colombia, or the ones in Costa Rica, or the ones in French Guinea, or the ones in Uruguay? What about those Jews? They don't count? What about the ones that went to Algeria? They don't count? Oh, watch this. How is it we find Jews in West Africa and we can't find anyone coming off a slave ship claiming to be an Israelite or Jew? Watch this. And this is from Peter Mark's book, about Jews in West Africa. The best book you could read. Listen what happened. Come on, Dante. Lisbon's New Christians. They took advantage of the presence of Dutch slave ships in Guinea to hitch a ride to Amsterdam or Rotterdam. Weren't you talking about on that video about the Jews in Amsterdam? So you telling me African Americans and black people who were enslaved was able to hitch a ride? Which Jews are they referring to? This is why context matters. There is no African American can say that my great-great-grandfather used to hitch a ride back to Amsterdam and go to Curacao on a ship. You'd have been lynched up, tied up on the bottom of the ship, bro. Stop playing games with people, man. Hitch a ride to Amsterdam or Rotterdam, often through America. They returned to the Petit Côte from Amsterdam, joined by Dutch Jews of Portuguese descent, page 40 of the book. So Jews are able to hitch a ride on slave ships. If the Sephardic Jews are the ancestors of the African Americans in America, why are they able to travel freely on slave ships and also return to Africa? I am done with this. I am done.
I'm sorry, I hate Garfield.
I am done. You can't hitch no ride. Where you going? The Igbo people committed mass suicide. The Igbo landing. They committed suicide in Georgia because they didn't even want to be enslaved. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you serious? Who want this smoke? I have be praised. Jump on the panel because I'm about to go, man. Because Barry gonna kick me off with all this information.
Yo, I hate Garfield. It's just you just ill with it. You're just ill with it. Y'all gonna let Garfield do this?
And by the way, too, if y'all claim the Sumerians, this is what they drew themselves and they look like. These are the Africans in Sumeria. These are the Africans in Suba that you are related to. These are the Africans. They drew themselves, the different class system at the top, the bottom, the lowest of the class. I don't see myself, but you never know. They might be trying to cover. Look at this guy. Look at his nose. Look at this guy. This is us. This is I be praised. This look just like him. Yeah, man, it's whitewashed. Of course, the same people, they drew themselves, but it's whitewashed. It's crazy. Look at this right here. I'm not looking at their phenotypes. This is us. You got to be proud of it. This is us. This is who you descend from.
You said they're albino. Kobe, I hate all of y'all. Kobe said they're albinos.
Oh, boy. Let me show one more picture just to get on these people's nerves. And they're talking about whitewashing Jesus. Okay. So why is the earliest depictions look like this? Who is whitewashing him? Who's doing it? He don't even have a beard. Y'all wouldn't even accept Jesus in the kingdom because he ain't got no beard. Y'all Israelites. He ain't wearing no beard right here. So y'all would not accept Jesus. Y'all would accept this one. But you all wouldn't accept the one in the catacomb of Damisha because guess what? He ain't got no beard. And look at what the Hebrew Israelites did. They photoshopped it, Barine, and made it dark. This is what they do.
Hey, yo, you gonna stop this nonsense right now. I'm sick of Garfield. Garfield getting out of here. Let me show y'all Dante. Let me show you Dante got the picture. Dante got the black Jesus. He got this the earliest. Oh, let me see. Still ain't doing it. Oh man.
Hey, put me up, man. I got more for you. Brother. I got more for you. Oh man. These are the Algerian Jews right here. You're not related to them, right? Are you related to them, brother? Oh man. Jews in Britain called Fear Light in 78, some 30 years after the Jews achieved naturalization. Essay on the cause of the variety of complexion. Here they go right here. You see that black guy with the Jew? They're calling the Jews black. What you gonna do, Garfield? What you gonna do? This is what they did. This is what the Germans did. Because they had blackness as a class. This is why using black is crazy. Crazy, man. Crazy. Craziness. This black stuff, here right here, I've shown this 100 times. The Iraqi Jews. How they've been there for over 2,500 years. 2,500. over its 2,500 years of existence, the Iraqi Jewish community formed a what? A homogeneous group and was able to maintain communal identity, culture, and tradition throughout the centuries. Why aren't you trying to link up, Dante, with your Iraqi Jewish community who was there from Nebuchadnezzar's time? Why? Because they're light skinned? I thought it's not about color. Very interesting. All despite multiple conquests and political upheaval, war, and plagues, they were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren by their old Arabic dialect. What is it called? Judeo-Arabic. Oh, man. So they spoke a form of Hebrew? Oh, man. They have an offshoot of Hebrew, and it's replete with biblical Hebrew, biblical references, and words from Persian, Turkish, and Aramaic. They were what? Set apart. Woo! By their dress, their observation of Shabbat, holy days, and kashrut, their unique cuisine, and among many other things, a deep yearning for their spiritual Jerusalem and Zion. They purchased land and established yeshivot, religious houses of study in Jerusalem and Hebron. Their social and religious life was based upon Talmudic and biblical rites. Oh, man, what do you guys got to say about these people, man? Are they you? Come on. You guys got to admit it, man. Come on, man. Are you those people, though? Because those people seem to be mixed and doing what they're supposed to do. Ah, man. Let me find this right here real quick, so I could hurry up. Okay. And by the way, are these people Africans? These people right here that the Assyrians drew on the wall right here, are these people playing instruments? Are they Africans? Are they black? I'm curious. Hold on, let me find this right here. I gotta find this. I got to find this. Uh-oh. There goes a black guy for you. I can't find this thing. Damn, I can't find it. I can't find it. Lucky. I can't find it. I can't find it, man. Shout out to the 12 tribe chart. Shout out to another 12 tribe chart. And here's another one. Here's another 12 tribe chart. And here's the one by the Mormons. Mormons had their 12 tribe chart. And there's something I wanted to show, man. There goes Jake's Faitlovich. It's called The Father of the Ethiopian Jews. It was funded by the Rothschilds. This is Rabbi Wentworth, convinced by Faitlovich, so he becomes a rabbi.
Garfield, do you think that Tudor Farper is being funded by anyone to make certain claims that he does, or he's just?
No, I'm not going to answer that one. I'm gonna pass on that one.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave that one alone.
But you get one question I'm kind of asking, right?
Yes, I know exactly where you're going. But I know this though. I know this guy. He was literally funded by the Rothschilds, and this is not even a conspiracy talk. He was funded by the Rothschilds to look for black Jews, because what they wanted to do was associate themselves with the Ethiopians based off of what's that guy from the 9th century, Berin? That said he was a Jew, and all these people try to eat him and all that stuff.
Not the one that
with Prester John story. With the Prester John story. No, the one with the Prester John story. What's his name?
He said yes to your whatever you said to Ahaya be praised. He said yes.
That would look European. Oh, okay.
I don't know. Let me see if I all right, y'all keep going. I'm gonna leave for a minute. I'm gonna restart this thing. It's saying because I'm gonna pull up Dante's book. Y'all playing games. I'm gonna read this book.
I'm about to jump off too, because my game is about to start at 1 o'clock. But let's look at this though. Let's look at the where did the slaves come from, right? These are the areas where they come from. All right. So Dahomey, but the people that had the most people that where they come from was from Angola, 39%. So 39%, and then the Bight of Benin, which is where Wida is. So the top 10 tribes that came was Bakongo of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Angola, the Mandi, the GBE speakers. GBE, this is what the people who spoke what? The Fon language that said Glehu, Exweda, which became Wida, and Judah. Right? Then the Akan, the Wolof from Senegal, the Igbo. So now, where did they land in the Americas? So let's deal with America, because Garfield is a Caribbean guy, man. He's a foreigner, so he don't care about us. All right, let's take a look if he does care. Watch this. The people that came to North America, they actually have them listed, like what tribes they would come from in what region. So this is actually, it is well documented. Why is it so well documented? Because insurance, all these slaves had to be insured. They don't want to lose money by carrying these slaves. So if you look in Cuba, you see the Congo, the Ibibio, the Mandingo, the Yoruba, the Igbo. So people with the 12 tribe charts, you have the Igbo here, and you have the Igbo in Haiti, and you have the Igbo, 50% of the Igbos came through Jamaica. So are they all from the same tribe? Cuba, Jamaica, and Haiti? Santo Domingo? Craziness. All right, so we have where they come from. Then we have the regional origins of Africans arriving in North America. So now, if you want to make an argument for African Americans, you look at the total numbers. So from Senegambia, we know in Senegambia that there were Jews in Senegambia because, you know, we have the records, and they have the records of them having, they holding Torah. They didn't have synagogue. They kept it in their houses. All right. Sierra Leone at 52,000, the Windward Coast, the Gold Coast. Look at Bight of Benin. So the wider people that he talk about, majority of them didn't come to America. 10,000 came directly. The Bight of Biafra now, 92,000, and the most came from Western Central Africa. So this is who came directly, not indirectly, directly to North America. All right. Then you have, they talk about coming off the slave ship. There's this book called, if anybody need this book, I'm telling y'all, I'm giving away books today. The Yoruba Diaspora in the Atlantic. It talks about Yorubaisms in African American speech patterns. So certain words, even in the Caribbean, see, the oral vowel systems of most African American speech forms, that is Saramacan, Jamaican, Guyanese, and Gullah, are similar. They mostly consist of 7 vowels with a back front distinction rather than a 3-way distinction with a central vowel. When compared to the vowel system of Yoruba, a greater affinity not found in the various colonial forms of English during their emergence becomes apparent. So now Yoruba in America, them can cook. They can cook. Girl, you better can cook. Think you're there for your pretty looks. So the Jamaicans love that song. But this is what happened. It's a connection to the Yorubas being in those cultures. So how we speak, how we pronounce our words, our accents has a lot to do with the Yoruba people. What ethnic groups North American blacks come from? See? 388,000 people, approximately less than the number transported to colonies in the Caribbean, including more than 1.2 million to Jamaica alone, or to 4.8 million in Brazil. So Senegambia, Angola, and Congo, that's where most of the people come from here. So now, if you're looking at this now, you're saying, okay, there's people from Nigeria. I'm not getting away from that. But the most people that arrived in here came from Senegambia, came from Senegal, Gambia, Guinea, Mali, West Central Africa, including what is now Angola and Congo. That's where most of the people come from. All right. 50% of the total number of enslaved Africans from these regions, a considerable number of enslaved people had their origins in the West African nation of Ghana, as well as neighboring parts of the Windward Coast, such and such and such, Nigeria and Cameroon. So we have the connection showing that these people are coming, where they're coming from, and so forth. It's a very interesting study. Let me see. I don't want to talk about that on Marine. Yeah, 70 AD and 1 million Jews into West Africa. So this is what the Roman Empire looks like. So that's the Roman Empire. So if you look at Judah, Judah is surrounded by Rome, or Israel is surrounded by Rome. So if they were going to run off and they were going into Africa, they would have to go this way and go through Egypt and all that stuff. All right. They actually ended up in Cyrene. That's where a lot of the Jews ended up, in Cyrene. They were taken there by force. All right. What source do you want to know about, beloved?
And then Garfield, real quick. Keys is saying, tell Garfield the Bulls will beat the Knicks. If we don't, I'll treat him to dinner when I come to Harlem May 13th.
Who said that? Because I take what? Who said that? Who said that? Let me see where his comment.
It's in the private chat.
Oh, it's in the private chat. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you might try to jump on.
Tell Garfield the Bulls will beat the Knicks. If we don't, I'll treat him to dinner when I come to Harlem May 13th. Oh, it look like I'm going to say you're a scholar dealing with the people of scripture. You certainly show you're non-intellect by now, dealing with how the linguists change the people them. Didn't the Christian Messiah go into Egypt? Nick's gonna smoke them. All right, let's get back to this right now. Has Garfield spoken on the current FBA Caribbean? Are they the same people? Not interested, not the place to have that conversation. And Dan shall be a serpent in their part. Da, da, da. You see, there we go with that color black again. Who's saying there wasn't any black people? We're not saying Israelites are Europeans. We're not saying that Egyptians are Europeans. We're not saying that they're white people. We're saying that the people from those cultures from the ancient Near East are heavily mixed people. And that's why you see all these different genetic markers being popped up, R, G, I, whatever. You know, and it just so happens that most of the Egyptian markers are H, are stuff that's just not African in general. You know? But let's look at this 70 AD stuff before I get out of here real quickly. This is from Josephus. 97,000 was taken to Cyrene. And this is from Josephus' Wars. And this is the source. And they say, you got to check my source. Flavius Josephus, the Wars of the Jews. Okay? So this is the Roman province of Judea in the 1st century. In the 1st century, Judea included Idumea. It included Samaria, Judah, regular Judah, all the way up to Galilee. All right, this right here is Bethabaza or whatever, Pella. This is where the Jews, when they ran out of Judah, they were running from the Romans. This is where they ended up, Pella. All right. So the Jewish revolts against Rome, you had 3 different revolts. You ready, Marine?
Yeah, no. Go ahead. I'm trying to see if the thing worked. If I can pull up Dante's book. But okay. Go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
All right. So there was a mass suicide during the 70 AD war. They didn't want to be killed by the Romans, so they killed themselves. All right. Then the Israelites commit suicide, of course, because of because of the war and so forth. I don't need to go too deep into that. That's that. Now, after the 70 AD war, a lot of people don't know this, but the people who are called Sicarii, I was going to bring this out in the debate with me and Gorilla Hebrew. Can't trust them Sicaries, man. They're instigators. So I was going to bring it out as a dagger that they tried to start another war, and the Israelites snitched on them. Yeah, go ahead. It's up, Barine.
All right. Hold on. But you see the picture of the Black Christ? Undeniable proof. Christ washing the feet of the disciples. All right. Hold on. No. Let me see. I'm gonna stop sharing that. I think I'm good. I want to make it a single column and change the color. It can take me a second to do it on this other computer here. But go ahead. Let me put yours back up. What you were saying, sir?
Yeah, I was saying that they tried to in an event, the Jews in Cyrene, they tried to get the Sicarii tried to get them into going to war again with the Romans. But the Sicarii snitched. They were snitched on by the Jews. The Jews said, nah, we ain't beefing with them Romans no more. I said, nah, them dudes here trying to start a war, man. They're trying to start a war. So they kicked them. They kicked them out. They kicked them out of the what do you call it? They kicked them out of Cyrene. And by the way, too, when they were taking
what page y'all on? Did you give them a page number? You gave them a book. That's Josephus. That's Antiquities. What are you reading from?
This is from James T. Bloom, The Jewish Revolts Against Rome, Military Analysis.
And we kind of just started Dante book, so it's in the early pages. It depends. I'm not sure which one you were asking about, sis. But go ahead.
All right. So the desert, as far as crossing the Sahara Desert, is very difficult, even in recent times. As close as 2019, 30,000 people gone missing in the desert. And this is the UN reporting on this. The Sahara Desert is the largest hot desert on Earth. It stretches across many countries in North Africa, including Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, covering an area almost the size of the United States of America. So that's what the Sahara Desert is. That doesn't mean it's not livable, but for people who normally live there, they're used to it. But it's a very tough place to live because you have animals that's in the desert that could come out and attack you. It's hot. You don't have enough water. There's a lot of things that you could die while you're there. All right?
How much time you got, Garfield?
What you need?
Because you're running from this good information. You're running from.
Go ahead. You
don't want this, Garfield. This is the oldest known depiction of Christ, the Coptic Museum, Cairo.
How is that the oldest known depiction? And I just showed a depiction a while ago. I don't get that.
Do y'all see that right here at the top? The oldest. Now let me go back a little.
Known depiction of Christ.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. Y'all don't want to. We gonna deal with the book. Y'all don't want to deal with the book.
Y'all gonna love this because it's about color. He gonna tell y'all everybody's black.
Oh, all right. Let me see. Hold on. One of the biggest false claims in our present time: the Egyptians were white. I think we dealt with some of this, Bruce, and he's showing you pictures now. It's a way on that other computer. I can rotate the pictures even in the book. You don't see this, y'all? Y'all don't see this? A very common claim among non-believers is that there is no evidence of Israel ever having been in Africa, and certainly not in Egypt as slaves. The previous picture represents Israelites making bricks, while Egyptian overseers were sure they get their work done. Perhaps the most interesting confirmation is that the above picture represents Israelite slaves in a modern fake creation by Europeans knowledge of the original. Let me go back. This is the original he's saying. Let's go back and look at everything. Hebrews and Egyptians looking the same. That's what I believe he's saying. All right, there's quite a few similarities in the picture to let us know that the recreation of an intentional deception was that
Time out. What is this? Chapter 1?
Yes, chapter 1.
Where are the sources?
It got to be at the bottom of the page. Stop sharing, hide. Hold on, let me see. It got to be at the bottom somewhere. It's got to be somewhere here. Maybe I'll make it smaller. It got to be somewhere in the book.
He probably just named the books at the back of the chapter, which is fine.
It could, yes, that could be possible.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go on. I want to look at some of the pictures and stuff. What that look like? That's King Tut Pie. That's Akhenaten right there, 18th dynasty. What them lips look like? Dawson ain't gonna show y'all this.
Hold on. What was his DNA? R1B? Now let me stop.
All right, Pharaoh. But wait a minute. Jura Europas, synagogue paintings. Let me go and see what.
Why those pictures look so dark?
That's what I'm gonna say. Let me go to the internet and see if they're light ones, they're dark ones. Because remember, y'all watch these chicks on Facebook, on Instagram, and y'all don't know that they got apps. Carla B said, "Let me turn off the app so y'all can see my real face." So somebody got some apps. Somebody's doing some things. Let's just keep going. He's saying this is Dura Europa right here. King Tut's father with Dura Europa synagogue painting Moses and the Hebrews crossing the sea. Where's Tim at right now? We see Moses in the drowning of the Egyptians. They were all depicted as black. Let's go back again. Moses and them, the drowning of the Red Sea, Dura Europa, this 2nd century. Then they were all depicted as black. Let me pull up Dura Europa.
Hold on, can you hold on there? Can you just show my screen 1 second?
Yeah, let me do that, and I'm gonna pull up this other thing.
1 second. Here we go. Take a look at this carefully. This is the same Dura Europas. Another panel.
And we can go all through the internet and look at Dura. Now, some light, some dark. If there's whitewashing, is there blackwashing? You would ask them other people.
Yeah, and look at it. By the way, too. This is Moses being rescued from the river. Now, that picture that he showed is a genuine picture. So you have pictures of them being dark, some with beards and some with no beards. So you do have the whole skin thing, whatever, with that. So you have some.
And this is 200 years after the fact. Dura Europa is 200 years after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead. Let me see.
Yeah, let me jump off of this.
All right. All right, so let me see what other pictures are here. Interior, outerior, Dura Europa, synagogue, images.
Somebody say look like Orthodox more. Stop it, Terrence. You can't troll more than me, brother.
And yeah, they'll say it's whitewashed. We'll keep going. Let me just see where we're at. We'll keep going. Present. This is what they don't want to deal with right here. We're going to deal with the book. This is what they don't want to deal with. All right, let's see what else he have in the book here. Above, we see Moses and drowning river. They were all depicted as black, which also confirms with the scripture in which Moses was mistaken for an Egyptian. Now, the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and they came to draw water and fill the troughs with water, their father's flock. And the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses stood up and helped them and watered their flock. And when they came to Reuel, their father, he said, "How is it that y'all are come so soon today?" And they said, "An Egyptian delivered us out of the hands of the shepherds and also drew water enough for us and watered the flock." Exodus 2:16. How does Moses' wife confuse Moses for an Egyptian, except they were the same complexion? In addition to confirming Moses' dark appearance, the painting also confirms the early belief that God is black. We see his arms coming down from the sky just over Moses, going back to the depiction.
Oh, man.
200 years, God arms, you see his arms coming down? God hands are black. They're black, God hands are black. This is Dura Europa, 2nd century.
Wow.
Is this a primary to Moses and the Hebrews and God, or is this a later rendition, just like Putin and them was a later rendition of what was going on? Is this a primary to Moses and the life of Moses, Dura Europa, what was on the walls? I'm asking Bruce and them. Nobody's shooting at, nobody lifting up Blue Eye, nobody lifting up them folk from Europe right now. Nobody lifting up Michelangelo or Leonardo da Vinci. Nobody lifting up none of that. How should we look at this painting? I want to go back and I want to see the screen. Let me put the link out there. I want to go back and I want to see the screen. I'm gonna run late. I think they were having technical issues, but I'm gonna still play past the mic.
Hey, Barry, give me a second. I'll be right back.
You're convinced. Okay, all right, Garfield. Go ahead, Dunamis. Most Excellent said he's convinced. I know he's mocking us. He said he convinced. Hold on, let me just do this right here. We don't want to miss nothing. Unlimited keys. Are we missing anything? Is there any hating that's going on right now? Let me get to the hide. Let me just hide that invite. Because I don't want nobody to say what y'all want. Whatever they think we missing, we trying to go through everything. Whatever evidence y'all come up with, we're looking at it. Y'all don't want to accept evidence. People accept it, they don't accept it. This is like the jury. Whatever, we'll come to a verdict later on. It ain't deliberating time yet. Copy. Let me copy, because I'm quite sure Bruce will think that we're missing something here. That we're, come on, Kobe, you in the house? They're missing something, Marine TV, the footnote. Yeah, no, I'm gonna look at let me look, everybody ask about the footnotes. Y'all don't even want to trust Dante, but y'all trust them small hat folk. Whatever they say, y'all eat it all up. Yum, 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 yum. Now black man try to show y'all something. Y'all want footnotes. Unbelievable. Let me I'll go back to this other thing. All right. And giving y'all scripture. In addition to that, the painting also confirmed that God is black. And when he saw, all right, look, listen to this, y'all. God is black, and now he's giving you scripture that God is black. And he that sat was to look upon like a jasper and a sardine stone, and there was a rainbow round about the throne, like unto the sight of emerald. Revelation 4:3. Now he's giving, that's a jasper stone. And you see that, you see the stone, right? Jasper stone, dark stone. God is on the throne dark in the book of Revelation. Of course, that's not how the Christian church, a lot of y'all would interpret. Sardis or sardine stone. Now let's look at this. From the Bristol Psalter, believed that the Byzantine Psalter was written in the 11th century. This is the Christian era in ancient Greece. All right. And he sent, and he brought him now. He was ruddy, wherewith all of a beautiful countenance. What's ruddy? You don't know what ruddy is? Most excellent. Y'all don't know what ruddy is? Ruddy brew? Unpolished rubies raw. That's a ruddy heifer? They black? They're ruddy. They're black? Ruddy people, red. Of course, other people are going to use it differently, but the oldest known depiction of Christ. I don't know why they would do that. Yeah, that's definitely not the oldest known depiction of Christ. And it's called Christ washing the feet of the disciples. Oh, it comes from the same thing that Putin was showing, 16th century. The 16th century. That's 15 something. That's 15 something. That's the oldest picture we have of Christ, or the oldest picture we have of Christ washing the disciples' feet. Acts, the 1st chapter. When did Jesus ascend into a cloud and was received up? When this was written, how many years was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 1,000. How long was it after the book of Acts that the disciples were alive and saw Jesus ascending into a cloud? How long after was this painting that the Russian Putin, that Putin and them have? Dante's putting where it comes from. The 16th century. The 16th century. The oldest known depiction of Christ. The oldest Jesus on the planet is from the 16th century, or do we have renditions of Jesus prior to the 16th century, Bruce? Second Exodus. Ryan Harris, I don't know. We're just going through. We're going to read the words of the book. He's given scripture. All right. The crowning of the king of Judah. All right. Okay. These are black people. All right. These are black people. I bought this book specifically for the pictures. And the bottom of it is written in crowning of the king of Judah, April 17. Can I make that bigger? April 1723. April of 1723. When was that, y'all? 1723. What happened at 235 in Syria? What happened to Dura Europa? 1400 years. Is that primary? Not saying that the folk Europeans are just asking a question. Is that a primary source? Do we have a primary source of what Jesus looked like? I know you're going to run to Revelation 1 and Daniel. God is on the throne, and he's giving you the scriptures too of the colors that the prophet Daniel saw. Go ahead, Brian. What's good, fervent charity? All right, let me keep going. On present Kindle, let me go back. So some 17 something. That don't mean nothing is false in the book. We're just looking at the pictures and we're trying to analyze everything. Can I make it smaller? I made it too big. Let me close that for 1 second. All right, there you go. Type of one if y'all can see this. All right, here we go. Undeniable full color evidence, Black Israelites in the Bible. 1 minute left in this chapter. All right, now here we go. Now we're gonna deal with some. Now we can deal with some primary, maybe. Ethiopian icons of Black Israelites. Tacitus. Tacitus is recognized now. So we going somewhere. Come on, Kobe, you had that energy now. Tacitus lived between 55 and 117 AD. The temple wasn't destroyed yet. All right, maybe Paul might have even still been alive. A lot of people give Paul death 62, 65 AD. John, the apostle, was definitely alive. Peter might not even been dead yet in 55. I think we already had the council. Cornelius' house already took place. We already had Acts 15 already took place. Yeah, that's about the time of the writings of Galatians, 1 Corinthians, Thessalonians, somewhere around it. Help me out, Matt. Y'all know I'm old, but Tacitus is good. Let's see what's going on here. Tacitus, a Roman historian that lived during the time of the Apostle Paul, while he did not create an image of Israelites, his testimony that Israelites looked like Egyptians and Ethiopians. Did he say that the earlier, matter of fact, he's going to read it right here. Okay, let's go somewhere. Served as to confirm while now Moses was mistaken for Egyptian. The Roman soldiers thought Paul was an Egyptian. We're in the Bible now. We're looking at pictures. They may not be primary, but we're in the words of the Bible. All of y'all say y'all believe the Bible, right? All right, Moses stuck his hand in the bosom, came back out. It was white. Y'all don't know if Moses was white, albino, whatever it is. People take that to mean Moses was a black man. He stuck his hand in his sweater. He pulled it back out. His hand was white. Miriam turned white when God was mad at her. What's Gehazi? What's the other guy name? He went back and he went back and took the stuff Elijah told him don't take, and God made him white and the rest of his generation. Those are the scriptures that have been used, and we've been hearing that for the last 50, at least I have, for the last 40 years. All right, Tacitus, his testimony that Israelites look like Egyptians served to confirm why Paul was mistaken for an Egyptian, Acts 21 and 38. We cannot deny the Bible. It also adds clarity to the Most High comparing Israelites to Ethiopians in the book of Amos, the 9th chapter and the 7th verse. Are not like the Ethiopians.
Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen,
God,
this is deep. I'm gonna tell you why it's deep.
Jabari said Garfield's a Christian.
Yeah, hey, call me a Christian today. I don't mind. That's a good thing. Not a bad thing. Based on the history of Christianity, I don't mind being called a Christian. Watch this, and this is going to be a teaching moment for everybody, right? Look at what he says on the screen. He said Tacitus. He said that his testimony that Israelites look like Egyptian and Ethiopian serves to confirm why Paul was mistaken for an Egyptian. No. Acts 21:38 is referring to the gentleman in Josephus who was called the Egyptian. So they're asking Paul, are you that troublemaker who is the Egyptian? The Egyptian is an actual messianic type that was who killed over 1,000 people. He was a rebel. So now,
Garfield, I can't, brother. I can't have you. I can't have you. I can't do it. No. It's not fair. It's not fair. And the Israelites want to, we could run amok a little bit. You got to destroy. You got to try to. Garfield, who sent you? And then I hate that laugh, Bruce. Bruce said the laugh is demonic. You could tell a demon spilling out. The demon laughing.
Shout out to that sister or the person that emailed me that they wanted the book. You see, they think now. Watch this. This is gonna hurt a lot. This is gonna hurt a lot.
God, they don't even want Garfield on the panel.
Watch this. Tacitus. Hold on. You're gonna have to share my screen for this real quickly, right?
I don't see it. I don't see your screen. Brian Jensen, then you cut the microphone. Cox, what's good with you?
All right.
What's going on for Red? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second. Let Garfield go, and then you come right up. But Garfield,
This is very important.
Where's your screen, bro? Just stop your nonsense and pull your screen up. I'm sick of you.
Everybody got to pay attention. If you want the original stuff, go to Tacitus on the Jews. Just Google it and livius.org. It's going to pop up. This is the primary, right? Now look at this right here. It says the Jews are said to have been refugees from the island. And by the way, Tacitus is giving us 4 to 5 stories that he's heard about the Jews, right?
Just
but look at this.
What he's heard, correct.
Right. So he said the Jews,
with him.
Yeah, they come from the island of Crete, who settled in the remotest corner of Libya in the days when, according to the story, Saturn was driven from his throne by the aggression of Jupiter. This is a deduction from the name Judea, by which they became known, right? He's saying that's where the Judeans come from. All right, now there's another example now he's saying is that many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country when Cepheus was king. Now watch this, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, he says Ethiopian, so automatically we start saying black people. Now watch this. He said that they were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country when Cepheus was king. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me stop sharing. Let's look up Cepheus, who Cepheus is, and what time period. Then you see the context of it. Cepheus, hold on, let me bring it up right now. Cepheus, father of Adjumida. Let's look at the Wikipedia article. Let me share my screen right now. This is deep, y'all. This kills that whole argument where all these Israelites coming about. I want to talk about Ethiopians. They're not talking about the Ethiopians in that sense. They're talking about this guy, King Cepheus. Remember what it said before, right? It says, many assure us that the Jews are descended from those Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to immigrate from their home country when Cepheus was king. Look at who the Cepheus is. This is Cepheus, mythology. Cepheus is prominently featured in the Perseus legend as the husband of Cassiopeia, father of Princess Adjumida. These are not real people. Various sources describe his kingdom to be Ethiopia, or later the city of Joppa in Phoenicia, who was named after the elder Cepheus, his wife, Lope, daughter of Elias. What people don't understand is that Greece and the Greeks have their own genealogy of mythical figures. That's who Tacitus is talking about, a mythical figure in a mythical story, not the Ethiopians of blackness that we know. So this is fiction. So when he puts that in his book, now I'm laughing. I'm like, this guy can't study. He can't study. So now, if you're running around saying that, look what Tacitus says. Tacitus said that these people were what? Were fictional people. This was a fictional storyline. They came from Crete. They came from Libya. They came from Ethiopia. They're talking about fictional stories. That's what they're talking about, not the real Ethiopia. You see, look at what it says. It seems Beresor described this kingdom to be Ethiopia, or later the city of Joppa. You know where Joppa is? Joppa is where Jonah and the whale story and the Hercules story, when they get swallowed by the fish for 3 days and 3 nights. That's where Joppa is. That ain't got nothing to do with Ethiopia, of the real Ethiopia. So you got debunked twice right now. Come on, man, read out this book. I love this book. I love this book, Bereed. Keep on reading, brother.
Go ahead, Brian. Brian, you wanted to say something?
No, I'm gonna go ahead and listen a little while because I don't want to change the topic too much, Brian. So I'll come in a little bit later. Right? I don't want to change the topic on who people really are.
No, go ahead. I'm gonna get through Dante at least a few chapters in this book today. No matter what happened, I got to get through this. I got to do this. But go ahead. So you go ahead. I'm mute myself.
Yeah, I just want to. I know I've been in the chat. There's a couple people going back and forth. And I just want to jump in and say, it's very discouraging hearing all this arguing, trying to disprove everybody or prove their points. And I hear a lot of, I don't want to say black people of color say Egyptian, we're Israelites, we're Native Americans, we're this, we're that. And it's starting to send me away from the Gospels in general, because it seems like we're praying and nothing is getting answered, and we're getting further and further away from the point of salvation. And I've done to believe, as I put in the chat, that maybe God just don't care about us at all and the way we carry things. And that's why I didn't want to really change the topic of what we're talking about. That's just my point of view right now. Listening to this, it's like, we make everything about skin color, who's chosen, and this and that. Well, we ain't got nothing. We have no land, no military, no money, no nothing. And God hasn't really answered our prayers in over 700 years. And to take claims of other people's history, no matter who it is, Egyptians, like I said, you got people saying we ain't Native Americans. We may just be a nothingness people that are meant to just exist. And I just want to put somebody, some biblical backing on that. My mind.
Okay, Dunamis, you there? Oh, this shoes come from. If I knew that, I would be the doctor. What is she asking me? All right, let me keep going. All right, appreciate you. Hold on, don't go anywhere. Let me keep going. Tacitus. A few authorities hold that the reign of Isis is the surplus population of Egypt was evacuated to neighbors' land under the leadership of, y'all know I can't pronounce that, and Judas. Many assure us that the Jews are descended from, y'all see this right here, many assure that the Jews are descended from Ethiopians who were driven by fear and hatred to merge to their home country when Celsius was king. That's what Garfield was reading. All right, let me go on. Because Tacitus cited a credible European source, his words are important in understanding the belief that Black Israelites is not new, nor is it exclusively associated with Black Hebrew camps, that Black people were Israelites. I got to be honest, the guy that wrote on Black presence in the Bible, I think he used Tacitus, he used the same thing. I'll try to find a page for y'all in the book. The Black Jews who migrated to the Sudan from the north converged with the Jews migrating from eastern Sudan to the countries of the Niger River. There is much proof and still more to be revealed by scholars that there existed prior, before the slave trade, subsequent to many tribes, colonies, and kingdoms of West Africa. Oh no, the Christians won't really accept it, but this is Rudolph R. Windsor, Babylon to Timbuktu, page 120. Dante is quoting right now. Cyrene, Elephantine, Ethiopia, Uganda, Libya. He's quoting some of that book right there. The tribe of Dan in Africa. Garfield won't touch this. Garfield won't touch this.
Hey, Brian, I'll be back, man.
All right. What Garfield said? 800 AD, the tribe of Dan in Africa. While it was regarded as merely a myth for many years, appearing in several written and oral versions, some striking occurrences occurred in 880 of the Christian era that left an imprint on Jewish consciousness for centuries to come. One day, a small, very dark-skinned Jew named Eldad showed up in the Jewish community of Kadar, y'all know how to pronounce it, in modern-day Tanzania. Claiming to be descended from the tribe of Dan, he related fascinating accounts of the life and customs of the majority of the Jewish people that has disappeared. Of particular interest was the knowledge he claimed to have earlier religious law and archaic Hebrew that he spoke. From this point onward, the existence of the 10 lost tribes was regarded as fact, as sometimes whose validity could be tested in reality. Where do the lost tribes reside? Perhaps in Central Asia or Equatorial Africa. Now look at this. You see the line? You see the equator, the equatorial line coming through Africa right there? Indian Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Tanzania up here. You see that, y'all? Let me go on. He's showing pictures and he's trying to explain.
I will agree that he made the whole 10 tribes thing. That's why the Christians had to make a Prester John. They had to count them. Yeah, Christians had to make a Prester John, which in my opinion, this whole argument is what led to the slave trade. Because if the Portuguese weren't looking for gold because of Prester John in Ethiopia, they wouldn't have ran into West Africa
in general, yes.
With Adahu the Moor and say, hey, I want slaves. So that whole storyline, both of them was bogus for it, because Prester John is not a real guy. He was never real. So they made him up. The Christians made him up.
Okay, you see it. We got to bring it on. Undeniable truth. 1300s AD. Daniel the prophet. This is 1300 after. This is the Christ. This is Christ era right here in the year of our Lord. 1300. So we don't know if this is Daniel the prophet, but he's putting up a picture in that somebody made from 1300 AD. When Daniel lived, y'all, 6 BC, before John the Baptist, 500 years before John the Baptist?
Almost 2,000 years before.
So nobody know what Daniel looked like either. Covey, can you agree with that? If this is 1300 AD in the year of our Lord, 1300 years after the ascension of Christ, where hundreds and hundreds of years before John the Baptist and Paul come on the scene, and the Pharisees and the Sadducees and Maccabees, hundreds of years before the Maccabean period, hundreds of years, that this ain't the real Daniel. I don't know if that bothers y'all, but he's telling y'all this from 1300. Does that bother you, Putin people? Because 2.2 million people, somebody in here believed that Putin nonsense, and somebody in here shared that video. Let's go with Dante, who has put a lot of work into the awakening. Let's keep going. We're just examining it. Can't nobody get mad. He's putting the dates, and he's putting the times, and he's letting us know. So we're asking y'all, when did Daniel live? All right. What is he saying here? The black Jew. Oh, Garfield don't want this from the 1400s. They knew it was black Jews. Garfield don't want this right here. Here, read some of that right there.
Where? Which part?
I don't know. I can't.
Bible says that in the reign of Don John II, and about the close of the 15th century, large numbers of Jews were expelled from Portugal and taken to the coast of southern Guinea. That the island of St. Thomas, which is not more than 100 miles from the mainland, was populated by mulattoes descended from Jewish exiles and African and Anglo. You mean Angola woman?
Yeah.
You made a mistake, not Anglo woman, Angola woman. It is possible that the Jewish type of character knows that the Gabon and Luango may have originated from this source, but if so, it is unknown to the present inhabitants of the country, and it would have been somewhat singular if the Roman Catholic missionaries at Luango had not detected their circumstance instead of regarding them as pure African family of Jews. Congo and Angola are Dongo people. There have been so many of the Congos and Angolas brought to this country in former years, while still great numbers may have imparted into Brazil of late, that it scarcely seems necessary to give a very minute account of them in this place. It is important to remark, however, that these families in Africa cannot be fairly, you got to take that off the screen, fairly estimated by such specimen of the nation has been brought to America, but for the subject of the slave trade have almost invariably been gathered either from certain degraded plans that are interspersed among the more powerful tribes.
What do y'all say about what Covey just said? Covey just said, because I just said the picture that we just saw of Daniel was over 1,000 years after the fact, 1,000 years. Covey said the pictures that he showed was only 100, 200 years after the fact, or later are said to be far removed from accurate. Which one's closer? You got plenty light-skinned Jesus before Leonardo da Vinci. Before, you got light-skinned Jesus is somewhere running around here on this planet. But y'all don't want to be a witness with that. But you'll clearly accept a Daniel from the 1300s, 2,000 years after Daniel lived. That's not primary, but y'all will eat it up. Second Exodus, what do you have to say about that? Nobody's trying to debunk the book. We land into the information. Let's keep going. All right, the prophet Daniel, right, black, did this one just read? Okay. According to the text, the Jews were expelled from Portugal and were taken to the coast of southern, y'all know how to can't pronounce now, which is located in West Africa. St. Thomas is located just off the coast of Africa. Currently has the name Santo May, and y'all know this other word right here. The descendants of the Jews living in Santo May are descended as described as mulatto, whatever a mulatto is. They're described as a mulatto, Covey. If you're not familiar with the term, it is a term used to describe a person mixed with black and white. While people find the term to be offensive, however, it is a major piece of evidence because the writer points out that the women were he said the women were Anglo, like as an Anglo-Saxon, Anglo-white. By a process of elimination, it means that the Jewish men of the text were black. It only makes sense. That's what Bruce would say. It only makes sense, right, Bruce? The writer confirms that the people in Gabon were most likely descended from Black Hebrews. Gabon is located on the west coast of Africa, like Guinea. And it was the missionaries that first noticed that the people of Gabon and Lango were not just African Jews, Covey, but were different. Here is the related maps. Y'all see that?
Where's the sources? We're going through all of this. Where's the sources at?
I don't know. I'm hoping that we'll.
Where you got this map from? Who made it up?
I'm hoping that the sources. Hold on, let me go back here for a minute. Let me see something. All right, we got pictures. This is the ham thing he was talking about, arguing with the ham thing. All right, let me look at some pictures, but I'm going back. We're gonna look at all of the footnotes. Oh, they got the curly hair though, but the nose is big. But y'all don't like the curl. You black people said them curls are fake, and that's from the other people. Let's see what these pictures. They got. I don't know. Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me if these are black people. I don't even know. Those are Israelites in Yemen. I'm looking for the All right, that's Haile Selassie. I guess the Ark of the Covenant, Ethiopian Jew. Okay. Oh, these are some of those pictures. Okay, Virgin Mary. Look at the all 1400s. A lot of these are 54 AD. The monastery of St. Luke. Our Lady of Switzerland, 1400s. Okay. I'm trying to get back to the footnotes. I'm not rushing. We're going to go back and read everything. Nobody rushing. Nobody trying to hide nothing from y'all. If anything, we want to bring it out. All of these, this is all Putin pictures here. Everything between the 1400s and 1600s, a 200-year period of a lot of, all right, that's the 18. All right. All right, 18th century.
So that's all his books. So how many pages is that book?
This is the whole thing. Hold on a minute. Wait a minute. Let me look for the footnote. How you get the footnotes in the Kindle? Let me look on my phone.
Ain't no footnotes, man.
Hey yo, shut your fucking mouth. Let me look at my. Hey yo, I hate this. Sister Dave, let me call Sister David. Hold on, I gotta see. Let me look for the
no sources, man.
Undeniable.
You see, everybody in the chat's a Garfield, so we must trust your source and not Dante. Dante don't have a source.
Wait a minute. Who got this book in here? Who else got the book that's not in Kindle? Who got the physical book?
Oh man, you know what? I'm gonna buy the book too. I'm gonna support the brother. I'm gonna buy the book.
Yeah. I just bought it, but I bought it on Kindle because let me see.
And that's the whole book right there. Oh man, you did a whole show on the whole book. That's it?
Yep.
Is that it? Oh man.
Hold on, I gotta put the link out there. Somebody gotta have it. The source I had footnotes. Do you have this specific book? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know, Fervor Charity. We're dealing with Dante and Dante book. No other pictures of the Kremlin. I don't want no Vatican talk. I want to know the back of that physical book. Sister Davis, the back. You might be at work. Hold on. The back of the physical book that you have. You got two. I bought 1 and 2. Let me put paste.
What's the name of it? What's the name of the book?
I don't have Dante's book. Undeniable. All right. So he don't have the book. So no. I want from who, and he have Dante physical book Undeniable, 1 or 2. Because Kindle, it's definitely could be laid out differently.
$26.99.
That's for the 2.
Oh man. For the paperback, the Kindle is $9.99. $26.99.
Yeah, that's what I got.
All right, let me see if it has it has a read sample. Let me see what the read sample says.
Well, I guess the footnotes are at the bottom. Like you see right here, he's telling you exactly where this come from. Darius the Mede and all of that stuff. He put that up there. And those are the footnotes.
No.
He's telling you where it come from right here at the bottom of the picture.
Of my 18th dynasty. Okay, but he don't tell us where. His website is the source. www.blackhistoryinthebible.com.
That's where he tell you to go for further information.
Oh man, blackhistoryinthebible.com. That's where you got to go to get the sources. This is just a joke. This is a joke. If I did this, y'all would rip me apart. For me. Yeah. So you guys saying there's sources and there's no sources that y'all defending him even in his wickedness. Y'all supporting him. Y'all ain't no good. Yeah, that's crazy.
COVID.
More black than
no. You said no footnotes, or you say no, you're not at work.
There's no footnotes. There's nothing.
Somebody said a coloring book. I'm done. I can't even deal with these folks. I can't deal with these folks. Y'all just love the white Jesus. That's all this come down to. Well, yes, go to the site.
See, that's y'all God. You see, when I talk against Dante, they hate me more.
Ruddy Bruce said, "Have you been to the website?" Everybody else saying, "Go to the site."
I love his website. Absolutely.
Where Bruce at? Yeah, let me call Bruce. All right, hold on. Let me just keep going. Let's see. This don't mean nothing. This just could be a mistake here. Let me keep going. Black Jews deported. What's the name of that website? Hold on. Yeah, watch my man come on here talking crazy. He's got an app with all the sources. Where's the app? Send me the thing. Where's the app? Where you could jump on for a minute?
Yeah, give me about 5-10 minutes.
All right. Yeah, give me the site. Hold on. You want to pull up your screen? Maybe go off and go pull that up. With Black Hebrews pop-up picture. Oh man, y'all just go instead of helping me, y'all just going in.
No, but if this was me, Barry, they would be mad. They would be talking all type of greasy stuff in the chat. It does show you what you believe. You don't have a standard. If you don't have a standard, you'll accept this. This is nobody would accept this. Nobody in their right mind. Only the people who love Dante. Oh, he got a book out. So what if he got a book out? Where's the sources that he's using? I need those sources. No sources? Oh man, let Garfield put out a book with no sources and see what happens. Craziness.
In the Bible.com. I'm going to it. This is it. I want to make sure, y'all, before they start saying I'm going somewhere.
BlackHistoryInTheBible.com.
All right. Let me see. Is this it right here? Y'all?
BlackHistoryInTheBible.com. Yes, that's it.
All right. Let's see what we're gonna see here. All right, some videos, academic journals. Where should we go for the footnotes in this book, specifically on forgotten migrations, take you on a journey through time and allow you to see where Black Israelite tribes were? All right, maybe.
Mad Dante sells more books. Actually, I don't know how many books he sells. I don't know. I'm not watching nobody sell. That's his business.
All right, gift shop. Hold on. Let me see. Garfield, Mad Dante sell. No, he's not worried about that. All right, second exercise. Yeah, this seems very organized. He always says that what Dante says. Oh, that what you saying, name the soul. You're talking to. That's a side conversation.
Or why would the sources not be in the book? You're buying the book. You don't know him. Yo, I can't believe these people. If this was me or Kobe, they would have been going buck wild right now.
All right, let me see. Hold on. Okay. All right, Omnidex. Welcome to the Omnidex. This is the world's largest repository of Black Israelite history and culture. Below, you will find all the information we have collected and organized by date and subject. If you do not see what you're looking for or the search for specific phrase, please use the search box at the right sidebar in your PC, tablet, phone.
Who writes a book and send it to our website? That is nuts. That is absolutely nuts. And if you are defending Dante for doing this, you are just as nutty as him. That's crazy. Nobody writes a book and say, hey, you know what? I got a website. If you want to know, you don't even know what you're talking about. We're talking specifically about the issue. I destroyed the Tacitus issue, the Ethiopian issue, the Paul being an Egyptian issue. He doesn't even know his own Bible. That's crazy. Come on. You don't know there was a guy named the Egyptian that the people were confronting? You don't know that? They thought he was the Egyptian that killed over 20,000 people?
Oh, Leo, I can't take these people.
It's nuts.
He said, why are we in the Omnidex, but the book has a whole position and claims?
Exactly. Simple as that.
He said, why are you trying so hard to divert from the page, Garfield?
What page?
Insults and the judges, the references. Let's save the. All right, let's save. All right, here. Somebody jump on here and try to explain. Somebody try to jump on here and try to just clarify us, because I'm slow. My coffee wearing off too. Let's go back. All right, let's go back. There's something we're missing here.
St. Moses the Black pseudo.
There's something we're missing.
Hey, Roddy Brew, if I don't know the Bible, that's fine. But I know about writing a book. Let's go.
Frequently must see a timeline of Israelite Black Jews throughout history. All right, let's just see it. I'm not so quick to see.
Why are you going through this though? It should be in this book, burying this. What are you looking for? You don't know what you're looking for.
And I'm just hoping to run into something.
All right, brother. I'm gonna rock with you.
Yo, I hate Garfield.
I'm gonna rock with you temporarily.
listen, and y'all hate the truth and have been done. That's what Bruce gonna come on here and say. He said, give him 10 minutes. Let me put the link out there.
Bruce is not. What is he gonna say? He's gonna say, well, he said this, but where is the source? Oh, you gotta go to the website. Once you say you gotta go to the website, you don't lose the argument. That's
what back chat. What you want Garfield to look at? Whilst I'm trying to figure this out right here and waiting for Bruce to jump on. Should I put in undeniable in the search? Scholarly books will have cited references. Oh boy, he ain't finna come in. What's up, Seminary Cove?
Yeah, this is wild, man. You remember whenever we looked into, I forgot the name of his book, but whenever Benaiah brought out a book, and people were saying, "Man, it's the truth. It's the truth."
And we brought the pictures out and everything.
And then we go to examine. We're like, "All right, let's chase these footnotes." There was not a single footnote in there. And then we're looking at this
Ron Dalton book. I'm gonna just
that one of their books, whoever, man.
Ron Dalton book.
And then we're looking at this one, trying to chase the footnotes to verify the claims, and there's nothing there. It's unbelievable that people are saying in the chat, well, because they have footnotes, go check it out yourself. Check out what? What's there to check out? We have to have footnotes to track how the author came about to conclude the statement he's making, right? To validate the position that he's stating. What world do we live in where someone can write a book and just, because to me, right? Say
this is part of religion with the belief. Hold on. What Garfield? Let me pull up in the back chat. Let me pull something up for Garfield that he
Alex Jordan asks. Yeah, put it in the back chat. Let me see.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm go ahead, Kobe. I'm muting myself. Let me just try to do this.
It doesn't make sense. That's not how this works, right? Say I knew nothing about this author or anything, and I saw this book on Amazon and I bought it, and I'm reading through this. I would want to know, hey, how does this person come to the position that he holds? What can I look into to do further research, right? There's absolutely nothing there except for pictures. Now, we're told, whenever I bring up a picture, we're told, oh, that's lookership and you can't rely on pictures. And that's, that painting was over 100 years later. Meanwhile, the pictures being used in this book are thousands of years later, and they're being misrepresented in the fact that they're saying this is the earliest known depiction of Jesus, when we know there's pictures from Jesus from like thousands of years before that one. It's just none of this is checking out. None of this. I could what I'll say is this, right? Maybe we're just operating on two different levels. What I'm saying is this: is I cannot reference anything in this book if I were writing any kind of paper at a collegiate level. Hold on. My wife, who teaches 5th grade kids, wouldn't allow this in their papers. You gotta have footnotes. That's not how this works. Like, what are we doing here? We're worse than elementary kids. Is that what we're saying? This is unbelievable.
Hey, Kobe, you know, if when he said
don't just talk to each other. See what they're saying, because they'll say y'all just came and y'all talked. Y'all didn't.
What pictures though? What pictures?
I showed y'all. Let me bring up the number. Let me just bring up some of them. They do have footnotes explaining in the bottom, but Kobe is talking about the one that's saying the oldest picture with Jesus washing the disciples' feet from the 1400s.
The 1400s. The earliest picture we have of.
We played the video. The 10.
Yeah, from the Useful Charts. Useful Charts put a picture, a video together of the 10 earliest known depictions. I think most of them, all of them actually were before 1400.
Exactly. Those are like from the 4th century, come all the way down to the 2nd century. So or the 3rd century, 4th and 3rd century. But I mean, I don't understand. I really don't understand what people are saying. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. I don't know.
And there's no footnotes in her physical book either.
That's
because you know why that's bad? Because they're saying now Dante don't got no footnotes, Ron Dalton don't got no footnotes. You're trying to say the people that's leading the awakening don't have footnotes in the book. Their works are not scholarly.
Marine, if I wasn't familiar with
from y'all, I want to call Bruce back right now. Y'all trying to
but if I wasn't familiar with the Ethiopian and the Tacitus and the Egyptian,
you just run with it.
Yeah, I would just run with whatever he's saying. So whatever he's saying is true. So you see, this is called confirmation bias.
If you want to believe it anyway,
you don't need no source for it. I don't need no source.
Matter of fact, and it's not just them, right? I think probably one of the smartest Israelites in the movement is Zion Lex, right? And I look at his books, and there's no footnotes there either. Like, it just seems like
on, stop this, dude. What about Divine Prospect? He's sharp. Somebody in Israel got footnotes. Now y'all ain't gonna tell me this.
Divine Prospect is even worse, because the only work that he ever put out was a fake dissertation that he ended up taking down the abstract for after he found out that he got God on it. So we can't even rely on that. There seems nothing worthy of any sort of scholarly or academic publishing. It's all internet made up claims proven by what they say are sources that validate what it is they're saying. Oftentimes they don't, and this is the issue, right? This is how you know they're not really tracing the footnotes correctly. I've gone through just one of the sources that was sent to me by Dante, right? And I traced the footnotes, and it turns out they're talking about a whole other group of people. Meanwhile, we're attributing what's being said in these sources to another darker group of people. It doesn't make sense. And it seems now everything is starting to line up. They don't know how to chase the footnotes because they don't use them. They're just going by what is being stated and then moving on.
Searches and stuff like that. But read, exactly. In all fairness, read what 2nd Exodus said right here.
Second, he says Dante hasn't been to seminary school and may not know how to properly cite primary sources, but let's take a look at the links on the website. No, that's just an excuse. That's kind of a cop-out. So the thing is, all the time he likes to say, well, they don't look at these sources. They're afraid of these. We got to use the white bottle, this and that. He's trying to portray himself as a scholar or a historian at the very least. Meanwhile, he doesn't know the proper way to do these things. So it all goes together. You sort of...
How can he be a leading researcher? Because if plenty people coming to the awakening, people coming to the awakening based off of Dante's teaching, you're trying to say, how can he said the footnotes may have hyperlinked by Kindle? I'll look.
Hey, Kobe and Amberine, one of the things that we're doing, a mistake that we're making, and we don't realize that we're making, is that we're giving credence to his website. It does, just because it's on his website doesn't make it a source either. Who is vetting the sources that he's using?
That's on his.
You know
this is like I'd say with Dr. Bennett, and he gonna bear witness with John G. Jackson. He gonna bear witness with J.A. Rogers, and everybody gonna bear witness with each other in the clique, and it's still an echo chamber. They're gonna recommend Benaiah Israel. They're gonna recommend Pastor Kelly, Professor Katz. Everybody will recommend everybody.
And Berean, I know you know that book by Dr. Heiser, The Unseen Realm.
Yes.
He has a thing on in his book where he says, if you want further information, go visit my website. He does say that, but that's after he lists a whole mess of footnotes and sources. This is if you want to know even more than what is there. It's like a whole nother level. We're being told, hey, what I'm seeing is we're being told read this book, believe everything I say, and then go check this website that I have to sort of comb through every single thing there. Because look, this Omnidex we're looking at, it's by time period. Even this, I mean, can we at least get chapters from the book? Like, these are the sources from chapter 1, these are the sources from chapter 2, instead of chronicling every time the word black or Jew is mentioned in the in the 1100s. How about we get like, hey, chapter 1, here are all the footnotes y'all requested. Like, this makes absolutely no sense. No sense.
I got
It's
the
crazy.
link out there for anybody to jump on, including Dante. Read, listen to the strawman arguments. This is Garfield, you and Seminary Cove. This is y'all full of strawman argument. Dante got a whole website with all references in it, and you complain that this is not in the book. Maybe the book has specific audience in mind, so they won't need the footnotes you're saying, type of one, Mr. Unchained.
That's sad. I hope he's not saying that. Are you saying that? Because to me, this is the type of book that like little kids read. You don't have to check nothing. Is the specific audience in mind like a dumb audience that is just supposed to believe what's said? Is that what's being said? Because I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want someone to tell me that, hey, you're the specific audience that I got in mind. I know you're not going to check anything.
I can just tell you anything. You can believe me because I'm the pastor. Oh man, I don't know, y'all. Y'all done messed my reading up. I should never put the link out for the rest of y'all and just read through the book.
That's crazy.
And why are you a red letter? What do you think? You've been around the people that's been around here. Y'all are the ones I'm talking to. The people that's been in here 3 years and more. Red letter say, wow, are you surprised? And you think they're hating? What are your thoughts? Oh man, the audience research on their own info. That's what it means. The audience, what he said, they're talking to you, Kobe.
Okay. So let's go with the first claim made. Dante, in like the opening statement of the book, said that something along the lines of the Jews being targeted, right? And that's been a topic of the discussion for the past couple of days. But he wrote this book in 2019. He made the claim then in like the first couple of pages of the book that there was a certain group of people, a certain group of Jews that were targeted for the transatlantic slave trade. Now that is somewhere where you put a footnote to show this is where I got that information from.
Correct.
Right. So how can we find that? If I'm the audience and I wanted to research that info, how could I find that? How could you find that? What are we supposed to look at? The Omnidex and go to a specific time? He doesn't even mention the time period in which this took place, on when they were specifically targeting a certain.
At least put you on the track to where to look.
There's nothing. There's absolutely nothing there.
Go ahead. Maybe Second Exodus can help because Bruce said to give him a minute. He tried to take care of something, but he gonna jump on in a second. Go ahead.
Let me get out of here, man. Y'all could have it for the rest of the day. I'm good. Listen, this has been a waste of time, but I mean,
wow.
But you know what? It did take my Knicks game is on. I'm gonna go watch my game. I said I probably talk to you while the game is on, but the game is more important than listen to this nonsense. Over.
Goodbye.
An original work.
Now we could get somewhere he gone. Now we could get somewhere. Go ahead, y'all.
Check this out, Brian. It says Macchial says an original work does not require footnotes. The only footnote he used was the Bible. That's actually opposite. The more original your work, the more footnotes you need to prove your position. Because if you're coming out with something new, everybody's going to look at you crazy until you can prove what it is you say. So the more original you work, the more sources and citations and references you need. That's opposite. Your speech betrays you, man. Yeah. A lot of y'all, it's obvious you have no idea what you are talking about. Unbelievable.
Hold on. Yeah, Garfield. No, Sister Sherry dropped a video last year, 2 years ago, introduction to research. I'm going to have to play that. I'm going to have to go find that right there. But go ahead, Second Exodus. What are your thoughts on this? I'm going to still read the book. We're going to go back and we're going to still read. We're going to look and we're going to read. But they're just like, man, this is nonsense.
Yeah, Kofi, I wasn't trying to give him a cop-out, but I am saying that...
How do he sound butthurt? Yo, I'm confused. Yo, I'm good. I'm good. Go ahead. Never mind. Go ahead, Second Exodus. You got the phone.
I was just saying that, you know, there was a time when I referenced what was it called? Like it was like a messianic Hebrew roots thing that I referenced before, and Berean fact checked me on it. And he went through the primary sources and found out that this person who was pushing this Aramaic New Testament only wasn't correct. But I had to learn that. I just got started into seminary school. I just started learning how to look at primary references using Logos and different sources. So it just, now doesn't mean that the information is not true. It just means that people need to be properly trained on how to do research. I don't.
With what you specifically just said right there, second S, specifically what you just said, you said you were trying to validate an all Aramaic New Testament or something of the sorts, right?
Yeah.
And Berean showed you how to chase that footnote or correctly search it, right?
Yeah, Berean did it.
Now when it was looked into, was that claim true?
The claim was not true.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying.
100%.
Now, that's what I'm saying. You may not know how to do research at any given moment, and that's okay because everybody is learning. However, we can't say that it invalidates the claim because the example specifically that you gave shows that if you don't do proper research, it could invalidate the claim. That claim was invalidated. Secondly, if you don't know how to do proper research, should you be up here telling people, hey, this is how you do research? I'm the one that you should be listening to. Everybody else is lying. You're going to hear these deceivers try to tell you this, but if they're not telling you that, how can you sort of promote yourself as the authority or at least the person you should go to? Because we were told by this book, he hopes that it is a go-to resource for those in the community. How can this be a go-to resource when we have nowhere to go from there? It's just believe anything I say doctrine. Tell me how.
But now, how do you do with it when feelings are coming in? Because he said anything concerning Black Israel, Kofi have a problem with. Now, how does it work now? Because they're trying to say you're light skinned now. You got a problem with anything that they bring up. They're not looking at the argument. They just Bell is saying basically you hating Black folk and you want to promote yourself and your people and your research and your findings above everything we put up. So basically, it's a waste of time.
Like
how
I said,
can you even fight this? How can this be fought?
I don't know that it can be fought. Anything you bring up, I mean, look at how it's going now, right? Anytime information is brought out by certain people, there are no questions. There are no what ifs. There are no gray areas. There are no what we should look into. There's nothing. They just accept it blindly. However, if we go into and just check some of these sources, there's a million different ways on how it cannot be what we say. It's unbelievable. Like even and no offense, Second Exodus, but even while we're calling out this at this point in your collegiate career, in your seminary career,
yes, what would you say now that you know what you know?
Better.
I would.
Why not? Okay, and also, why aren't you helping out your peoples? What's going on here?
Well, first you got to fill your own pitcher before you can pour into somebody else, right? Right now,
y'all heard what he said. Y'all go ahead.
Right now, I'm still working on my board exams. I'm still working on graduating from seminary school with my MDiv. There's some things I still need to work on for myself before I hop on and teach anybody. But when it comes down to the primary sources, the references, I'm not here to bash Dante because sometimes, what was that? Rioting is the voice of the people who don't get the opportunity.
Oh no, that's that Bruce nonsense. We're gonna tear up the neighborhood. We're gonna tear up our own gas station. We're gonna tear up our own stuff because we what else you want us to do? Don't forget Kobe is a white man. Father God, in the name of the Lord Jesus, I'm shutting it down.
Well, what I'm saying is sometimes you might have people coming out here. They might see Putin's video, which has been debunked, right? But at the same time, it's mixed with a little Russian icons that is not historically. That has historically been accurate when it comes down to dark-skinned images of these paintings. The question is, let's look into it instead of fighting against any narrative per se. Let's just look into it and see which one is the oldest reference. And that's what the Omnidex is there for. Perhaps he didn't know how to reference and do proper bibliographies or citations, right? But maybe we can look at the Omnidex and see where those references may have originated from. Like, I'm not against what's his name, Rudolph R. Windsor's book. I say let's look into the references. Where did Rudolph R. Windsor? He does have references in the back of his book. Let's look
not a lot, and a few of them are a little bit worried about them. So Dante, who a lot of people look up to as a professional in the field, to show you a picture from the 1400s and say this is the oldest known picture of a black of Jesus, and that's not true. I don't know.
That's a lie, isn't it? Isn't that a lie? That's a straight up lie.
That is a lie, but
but somebody else is saying, but look at Sam said, I'm trying to put everybody, super chat, no super chat. I'm trying to make everybody part of this discussion. Like I said, it's believers. If we got some Israelites, mostly Christians are making this thing possible. And we can rock out for 5, 7, 8 hours, buy books or do whatever to have these conversations. And they're largely for the Israelites' claims against us. It's very important for those of us to seek the truth, to thoroughly research, and if you find yourself in error, make necessary corrections. Nobody is perfect and nobody knows everything. I want to hear what Second Exodus and Covey have to say to that statement right there. Bruce, don't come ruling us. Bruce, don't come ruling us. Go ahead.
I think specifically this, right? We were told that all these sources are on the website. Anybody can come through. Anybody can vet them. If anybody finds any discrepancies or inaccuracies with the sources presented, to let them know and that they would be taken down. We hear that all the time, right? However, when we come through and we find discrepancies and we find errors and we find misinformation, the sources are not taken down. We get called names. We get posts made about us. You know, they say
type everything, fire him,
all kinds of stuff, right? Put pictures of us,
videos.
man,
They done did a lot. They done did
so
a
it's
lot.
like it's being presented like there wants to be some sort of working together to make this happen. And, you know, like I said, if you find something, we can make this work together. But it's not actually like that. It's not actually like that. So when
all
we
they
say
saying is Kobe is hating, they can't hear nothing else.
So
Go ahead, JT.
can I ask a question real quick, Berean?
Hang on, man. You gonna jump
My
out
bad,
turn, bro?
my bad, my bad, JT, man.
Try to keep it down to 3 minutes. Comments 3 minutes. My phone going off. My phone is crazy.
Yeah, no, my comment's not gonna be long, Berean. Because I wanted to say that I wanted to come on real quick and say that regarding sources, even if you don't know how to, you know, do footnotes and whatnot, you know, and going to seminary school and whatever, or going to school in general and teaching you how to do all that, even if you don't know how to do all that, you can still do it the old school way. When you make a claim, especially if it's a controversial claim, you could put it in parentheses right next to said controversial claim where you got the source, so that people can at least go and look that up. I see that all the time. That, you know,
it's called the author date style. People
don't always use footnotes. Sometimes they'll just put in parentheses where they got the source from, so folk can go look it up. Even if it's not a hyperlink, they can still go type in such and such and such and such and go look it up for themselves to see if it says what this person is claiming it says. So that's that. But the idea that you put sources in a totally different book, so somebody got to go read a different book to try and match the sources that you're making a claim in one book from another book. Who does that? I've never seen or heard anything like that before. I have no seminary training. I'm not a scholar, but that is crazy talk. I've never heard anything like that. I hope you didn't say that was acceptable. Second Exodus.
No, I'm not saying that's acceptable. What I'm saying is that, you know, a lot of look, I am like one of the only African Americans in my classroom, if in the program where I'm at right now, and so, you know, there's not many that have that higher level of education. I'm not saying all African Americans, but I have to be honest. When I was at a HBCU, there was not much emphasis on proper citations and footnotes. I don't want to like bash the HBCUs that I went to, you know, but when I went to a majority schools, there was emphasis on, hey, this is academic. You know, you need to have academic integrity. You know, they put it into plagiarism checkers and things of that nature. And so I had to quickly learn how to cite my sources. I had to get help in the tutoring centers on how to use MLA or Chicago format, all these different kinds of reference using primary sources. I had to learn that. So
but I'm sorry, because I'm walking in and out. This is pure nonsense. Berean, Covey, why are y'all expecting other groups to follow your standards? What are your standards for this channel? With research, they got to come. I thought with research, if you're an atheist, everybody got to know what a primary is. I thought I thought there were certain steps that we all had to follow. When we're dealing with math, 4 times 4, I thought there were standards that we all red or yellow, black and white. There's certain things that a boy and a girl got to do to make a baby. I'm a little bit scared here. Then when people hit my jack, be like, yo, this the religion for the slow folk. Of course, a lot of people believe in this shit on the internet. Some middle-class people are looking at it that got an education, but not in the field. But they saying so many people saying it got to be true. What standards do you have? He said Second Exodus said he had to find out what a primary source was. There's steps in research. A detective here, Sherlock Holmes, a detective in the UK, MI6, CIA. There's certain standards that Bruce got to follow. If it's a crime scene, they're going to start from ground zero with a bomb. All over the world, here in Israel, the FBI, all over the world. You start at ground zero, get the pieces of the car bomb and put it together. You don't go 300 miles away if a car bomb was over here in the city. There's principles that everybody in law enforcement follows. I don't understand. I'm so. This is what I get for looking up to these folks.
And check this out, Brian. Check this out, right? He's saying, what are our standards for this channel? Well, the standards I think should be the same as those presented to us. Every time we hear
the same for everybody.
Every time we hear a new source, what do we hear? This is Cambridge. This is, Penn State. This is Princeton. This is wherever. They have the standards that I'm trying to hold y'all to. Every time they make a claim, they source that claim. Every time they are saying something, they have to put references. That's how certain people are able to do some of these.
And people from Cambridge would not do what we see being done.
Exactly. It seems like we want to play academics, but we don't want to adhere to academic rules, right? There's a certain way you do things. Now, if you don't want to adhere to those rules, fine, but you can't say that you're one of the top scholars or you're one of the top historians or you know more history than other people when you don't even know how to properly do history or research or any of that. Like, if you want to stick to this bottom level academics, fine, do that. Just stop claiming you're more than what you are. It's ridiculous.
Kofi, what's your thoughts on what I said?
About the author dates way of doing things?
Yeah, or putting footnotes in a totally separate book and expecting people to go research your other books to find a footnote for a comment you made in book on page 346. Who does that?
Whenever I heard you say that, I thought of the way they sell video game systems now. Like, now not only do I got to buy the video game system, I got to buy the game, I got to buy the extra controller, I got to buy all this extra stuff. Next thing I know, when I just want to play the game, now I'm $1,000 deep. If I just wanted to research the claims of this book, I'm going to be like $100 deep or all this time deep because it's not made available. It's like, come on. It seems like, I don't know. I don't want to say what it is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the intentions are behind it. I just know it's not legit. That's all I know.
It's probably just a way to make some extra money, to be honest. Like, you buy the book and then you go to the website and you get, what do you call it, ad revenue?
So is Dante pimping y'all?
No, it's no.
What is it called? What is it called to make money off people? What's that called?
This is a capitalist society, Kobe.
I can't respect Second Exodus. He making excuses. He making excuses for Israel. But hold on, I think my computer, something's going on here. I had to get on my baby computer, but it make it sound like I can only have 6 people.
Yeah, that's what's up with the StreamYard the way it is now. But I'll go ahead.
That's how. Oh, I didn't know.
No, you can stay. Yeah. You can stay, Kobe, because I just wanted to say this really quick. I know that Second Exodus made a statement about HBCUs. This is honestly speaking. I just want to say that wasn't the case with my HBCU.
I'm not saying all HBCUs.
I know, but I just wanted you to make that clear, because there are times where people will be like, I went to a HBCU and I didn't get, or they'll say I went to a majority white or whatever. I'm saying that could have been your school. It could have been your program. Not you particularly. I'm reading the comments and okay. I'm just speaking to things so that people don't get this conflated. That could have been a particular person's individual experience. And it could have been, meaning it could have been at the time that they were in school themselves. Like, there are things that when I was in school, going back to elementary school, I'm like, man, why didn't they teach us this? And then I run into somebody that I was in school with, and they was like, they definitely taught us this. You wasn't listening. So it doesn't mean like that. I just want to make that clear, that the standards are the standards. And if your school is accredited, then it's definitely standards that your school has to go by. And there are majority institutions, PWIs, that have the same issues as HBCUs. And it's also important to note that more Blacks that graduate from HBCUs go on to get higher degrees of education at other institutions. And it's not because they felt like their degree didn't work. Or it was of less value. It's actually because they do learn to value scholarship and greater information and want to go on and do greater things. That's it. That's all I want to say.
All right, thank you. Come on, Bruce.
Hey, hold on. Honestly, oh man, she left already. Did she leave?
Yeah. Come on, Bruce. What's the beef?
I'm glad. Praise the Most High, y'all. I've been in and out.
Don't talk in here. All right, let me hear what you got to say. Don't talk crazy, Bruce. A lot of y'all talking crazy, boy. I'm in a whole.
Okay.
I'm in a cipher with a cult.
I've been in and out because I'm working in the yard today because it's finally 70 degrees here in Michigan. So I haven't been paying attention, but I jumped back on and y'all was talking about sources in Dante. So well, first of all, let me say this second Exodus. Sister Honesty, she pretty much said what I was about to say to come out, because I know for a fact that y'all there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead.
I know for a fact that HBCUs use MLA, ATA, and so forth, because my daughter went to a HBCU and she had trouble understanding MLA and APA and so forth, and I had to break it down to her. So y'all may think that I don't know a lot, but I know what I know, and I know that the colleges that I went to, they taught us that, and so forth. So anyway, I came in when you all was talking about it, so I really can't fully discuss what you all were saying about Dante, or you all, because I came in the middle, so I'm gonna just be fair about Dante. Are you all saying that Dante's sources are not credible and he doesn't cite them? Was that the conversation?
Y'all tell them what's going on here. I don't even know what's going on. I'm slow. That's what I say. I'm slow.
Oh, go ahead, Covey.
To make it simple and put it in a nutshell, in the book, Undeniable, there are no footnotes. So I cannot challenge or even look into any further anything presented therein. I just got to accept it for what it is. That's the issue in a nutshell.
Okay, so in his book, does his book not show the name of the icons, the pictures, the photos? Does he not mention or describe the picture and the photo and what the photo is in a title?
Bruce, well, he didn't properly cite the sources or have.
Okay, hold on. I'm just asking a question before. Hold on a second, Axel. Did he not? Did he not tell what this photo is and what the title is, and so forth? Did he not?
We actually caught a lie. He said he presented one of the pictures as the oldest images of Jesus, and it's from the 1400s. And we know for a fact that there's many more images way prior to that. It was a blatant lie. What he presented.
Well, okay, okay, we'll get to that in a second. But what I'm asking you, in that book, does he not cite the book, the icon, or the wall of Egypt and describe it? And describe the title of it.
Well, the title, yes, right? The title, yes. But how do we know what's actually is being represented in that painting? How do we know if he's doing it correctly? We can't look at anything further. He just tells us this is the name of the painting. Now this is what I believe about it, and we can't look at it.
Bruce, but he does give the Omnidex. He does give that. He says we go to his website, and then in the Omnidex, it should have some links to those references that we're discussing right now. So. Hopefully we'll be able to check those references out to see if they're legit.
Okay, so my point is, come on, let's be real. This is the modern day citing of references is a modern thing. No more than no more than 200-300 years. Prior to that,
you Israelites.
Hold on.
We've been looking at sources for the past 2 days from like prior to the 1700s.
Hold on. God, I can see that's the problem.
That's for everything. Y'all got excuse for everything, just like
no. See, that's why I don't even like talking, because you all don't want to receive anything. No, I said, listen, the modern day standard.
whole...
No, it's not. Listen what I'm saying, Brother Berean. This modern day categorizing of standards or citing sources is a modern day thing. Prior to that, now we're looking at thousands a year where people wrote and they didn't cite sources, and but they were still considered. Wait a minute, they were considered credible, they were considered authentic, but they didn't have the same standard of citing an icon or a person's work. They just mentioned the name. So you can't dismiss that just because this modern day era of citing sources and just dismissing or throwing it in the garbage just because this modern day thing. That's why that's ignorant infers of intelligence and understanding. Because you have to look. You have to wait a minute. Why are you still talking?
Because you're done already.
No, I'm not done. I'm saying. No, I'm not. Haven't made my point, you arrogant knucklehead. Why don't you let me talk? I bet you if it was a white guy in here making the same point, you wouldn't have interrupted because you have no respect, except for people in your little circle. So now listen. Now listen. All I'm saying is this is a modern day way. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. Look, I'm done. I'm not talking. I'm done. Bye.
Berean, can I bring a solution?
They've been doing this since then, the church fathers. The church fathers cited sources that they read from, right? Even within the Bible, you see Jesus in them saying, have you not read or do you not know?
Come on.
Everybody been citing sources from the beginning. And within the past couple of days, we've been reading sources from the 1700s and the 1600s that cite sources prior to that. Bruce said this is a modern thing of 200 years. Just in the past few days alone, we've seen that that's absolutely false. And in the greater sense, we know that the first couple hundred centuries in the history of the church, they did it. And even in biblical times, that whole statement, like I said, it was pointless.
So I just want to bring a simple solution because it kind of sounds like we're talking about a big pot of gumbo of how, when, where, and why right now. And I think the solution would be to, if there's any past beef with Dante, clear that up and invite him onto the show and ask the questions that you have for him. But also, while asking the questions, show him the same respect that you showed that Dr. Brown got on the show.
You know, I believe Dante to move like that, Keys. That he'll let people come on.
But I believe this is what I'm saying. I believe
nobody
that
else talking but me and Keys.
But
Dante to move like that, Keys. Don't speak for him. Do y'all know Dante to move like that? Jump on a panel where he'll go back and forth and discuss or disagree with somebody and be open to them without blocking them. Do y'all know Dante to do that, or you're looking for something that he don't do? He just put out information.
I'm saying that the solution to this is to bypass a lot of the emotions involved in it. You're going to eventually have to talk to Dante. You can critique his book, but to know the how, when, where, and why of that and how he came to those results, you would specifically have to talk to Dante. Now, if he's willing to do it, then you know what I mean? It would have to be respectful in the manner of like when you had Dr. Brown or what's the other rabbi that came on, and how everybody was respectfully asking questions. I believe if you showed him the same respect, and if there was any past beef that could be cleared up to make him even comfortable doing this, I believe it could be done. But
Keys.
Hold on, because right now you can't really. What I'm saying is, without talking to the source of this book, you'll never get the intention of the how, when, where, and why from somebody else. Even as close as second Exodus being to Dante, it still doesn't give the exact frame thought or the how, when, and why of Dante putting the book up. You eventually have to go to Dante. Because this is his book. This is his book. This is his book. So I believe that eventually, hold on.
I know what's going on here.
What's wrong? Is that not fair? Because we're asking.
I'm talking right now. I like what Most Excellent said. We refer to Ken Johnson. We ain't got to go to everybody. I don't like the fact y'all insinuate white folk get on here. Y'all are full of shit. This Berean talking. Y'all full of it. I can't put it no other way. I might as well speak the truth right now. And then y'all start, oh, the white man get respect. Y'all full of shit. This Berean, I shut the whole channel down. Go ahead.
I mean,
talk, man.
that's who y'all talking about and talking to.
Y'all worship these dudes. We try to do everything for y'all, catering and kissing your ass. This Berean talking.
I'm not asking you to kiss my ass. That's one thing I'm not doing. I'm not asking nobody up here to kiss my ass.
Go ahead, y'all. I'm shutting this whole thing down. I'm good. I'm done.
Well,
I'm obsessed with y'all. I ain't into this religion like y'all into it. I ain't trying to lead y'all to Christ. I'm not trying to lead y'all. I ain't following no awakening.
I was going to ask Keys if he ain't going, Berean. I did have a question for him. Keys. So Dante has been on Berean TV. He has been challenged about some things he said. He's debated one person, that was Vocab Malone, as far as I know, to the best of my knowledge. When there are questions that come up about things, we've asked them, some people have asked them and haven't gotten whole answers. But he has not agreed to do any kind of debate forum or any kind of back and forth. And most recently, you mentioned Dr. Brown. Dr. Brown invited him to a discussion / debate to discuss some things in his book. And all Dr. Brown got was told that he's a white man, he needs to go mind his own business. So you tell me, how are we supposed to even get him to come and stand on 10 toes and defend his writing and not get offended when people are asking hard questions?
I think to get that to be done, whatever happened in the past got to be resolved.
And
but because you got direct, my thing is, we can all have feelings about what was said and how he said it, but to actually hear it from the direct source, then you can't refute the direct source. If he said, I did it this way because of that, then it is what it is. It may not be more so of what we're trying to look in so far deep into it of what it may be. Just, I mean, like, if you really want to talk to him and know what he was thinking in his frame of mind with this book, resolve the issue in the past, invite him on just talk about the book. All the questions the questions concerning the information can be asked, but it doesn't have to come from the intent of being contentious.
Okay, I get that, Keys, but what Berean just told you, and it's a fact, people that challenge, not contentiously, but they challenge some of the things that Dante says or put out there, and they end up getting blocked. They don't get a they don't get a reply of, okay, this is the information, this is why I said it, here's the source, I back this up, let's go back and we can go back and forth about it. They end up getting blocked because
the only thing that gets me, the only thing that hurts me, JT Mac, somebody else said, Israelites, y'all not respected over here. There's no urban apologists, there's no Christian ministers. Trust me, I got more bishops in my jack than all of y'all in here. There's more Christian. This is a Christian support. The thing that hurts me, this is a Christian supported channel that caters to Israelites. Nothing to please these Negroes. You'll bow down backwards for these Negroes. Most of you Israelites, I got 6 Israelites in here that give. All the rest is Christians that support. The most people that support the heaviest, they don't even jump on the channel. They don't even jump on the channel. And the few they do, they'll jump on the channel on the regular. They don't jump on the regular like Elder Green. They don't be on the regular like that. And they're going to support regardless. It's mostly Christians supporting this. I'm hurt that they crazy enough to follow me, to help me, to let y'all come out here and bring your evidence. And you ungrateful. I'm going to call y'all every word in the book. That's what Pastor Mike and them, that hurt the witness and da. Boy, I'm done with you Negroes. I feel some type of way. All y'all with the most sauces, with the most mouth, y'all been around here 7 years and ain't never give $1. Then y'all got the nerve to try to rile people? But how ain't nobody fair over here? I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like I'm a sucker for y'all. And I'm abusing and using the church folk. And some Israelites give, but like I said, it's mad church folk that give. And that's hurtful. I feel I'm disrespecting their bread. spending 8-9 hours on here with y'all. Anything y'all say I'm trying to do and show and prove. And I'm flipping it. Y'all Christians ain't showing and proving. Y'all got to come over here. This all game, boy. I don't think I'm Israel. I don't care about Israel. I'm doing this for y'all. To have conversation, you got the nerve to disrespect? Bell, don't you ever come back here. Talking about ain't no Israelite respected over here. You crazy? That's the problem. Y'all respected too much. But y'all can't see that. Y'all just like the white Jew. Y'all want to rule everything and say what you want and do what you want. Everybody got to bow down to y'all. I ain't going to bow to a white Jew and I ain't going to bow to y'all either. This is just too much. That's all I'm saying. It's just too much. Y'all not them. Your behavior ain't them. Can't nobody do it. And even people say, yo, we appreciate y'all. Y'all don't appreciate Jack. Y'all don't appreciate Jack. Then you want to know why they talking about black Americans and got the nerve to be slow? And got the nerve to be wanting to defend nonsense? Oh, everybody else got to live by this standard. But y'all can live by this whole standard, even all y'all scholars. Now y'all going to come and y'all want to blow at Kofi, talking about he race and he descend from, boy, y'all full of garbage. You wicked demons. And I'm still, as mad as I am, I'm going to still say, because there's a little incy-bincy, forgive me for my behavior, my language. Let me say that to the church folk. Supporting that I'm on here wilding out. Christians are supporting this. And you put your mouth on Christians. Time y'all get a chance, y'all going to tear down the church. We worshiping a white, including my man Bruce. I don't know, bro. I feel some type of way. Can't even get together and talk. We can't even, and I figure we done built a community. Let's go ahead and do it. Other people saying, yo, you claiming like a lot of people, urban apologists, nobody doing this. You doing it on channel right here. You got Kofi, you got Met, you got a team. We get together, everybody building right here. We run it through sources. I don't know, man. Forgive me for my behavior, but when emotions get to running high like this, and folk get to feeling some type of way, I don't even know if I should have put a link out. Maybe I should have just read the book. But we do want to get to the bottom of. Everybody claim they want to get to the bottom of something. Y'all got mad interference y'all running. Just like when them Christians that start hemming out and them up, be like, yo, this have not been thoroughly debunked. You Israelites, y'all, boss, some of y'all in here funny. I'm looking at the comment section. Y'all can't, it's like it's a spirit. You can't even say, yo, they do have a point. Where the primaries at? Let's look into your, they do have a, y'all ain't that. Y'all ain't gonna do that. Y'all a gang. Y'all can never put your mouth on Freemasonry. Y'all move just like them. And they're the ones that brought the most light. When you talk about light and knowledge about this awakening, I can show and prove, bro. I got to start showing y'all something. I got to start showing y'all. Think it's one thing, it's another, bro. I know who brought light. I know who brought this awakening. I know where this thing come from. Y'all figuring it out. Now you think I stay saying, yo, who we the black Jews 1990? Who was in the awakening? Dante tell you who was talking this talk. I'm just continuing something that been going on. But y'all disrespectful with it. Don't never even get no word. Nigga in the hospital. They don't even get no words of encouragement. Yo, at least we praying for niggas don't care. You users don't care. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, Keys, I'm gonna land on this. In the last, and it's been going on before then, but just in the last 6 months, there have been claims with sources that have been questionable, that have been proven to be questionable at best. Okay, and how the sources are being used, or the sources being manipulated. Your boy has an open invitation to come on here and clear all of that up, and he's not going to do that. So I don't know what it is you think that we're not doing to get him to come and answer some questions about his sources. Even with the Nefertiti video, he never did he never could refute what she said. All he did was go back and start making the same videos again, putting out the same information again. Now that she's gone, she ain't here to, reply again. But point is that this is not how you prove scholarship, by just ignoring people's basically vetting your claims and just ignoring them and just keep on pushing forth and making putting out information because you got a following And so you just ignore the people. You ignore Kobe. You ignore Dr. Brown. You ignore whoever. I'm just giving you, an example. And last thing I'm gonna say to what Bruce was saying. So now we're gonna revert back to old scholarship from 2,000 years ago where people didn't use footnotes. That's what we're doing now. He's trying to make that argument. Come on, man. Like I said, even if you don't know how to do footnotes, you can still put those references next to your claims, especially if the claims are controversial. Put those references next to the claims so that people can at least look them up. I should not have to go buy a whole separate book to get a source from, to find a source for a claim in a different book that you made on page 346. I shouldn't have to do that, bro.
No,
that's
but
what
the
I'm
website
saying.
is free. He's not saying, it's not like he's trying to G them to buy more books. They just said, some people just saying, well, maybe you should go to the website. Come on, Jordan, if you want to read something.
Hey, Brian, I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna hop out, man. I gotta I got homework and stuff. But with this whole thing, I honestly, to me, it doesn't really matter if Dante comes through and like backs up his claim. He shouldn't have to do that. That's not how this works, right? You shouldn't have to go back and defend yourself. It's your work. It's your published work. You're writing. That's your position. That's what we go off. Whenever you're looking at peer-reviewed scholarship, or if someone puts out a book, no one checks without that person before they put out a book rebutting them. Like when John MacArthur wrote that book, Strange Fire or something like that, and then Dr. Brown wrote a book critiquing it. He didn't hit up John MacArthur to ask him if he can write that. That's not how that works. You put out a book and you put out your best information. Second part is, whenever you go into a debate, you'll see this all the time. Look at any debate. When two people debate, they're typically debating their positions on the books they've read. They don't hit them up beforehand and hey, what exactly did you mean when you wrote this in your book? Because I'm going to critique you on it. No, they are supposed to lay out exactly what they meant in their book. And that's why footnotes are so important. Again, we're trying to do scholarship without actually doing scholarship, and that's what's leading us down a bad trail, I think. If we want to continue with this type of scholarship, I mean, just call it what it is. Just say we're catering to the simple. That's what we're doing. And if that's what it is, I think there'll be a lot less people that you'll really have beef with, because they'll understand, hey, they know where they're at. And this is what we're doing. We're doing picture book doctrine and no footnotes. Okay, that's what it is. Cool. But that's all I got. It's just, it's like Garfield said, it's kind of a waste of time. There's nothing to even look into. I can't critique none of this because there's nothing to look into.
All right, appreciate it, fam. Garfield, what do you want?
I'm just shocked at the audience, man, because I mean, I'm the one that's supposed to be a non-believer demon and everything, but this guy writing a book without no sources. If I had done this, I mean, I remember when my book came out, Zanlex did a whole thing about Garfield plagiarizing, all because I didn't put quotation marks on a page, but I did put the source at the bottom of where it comes from. It makes sense. Somebody want to plagiarize, but he don't want to put the source. And then, of course, y'all know I went in on Zion book for so many years, so he wanted to find something going on my book about. But the issue is, every page in my book has a source. And at the end of the chapter, I number the sources. This was my first book, very professional. And I just think, because we have our preferences of people, like I don't like Garfield because he doesn't believe what I believe. So I don't like nothing that he says or respect anything he says.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on a minute, Garfield. Andre Bell, I thought I just blocked you. What you want, Andre Bell? You get on here talking about Covey descended from Covey European. He descend from Europeans and all this other nonsense. What do you come on here? How can you add to this conversation, Bell? You're muted. Bell, you're muted. You don't know how to unmute yourself? All right, go ahead, Fervent Charity. Hold on, Garfield. Or you hold on a minute.
Can you put the thing in the side chat that the guy wanted me to answer the question?
Can you hear me now?
Right now? Go ahead, Bell.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just asking, what did I say that was so offensive? What did I say last time?
Come on here. You said Covey.
That was so offensive.
You said how you gonna come on here talking about he descend from colonizers and all of this, talking about he white and all this, he Mexican. And what does that got to do with scholarship?
He's a descendant. He's a descendant of Spaniards and Portuguese. He's a descendant of Europeans. And I wasn't saying that to be offensive. It's just the truth. I wasn't trying to offend COVID. It's just the truth.
Okay, hold on. So when Dante talk about Spaniards and Portuguese, he's talking about people that look like me. He's not talking about COVID. COVID and them is the enemy, and the Spaniards and Portuguese. Go ahead.
In that context, yes. The discussion is about black Portuguese, Spaniards and Portuguese that was forced down into Portugal, and then their descendants wound up on the coast of Africa in Sao Tome. Now we can try to figure out, is that true or not? Now seems like every time that comes up, COVID tries to take the opposite position, saying that they were white and that all of the blacks were converted in Africa. I mean, that's what I keep hearing. But the information that these researchers are pointing out and these old books are saying something different. And it's like people just have a problem with black people having anything. If that's our heritage, let it be our heritage. And if we say that, we're not saying, okay, all you Christians, you got to do just like we do. All we're saying is we've come to the understanding that we are those ancient people. You don't have to follow our doctrine. You don't have to do any of that. But at least give us the respect and the opportunity to claim our identity. And you don't have to follow it.
Okay, hold on a minute, brother. They be getting me so mad. And he oh Lord, this is Kobe. If you want to answer, you could answer it. Everybody heard it. Everybody heard it. Y'all, what do y'all think? That's what's been happening. If y'all agree with Bell, y'all go ahead. This is just a whole public channel.
Hey, Berea, and I'm gonna step off and clear it up for somebody. So I'll be in the comments section.
All right, appreciate you, fam. Jordan, whilst we're waiting, where first try to go? Go ahead so Garfield can hear you. You wanted to share your screen, and then we'll fix this dude, Mr. 512. I can't, and everybody, oh man. It's the
Hey, grace and peace, shalom. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, everybody can hear you, man. Pull your screen up so I can walk away. Yeah, this one, he do sound like Grady. And then I be trying to say, and then I was saying to somebody the other day, they said, they just too ignorant on your channel. Sister Sylvia, don't laugh. They said they too ignorant on your channel. I said, no, not the Christians. They said, oh, yes. They said all of them over. I said, no, that's the Israelites be really ignorant. They said, no. And they started naming names. They said, honestly, they started naming names. This my family. They're like, no, we be listening. Plenty of people be listening, not commenting. They're like, oh, no, y'all ignorant over there. I was so hurt, but what can I say? But go ahead, Fervent Charity. Pull your screen up so I can.
Garfield and Left Field, I wanted a good reader. Maybe Second Exodus would read it. I'm not sure.
Go ahead. But no, I thought you wanted to at least pull it up. Go ahead, Garfield. I'm going to put the link back out there.
The link is in the back chat.
I thought you're not on your computer.
I am on the computer, but like if y'all want me to read, man, y'all know I'm country. I might be a little slow reading it, so you
just want to read segments of it, right?
I want you to read.
Every Israelite want to read a Father God.
I want you to read through 1 through 5, man. That's the only way segments ain't gonna do good. And this source got footnotes for anybody that want to check footnotes. Every page that I want y'all to read got the footnotes. So.
Where is it? How do I even pull this thing up?
Would you like me to read it?
Yeah, you can read
it. Where is it? Hold on a minute.
I mean, I just find it interesting. I wanted to see what Garfield or anybody else has to say, about the source.
I pulled it up.
You did? All right, well, pull your screen up because I can't even. Here it is. Here it is. This? No, Second Exodus. If you want to just something, you pull the screen because then you could scroll and do whatever, and I could just walk away. Lord God help me.
Hey, this is a good source though, man. I mean, it maybe could be debunked. I'm not sure, but that's why I wanted to put it out here, and y'all can read it.
He just Curtis Lee don't laugh, and he just want to throw this out there. Let's just throw it out there. And let's just see what works. Let's just see if it works.
Hey, but get what? This one might stick. Let's see though.
Let's see. This is a try. Just throw it. See if it stick. Go ahead. No, Second Exodus. Pull yours up. This is it. But if you want to pull your screen up, then you could scroll and stop, and y'all could talk, and I could walk away.
Right, I understand. I'm on my phone, so I pulled it up on my phone, but I'm not.
Oh no, so you ain't. Oh, so you ain't gonna be able to do it then. Good. All right.
Right, but I can read. I see the whole
I
thing.
can pull it up on my
So
screen
come
if he
on
can
then.
read.
So come on then. Come
Okay.
on then.
All right.
I'm too old for this. Then somebody said, yo, you could have really been in ministry. Look how you threw your life away. Mess around with you Israelites. Look how you threw your life away. That's how I threw my whole life away messing around with y'all. Not catching them. Never mind. I hope
Okay,
it's anyone finds something legit. I hope Jordan. Yeah, I hope it's
got
Jordan. Real talk.
I got it up.
Will. Oh, okay. All right, second next thing. You know, Jordan, you know how to make it bigger? Phineas laughing. You know how to make it bigger? All right, slow. Take your time, Jordan. We got hope in you, brother.
No, see, that's why I wanted one of you. You see, you up north, man. You can read so fast.
No,
I want
second
to
Exodus.
Garfield.
He don't read country. I be like, what they doing in Mississippi? The girl started talking. I said, that's a whole different world. And she proud to be from Mississippi. I be like, yo, this is a big country. That's all I can say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I love Mississippi, man. I stayed up there in New York for a couple years, man. I had to come back home though.
Oh, he couldn't take us to New York. That's the whole. Israel laughing. Ryan said, he said, yo, you threw your whole life away messing around with them Israelites. Lord have mercy. Oh, my first 3 years on YouTube, I wasn't cussing in no videos and all of that. I got to shut the whole channel down now. I don't know when I started. They said we could tell you when you started messing with them Israelites. We knew from the beginning you were shaky because you said some of them were saved, fighting to try to make some of y'all right in the eyes of God. All of y'all ain't right. And Sister Sylvia, I ain't finna say all the Christians are right either, but man, oh man, my hands are full. Go ahead.
All right. So we can start at page 1 if you read quick, because it's like a short read each page. But let's get to page 5.
He wants you to read a lot, second Exodus.
Yeah, because I mean, how can we get the full context?
I ain't mad. Go ahead. I ain't mad. Read it
Hey,
all.
Barine, I don't want to leave no room for nobody to go back and read some two sentences down that I didn't read. So I ain't trying to leave no room for that. That's why I want to read it like that.
Go ahead.
We can correct it here.
Go ahead. Thank you, second Exodus. Go ahead. I'm mute myself. Y'all got the flow.
And you want me to read page 9 or page 1?
No, I want you to go from page 1 to 5. And if you can, read the title and the author.
Okay. Chapter 1, No Witness to Bear, The Settlement of Jews Along the West Coast of Africa by Tudor Parfit. The interrelationship between the African continent and the Jews has been one of the important strands in the work of Emanuela Trevisan. In this paper, I should like to examine the little studied question of the settlement of Jews in West Africa. Following the persecution of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula, it is well known that the remarkable energy of new Christians, whether as Judaizers, committed Christians, or agnostics, played a major role in the Iberian conquest and transformation of the territories brought within an European orbit at the end of the 15th century. Their role in the Americas, the Ottoman Empire, India, and Europe has been well documented. But the presence and impact of Spanish and Portuguese Jews in Africa over time has been somewhat neglected. The recent work of Peter Mark and Jose de Silva Horta, Kagan and Morgan, among other scholars, has begun to rectify this with respect mainly to the Senegal coast. Since the appearance of the work of these and other scholars, the broad consensus has been that the only Jewish communities to have established themselves in sub-Saharan Africa in early modern times were these small Sephardi African communities of Senegal's Petit Côte, a stretch of coastline south of Dakar. By the 1660s, according to the Cape Verdean merchant Lemnos Kolho, Jewish identity was no longer a feature of the Luso-African descendants of the communities of the Petit Côte. Today, he wrote, By God's mercy, these ports are free from this wicked people, the Jews, and there are only some mestizos, their children, who in my time have been reduced to the Catholic. As far as anyone knows, the disappearance of these communities of the Petit Côte, there were no Jewish communities anywhere else along the whole West African coast. A couple of hundred years after Lemos Colho's unpleasant comment, Edward Wilmot Blyden, 1832 to 1912, the Americo-Liberian writer and diplomat, noted that the great body of the Dark Continent has been apparently overlooked by the Jews. There is not, to my knowledge, a single synagogue in West Africa along 3,000 miles of west coast. 3,000 miles of coast, and probably not 24 representatives of God's chosen people in that whole extent of country. Not a Jewish institution of any kind, either for commercial, religious, or educational purposes. Have the Jews no witness to bear in intertropical Africa? The existence in modern times of Judaizing movements or of groups with some apparently Judaic characteristics in sub-Saharan Africa has usually been attributed not to the influence of any incursions of actual Jews or conversos, such as the ones referred to by Colho, but to the activity of European colonists and missionaries who constructed such communities, sometimes as an exercise in comparative religion on the colonial frontier, and more recently to the agency of modern forms of communication, such as the internet. However, as we shall see, traces of Portuguese and Spanish Jews who have fled the Inquisition may be found in various parts of West Africa until very much later than the mid 17th century, and their influence on the local population and therefore perhaps contemporary Judaic manifestations may need to be reconsidered. Page 4.
Hey, notice, however, as we shall see, traces of Portuguese and Spanish Jews who had fled the Inquisition may be found in various parts of West Africa until very much later than the mid 17th century.
So what did that mean? Well, how do you understand that?
I'm just saying that it was a trace of these people until mid-late 17th century. It was traces of these Portuguese and Spanish Jews until that time period. I just wanted to note that before he kept reading. Even though earlier we read where there was a disappearance of these people anyway, but I don't know how many people caught that. But he can keep reading.
Okay. Let us first take a look at what is known of possible Jewish influences along the west coast of Africa, starting in the 16th century. As we have seen, groups of Sephardi origin along the Senegal coast were almost from the start mixed Afro-Judaic communities. By the middle of the 16th century, some knowledge of these Black Jewish communities was widespread throughout the Portuguese-speaking world.
All right, he's in Afro-Judaic communities.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, these are Afro-Judaic communities.
Now why Covey? That's why Bell said what he said about Covey. Covey said, look up that footnote.
But hold on. Before we start, let's finish reading about these Afro-Judaic communities now.
Okay, all right.
So it says, as we have seen, groups of Sephardi origin. Now this mentioned in one group, but we finna go into something else. That's why it's important we keep reading. Then we can search the footnotes. I mean, if we searching for the truth, I ain't got no problem with that. But it says, by the middle of the 16th century, some knowledge of these Black Jewish communities was widespread throughout the Portuguese-speaking world. So these these same Afro-Judaic communities that Sephardic origin along the Senecal coast were almost from the start mixed Afro-Judaic communities. By the middle of the 16th century, some knowledge of these Black Jewish communities was widespread throughout the Portuguese-speaking world. So these are the same, I guess, the same one Afro-Judaic community. I let him keep reading about this Jewish community.
No less a figure than the Archbishop of distant Goa, Dom Gaspar de Leao, wrote about Black Jews along the coast of Africa. In this introduction to a polemical, anti-Jewish work written around 1565, some 5 years after the establishment of the Inquisition in Goa, he included a general denunciation of Jews who had rejected the Christian message. He wrote, Judaism is an illness, one that lasted 2,000 years and claimed 2 million souls, and had come about because the Jews had originally refused remedy from the hand of the ultimate medico, Jesus Christ. This illness, which afflicted the Jews, had the effect that wherever they have lived, they have been cast down and rejected, so that even the Black Jews of Guinea suffered this curse.
Now, hold on. Before we read further, I just want y'all to make instance that people in history before us, Christian people, saying that Judaism was an illness and these people, the Jews, had rejected their Messiah, Jesus Christ, which was the remedy to this illness. And it afflicted all Jews, even the Black Jews on the Guinea, suffered this curse. So, I'm not trying to, I don't want to just really bring this point out, but we see these people seeing that these people are afflicted from a curse from the rejection of Jesus Christ, which caused all Jews to scatter in 7 AD. We know ultimately things came about. But let's keep reading. Let's keep reading. I just wanted to see y'all to see that these people mention the curse that even affected these Black Jews of Guinea. But keep reading the second exit.
How does one understand this? What he, no doubt, meant is that even those Jews who had escaped the clutches of the Inquisition and had established themselves safely in Guinea as Jews, and who even had the support of the local authorities, were not as well off as they imagined, and in any event could serve as a reminder to the faithful of the consequences of rejecting Christ, and could be sure that the curse would follow them. Whatever is implied by this reference, it seems as if by the 1560s, the Black Jews of Guinea had become a byword for Jews who, despite everything, had survived Christian attempts to stamp them out. Even the Black Jews of Guinea. Was Dom Gaspar referring to the well-known communities of La Petite Côte, which is situated rather to the north of what was considered Guinea? Or was he referring to some other community further down the coast in the vast area known as Guinea or South Guinea, which stretched as far as Angola? The presence of isolated Jews of different sorts further down the west coast of Africa, far from La Petite Côte, is indeed attested in subsequent years by a number of Western travelers. John Ogilvy, 1600 through 1676, the English translator and publisher, expressed what was known at the time of the coast of Guinea. Many Jews are scattered over this region, some natives, boasting themselves of Abraham's seed, inhabiting both sides of the river Niger.
So we see this man writing about Jews scattered over this region of Africa, some natives boasting themselves of Abraham's seed inhabiting both sides. Now let's keep reading, because I want y'all to see that this author also gonna mention these lighter Jews, but he's making a delineation. Let's keep reading.
Others are Asian strangers. He meant simply that there were African Jews as well as lighter colored Jews living along the Niger. Reflecting on the nature of Afro-Judaic communities and how they evolved over the next century, Mark and Da Silva Horta speak a good deal of syncretism, Although this is a term which is only rarely used these days by scholars of religion, undoubtedly, among the Africans boasting themselves of Abraham's seed, there was a probably a unconscious merging of traditions. One possible example of an individual of mixed tradition was spotted by a French traveler, Nicolas Villaut de Bellefonde, who undertook one of the first voyages on behalf of the French West India Company in 1666. He sailed down the Guinea coast from the Senegal to the Gold Coast, touching at many points. An account of his voyage with descriptions of the places visited was published on his return and soon afterwards translated into English. He narrowly survived a perilous crossing, and as his boatman was pulling towards the shore, the latter muttered in relief, "Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob." Mark and De Silva Horta devote a considerable amount of space to this pious invocation of the patriarchs, which the boatman termed a fetish. Was this a trace of some Judaic past or influence? Question mark. Perhaps, indeed, it was. Similarly, around 1700, we have a description of some Black Portuguese inhabitants south of today's Senegal who appear to be in part descendants of Jews or New Christians. Perhaps the communities of La Petite Côte. We hear that in the kingdom of Bara was to be found.
Okay. Similarly, around 1700, we have description of some Black Portuguese inhabitants south of today's Senegal who appear to be part descendants of Jews or New Christians. Now, in this very next paragraph, we're going to get some descriptions of these Jews. And I want to show you some of these artwork from these Jews around this time period. You can continue reading Second Exodus. This good, man.
A Black nation which speaks some Portuguese. They build better than the Negroes. According to Labat, the greater part of these Portuguese have no more title to the name of Christians than of whites. For he says, only some few of them are baptized, whose Christianity wholly consists in wearing a great chaplet around their neck, a very long sword by their side, a mantle if they can get one, a hat, a shirt, and a poniard. They are very ignorant, profligate, abhorred by the real Christians, and despised by the Mohammedans, who look upon them as people of no religion, because it is well known that they never pray, but when they are with the marabouts, and never go to the Christian church, but about business. However, they are very stout people, use firearms well, and are very ready and enterprising in business. They serve as factors up the river for the French, but in truth, they are a desolate race, squandering away upon women and wine, and not only all they get themselves, but even what belongs to their employers. We shall conclude our account of them with a passage from Le Maire, who says they are partly Jews, partly Christians, that they generally carry a large pair of beads, are great cheats, very malicious, and, in short, have all the vices of the Portuguese, without any of their good qualities.
Okay, let's stop right there for a second. Okay, so we see a description of these people. It's a Black nation of people which speak some Portuguese. They build better than the Negroes, which we know also are black people. According to Labat, I'm not trying to, because people say I try to say that these Portuguese people are Negroes, but that's not what I'm saying. We obviously see that they're making a delineation between these people. But what we cannot mistake not to see that these people are also a Black nation, man. But let's keep reading. They build better than the Negroes. According to Labat, the greater part of these Portuguese have no more title to the name of Christian than of whites. For he says
better than the Negroes.
Huh?
They build better than the Negroes?
Yes, this black nation which speaks some Portuguese, they build better than the Negroes.
Who are the Negroes?
The Negroes will be the inhabitants.
And the black Portuguese are who?
They will be considered the Jews or new Christians, like 2nd Exodus just read.
Okay, go ahead.
And then it says, for he says only some few of them are baptized. These black nation of Portuguese, speaking Portuguese. Few of them are baptized, who Christianity wholly consists in wearing of a great chaplet about their neck, a long sword by their side, a mantle if they can get one, a hat and a shirt and a poniard. And it also 2nd Exodus read down here in the description of them. I want to read this real quick before I show y'all these sculptures. It said, who says they are partly Jews and partly Christians, that they generally carry a large pair of beads, a great cheeks, and the malicious, and in short, have all vices of the Portuguese without any of their good qualities. Now, Berean, I want to stop sharing it for a second before we continue and show you something else, but I'm going to pull that back up. Give me a second. I appreciate that 2-second Exodus, man. You helping out. You helping me out a lot, bro.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Kobe, you want to say something? I hate most excellent. Yo, oh man. All right, we gotta go to commercial break, mess around with y'all.
Why we got to hold on?
Why? What?
Why we got that? Why is all fun and games now? You know why?
Just asked
like,
no, let me be quiet. Go ahead. Jordan on the roll right now. So go ahead. I mute myself.
Hold on, let me see. Is this one? Oh yeah. Okay. I want y'all share my screen real quick, big bro. All right. Now let me try to blow this up a little bit. Now, we just read the description of these black Portuguese Jews. And I'm gonna read it again while y'all look at this picture right here. This black nation. And I got one more sculpture I'm gonna show after this, and then we can go back to the source, the actual source. But all right. Here we go. All right. So I'm gonna start right here. A black nation which speaks some Portuguese, they build better than the Negroes. According to Labat, the greater part of these Portuguese have no more title than the name of Christians than of whites. For he says only some few of them are baptized, who Christianity wholly consists in wearing a great chaplet about their neck, a very long sword by their side, a mantle if they can get one, a hat, a shirt, and a poniard. And it's also a description. Dang, man. My computer moving too fast, y'all. I keep losing my spot. But do y'all see that sculpture? Hello? Anyone there?
Yeah, I see it. I'm looking.
Yeah.
Okay. So we had that in that description of them people. And this art was found in the west coast of Africa, and it's made of ivory, and it was done by Afro-Portuguese, if anyone was interested. They got it in the museum over there. And let me show you this one other picture real quick, because I want you to check out the dress on this one too, and then we can go back to the actual source. All right. Let's do this. Is this it? Yes. Sure. All right, Berean, you share my screen. That right there. Let me blow it up. If y'all notice the hat with the feather, the mantle, he got the shirt and the dress, and this right here is pictures of, this is sculptures of Portuguese Jews in the west coast of Africa between the 1400s, I believe, and 1500s. This was art that was found. But any one of y'all can fact check me if y'all please. But I'm gonna pull back up the actual source. But these would be images of this black nation that spoke Portuguese that would have been seen as partly Jews or partly Christians. Now let me go back to the source and then I'll let somebody else speak. If you can share my screen, big bro, one more time. All right. So anyone else can speak before we continue to read this, I guess, because I want y'all to see, well, I want to get to this part in this source where it shows that not only they talk about the disappearance of these groups of people, but they also talk about an assimilation into the culture of the African spirituality. But anybody else can speak.
I thought, Kofi, were we just talking about this a few days ago, Kofi, or this in the back chat, or this wasn't it, Kofi?
Yeah, this was it. That's why I was going to wait. I actually wanted to preempt it because it changes what one thinks of when we see white and black in this article. But Jordan's rocking out, so I'm just letting him rock out, and then I'll show the footnotes that I chased afterward. But yeah, you're right. It's what we were talking about the other day.
All right, go ahead.
We talked about this in the back chat. The only conversation I remember having about this in the back chat was with Leo.
No, not that back chat. I got kicked out of y'all's back chat. I'm talking about another back chat.
Yeah, or we were live with this, but go ahead. It's good that he's now. It's good. I can send him a link to the back. It's good. It's good now that we let Jordan bring it on out. We don't want to oppress the Israelites like the whole Christian church been oppressing the Israelites and know the truth. We don't want to hide the truth.
But I mean,
the Most High's making us bend so we can speak the truth.
I'm not that type. I'm not trying.
I know you ain't that type, but you're trying to present something, so I want you to present it.
I want to present it because I just showed you.
Y'all ain't got to go by nothing.
I just showed you sculptures of these people.
Show me that Christmas.
Hold on. Before we go any farther, everybody in the chat got to admit I showed you sculptures of these people from that time period. Because this artwork is from that time period that these people have found and holding in museums. That's how them people look. So whatever source we bring after that, I mean, I just don't know. I'm just bringing what I got. But
what was the time period, Jordan?
Huh?
What was the time period? Do you remember?
Well, the last sculpture I showed was from the period of the 1400s to like the 1500s. There was Afro-Portuguese art that was found in the west coast of Africa. The first one was from the Ivory Coast, and it was made by Ivory. But you can look it up. Like I posted it in the back chat. I don't know if you said you ain't in our back chat, but all that back there in the back chat.
Okay, thanks.
But Second Exodus, you continue reading for me if you still there, brother.
Yeah, I can continue reading for you. What page was it? Page 6?
Yeah, we had started on page 6, I think, the beginning of page 6.
Okay. Also, I want to mention that this is the perfect time to look into the Jews of Bilad el-Sudan. And there was already communities of Jews living within West Africa. And I was kind of curious if that was probably the reason why a lot of Sephardic Jews went into Morocco and just kind of joined up with those Jews in the West African regions, if they just kind of came together and just formed one large amalgamation. Page 6. It says, in the same year, an English observer noted that on the island of Bissau, there were suspicions that the Negrish Portuguese were of Jewish origin. They have no hogs, neither the Portuguese nor Negroes caring to breed them. It can proceed from no religious principle in the latter, who are neither Jews nor Mohammedans. But what shall we think of the former? In the early modern period, there was something of a consensus that Black Jews inhabited a number of localities along the West African coast, as well as the interior. The consensus had already been reached by the Portuguese, who imagined black Jews to be living in Angola, frequently accusing local circumcised males of being Jews, even though circumcision was universally practiced by the local Angolan Gentile population. In fact, for the Portuguese, as for other Europeans, there was a powerful sense that there were Jewish polities representing the lost tribes of Israel in the African interior. In 1830, for instance, a religious journal noted, Africa, therefore, presents the only remaining likely place, and the advocates for the existence of the 10 tribes very confidently maintain that they are enclosed in the interior of that unexplored country. The widespread nature of this discourse and its continuing relevance.
Hello, right quick. Now, I want y'all to pause right there. And I don't want you to start reading, but I want to make a note right here. We see these scholars saying this about lost tribes being disclosed in the interior Africa. So when y'all hear this from Israelites or other people, don't act like that's just something that they came up with first or just believe first. Even about the curse statement we read in this same source earlier, man. Now, to me, that's being disingenuous. Because now we showing you places where these scholars or these people saying these same things. So like even I see in the chat is all pure speculation and all these things. But when it comes to this type of stuff, man, y'all got to be genuine about this information. And y'all seeing these people say the same thing. I continue reading on second X.
The widespread nature of this discourse and its continuing relevance over time may be adduced from the fact that when the British were planning a first expedition up the Niger in 1842 to the unknown interior, two London rabbis asked the expedition leaders to take them with letters in Hebrew and English, which they were to hand to the spiritual leaders of any Jewish communities the expedition might encounter along the banks of the Niger. A more sober note with respect to the coast of Luango, just north of Angola, was struck by the missionary John Clark, who wrote a very informative little book on what was known at the time of the languages and dialects of Africa, as well as the people and customs of the interior. He mentioned the town of Banali in Luango, which contains 15,000 inhabitants. Many slaves from Majomba and Kibangua passed through this country to be sent to Cuba and the Brazils. Oldendorp speaks of black Jews being in this part of Africa, but no confirmation of this has been met with. The practices common in many parts of Africa are those of sacrificing goats and sheep, making cuttings for the dead, circumcision, and the trial drink, and these do not particularly belong to the customs of the Jews. Jews along the coast, like Portuguese Christians, had close relationships with Africans living near their trading posts, and, as we have seen, they took African wives and concubines. One of the Jews we know to have had initiated relations with a Wolof woman on the west coast was Manuel, the son of the spiritual head of the community of Porto de Ali, Jacob Peregrino, who was accused of sleeping with one of the daughters of the Wolof king. Not only did Portuguese take local women, they also sometimes adopted local dress. In 1619, there was a case where the inquisitorial authority was brought to bear on a man born in Malacca and now living in Cachu, Guinea-Bissau, by the name of Manuel da Silva. He was arrested and taken to the Cape Verde Islands and thrown into jail. The charge against him was that he had been seen in Bikanjor, today's Ziguinchor in Senegal, dressed like a local black, como negra de terra, wearing rings through his nose and a babou. De Silva claimed to be a Christian, And he may well have been. In any event, there was no other evidence against him other than he had gone native. Reading between the lines, it might suggest that Jews and new Christians were even by this time prone to adopt the garb and habits of the local population, and this in itself was sufficient to attract the unwanted attentions of the Holy Office should they fall into its clutches. As they adopted local dress, they also in time, in some cases, embraced local beliefs. In this way, the religious practices of Jews and Africans interacted symbiotically in the creation of religious practices analogous to those created by the fusion of Christianity and African religions elsewhere in Africa. Not very much is known of these new religious movements. Indeed, Judaic religious movements of this sort worldwide require more research. These dislocated people with such traumatic histories on the contest.
Before you read about the dislocated people, I want y'all to make note that some of these people could have possibly assimilated, took garbs, even the cultural aspect, traditions, and their spirituality. Some of these Jews, that's important to be noted. But let's continue relate about this.
Hold on,
Garfield. Garfield, hold on before you come run interference. We almost done.
I'm not running any interference. I want to respond to what you read.
But hold on before you do that.
You can't.
I just want them to take note of that. And this
you
another
made
thing.
that up, bro. You made that up. The book didn't say that. You
but
made
wait a minute, let him finish Garfield because Fervor Chatty, you wanted Garfield on the read when you was reading this.
Yeah, so
I did. I want him. I want him to see how I made that up, and y'all just heard what Second X just read about these people taking the garbs and on the traditions and all this. You just heard them read that.
Okay. Can I?
But hold on. Hold on, before we continue, before Second X discontinue about this dislocated people, I want y'all to notice this. I admit there are lighter skinned Jews, or what you call Lakandos, or all this in the West was in the West Coast of Africa. But the thing is, we know where these people went. This article is finna talk about a dislocated people, or people that disappeared. I want y'all to understand that difference in that. Before we continue, bro. Now, Second Exodus, you can go ahead and continue.
Oh, let me respond to that before we continue. Let me just say this. If you're reading a source, right? And by the way, too, Eldad the Danite is the reason why people are talking about the lost tribes, right? After that story came out in the 1200s about Prester John and him. That's when people started looking for the lost tribes and the Christians started looking for Christians and all that stuff, right? Now, in that context, you're reading about the Lawanga Jews, right? Now, again, I keep saying this. Nobody's denying that Jews mixed with other Africans. Nobody's denying that. And the book is specific about that. The issue is you can't prove that any of those people who are Jews who slept with African women because and all that stuff, you can't show none of them coming on a slave ship. Nobody's denying Jews. I don't care about color. I told y'all already. I'll give Dante and y'all. Every Jew is black. I don't care what nobody says. Every Jew they talk about is black. Let me finish. Okay. Every Jew is black. So at the end of the day, show us them coming on the slave ships. Show us in this source that those specific Jews that came into the region as traders all of a sudden became slaves. You're not making no sense. None. You're reading this to prove what? What are you proving with this?
Okay, well, can I finish reading my non-proof source then? Can I
finish? You said you ain't finished reading yet, because remember, Covey wanted to share some stuff too.
No, man, because look.
You had the floor. All right, I'm just listening. For Reverend Chatty had the floor for a minute. But Canada, but Israel, they rule us.
Y'all want to talk about all these people with lighter skinned Jews. We know where these people went
Nobody said that, bro. Nobody said that.
Hold on, man. Let me finish talking.
No, but you're lying. Nobody said that, though. Who said that? Point to the person who said that. Who said that? Who is the person that said that all of these Jews was light skinned?
Go ahead and do what y'all do. Go
No,
ahead,
because
you
you're
can do something.
lying. And you
Go
light
ahead,
skin
dude.
your damn
What
self.
I'm lying
What about
about,
light skin for?
Exodus read the paper, and I'm going back rereading, making sure everybody heard what was read. I ain't adding no content of my own to the source. So who's lying? You get on here in the outrage and the upfit, and you won't let me finish reading about this dislocated people. We know where the white Jews and the lighter skinned Jews went from West Africa. We can trace them people to Sephardi. We know where they went. What I'm asking about is these people that he's about to talk about, these dislocated people, these people that seem to disappear, the people you ain't talking about.
Where did they go? Where did they go? Where did they go?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Where
But
did
can
they
I
go?
finish
You were
reading the
supposed
source?
to know. So why you reading
Jordan got an
you
idea
already
where
know
they
the
went. He
answer.
don't want
That's
to
why
say
you
it.
pull out this source. You think you
You
slick.
see what I mean by
Yo,
not
bring
being
the heat.
genuine?
I'm ready right now.
Because I got to pinpoint prove where these people went, but they can't prove where they went. But hell, when somebody say where they think they went, you automatically got the right to say they wrong. How that works? No, man, you show me where these people went, these dislocated people, these black people that disappeared, that could have been had ties with Jews. You tell me where they went. But now you want to come on here and jump and try to rule and run everything, and we could have let the source finish itself because the source was speaking, not me. Our second Exodus.
Go ahead, Jordan.
Man, no, I'm done, man. I ain't worried about it. We ain't got to finish the source, bro.
All right, come on, Kobe. You want to share something and say something before Garfield concerning the source? Everybody says deja vu that they heard it before, but you will put your screen up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna share a couple things, and I feel what Jordan is saying, and Garfield do kind of turn up the heat sometimes, but let me see what I can do here. Entire screen. Go ahead and click that. Share that, and this is kind of why I wanted to go through the footnotes on this, because I went through this with somebody, right? So this is going back to like page 3 when it was talking. That's why I asked him the time frame of when this was mentioned. Going on page 3, for those of y'all that got it, y'all can kind of follow along. I don't know if I can make this any bigger.
This is the same exact source. Did Garfield, Jordan, you bear witness this is the same source?
It's funny because it's called No Witness to Bear, but yeah, it is page 3. And so I just highlighted this and wrote this down. So it says this happens by the 1600s, right? And today wrote, by God's mercy, these ports are free from these wicked people, right? He talked about that, the Jews. And there are only some mestizos, their children, whom in my time have been reduced to the Catholic religion. Then it's got that little footnote there, right? And this is why I always say, just trace the footnote so we know what they're talking about. We hear black, we hear white, but we don't know exactly what the author means when they say that. The only way you can know is by tracing the footnote and see where he got it from. So I did. It's Richard Keegan, Philip D. Morgan. Let me see. I actually have it over here. The actual book of it. It's on the. You can't download it.
To trace the footnote, Jordan, and just believe what was being said and being read, or is that further? Is that good? Is Kobe doing wrong? Is that wickedness?
No, he's not doing wrong, but this the thing I be trying to say. This why I know it take long and it drawed out, but that's why it's important to read all of it. I didn't want to take a segment like
you didn't read all of it and was going over it for the second time. You just didn't read all 9 pages.
I mean, we was going over. We was almost done because it was finna lead up to some questions I had about the dislocation or the disappearance of these certain groups off the west coast of Africa, but we couldn't get there because somebody came in. But I didn't want to just take segments of the paper because then somebody come later and read a paragraph down and be like, Jordan, this ain't what it meant. So I tried to do it the right way. And the only right way I feel like I can cover those bases is to go through the whole source slowly. And that's what I attempted to do. And so, like, I understand in this source,
what I want y'all to understand. You and attempt to hide the truth. Do you think the Christians are attempting to hide the truth and oppress you, brother?
No, that ain't what I was saying. I was just trying to disseminate some information to y'all. And look, the thing is, I want y'all to know that I understand that this source talks about lighter Jews or lighter skinned Jews that were also of a Spanish or Portuguese nature, and it also talk about a darker version. But that's the part that we was reading about. And these people, the author in the source, the author said these people were dislocated or disappeared. So my question was finna be, where did these people go? Whether people want to see them as Jews or not, some people obviously in history saw
Just
these people
explain
as
where, at
Jews.
least where did they go?
Right. Some people in history obviously seen these people as Jews or whatever the case, or new Christians. I just want to know where they went. We know where the Sephardists went, and the lighter skinned Jews of West Coast Africa. We have traces of them, but where are these of the darker variety? That's all I wanted to know. But we couldn't finish the source to see where he was about to say about them people. So
I think
all right, that's
honestly,
fair, Kobe. Is
yeah, I
that
think it might
fair?
have
Are
been.
you going to lead to where these people went, or are you going to just talk and say, I don't know where they went?
Yeah, I'll kind of go towards the end of it too. I think it was actually a good thing it stopped when it did. I don't know that the paragraph that was about to come up is favorable, but we'll get there, right? So this is
Kobe,
the
one second, Kobe, before you read. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lawanga Jews, if you read the sources, I'm sure Kobe's going to cover it, but they live separate than the other African tribes. They live separate from them. That's what the source says. Now, what
we
happened?
know they live separate.
Hold on, bro. I didn't cut you off, beloved. I didn't cut you off. Those people, and they are
Man, you
attached to.
interrupted then to say
Oh
we
man,
went
look at this
finna
guy.
say
Jordan,
that,
but
bro.
Jordan, did you, Jordan, in Jesus' name, Jordan, did you in Second Exodus have the floor for 20 minutes straight by yourselves?
I don't care. If he being disingenuous, I'm finna call it, bro.
Look at him.
He didn't let us finish the source to get to that part to say we didn't say it. That's being disingenuous.
All right, go ahead. Be quiet, Garfield. Do whatever the Israelites want. Nothing's fair to the Israelites. They're above us. They're above all nations. We're like spittle. Go ahead, Jordan. Take all the time you want. Then you tell them when they can go.
Oh, God, man. God.
I'm muting myself. Go ahead. I'm going to the kitchen. Go ahead.
If somebody come on this, look, if you reading the book and you get halfway through the book, and then somebody come on here and say you didn't say nothing, but they cut you off before you got to that part, what the hell you want me to say?
I'm quiet, Jordan. You got the floor. You got the floor. You're burning your time. I'm walking away.
Man, that don't even make sense.
Go for it, man. I stopped sharing. I'll get to it after.
Man, go ahead, Kobe. Go ahead, man. Just don't lie on me, bro. Please don't, man. Cause I had my reader here, y'all, and let my reader leave. We can't even finish this. Hey, I can't. I was trying to let him read so we can talk about this dislocated people, such traumatic histories on the contested. I can't even read all that and explain what I was trying to do, bro. Y'all that came and messed all that up, man. That wasn't fair to me.
He quiet.
Hello?
Apparently, he's not going to try to finish, y'all. They're telling him finish. I'm telling him finish. Apparently, he don't want to finish, y'all. You hear his beautiful truth? Before you go running over there, they oppressing Jordan. You hear? We gave him the floor. We said, talk all you want. Now he talking about his real. If you got to read it with your country ass, you read it.
I'll read it. I'll read it, man. Okay. These dislocated people, that the people they were talking about prior, these dislocated people with such traumatic histories on the contested frontier between Africa and the colonial interventions, eventually in many cases lost contact with the Jews of the world and sought cultural reassurance in the religious and social landscape which surrounded them. Y'all hear that? These dislocated people with such traumatic histories on the contested frontier between Africa and the colonial interventions eventually in many cases lost contact with the Jews of the world and sought cultural reassurance in the religious and social landscape which surrounded them. Little is understood of this process. Perhaps a further glimpse. Man, I'm just, bro, I can't even do it. Y'all got me too heated, bro. You want me to read this and try to break down the info? I can't, man. Y'all can have it, bro. It wasn't that source ain't there.
Hey, Beran. Beran, can
Then
anybody hear
folks
me?
come in here and say I'm reading and I ain't here, man. I get so sick of these people, bro. Bro, I swear to God. But go ahead, man.
Hey, can anybody hear me? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Bruce Pearl in the building. What's poppin'?
Hey, hey, what's going on? Okay, this is before you came on, Brother Garfield. So let me just say this, because me and I got heated just like Brother Jordan did because I felt I wasn't being heard. I couldn't finish what I was saying because then Colby was interrupting me. So let me just finish this out of all respect so we can bring some clarity to this, and you all can understand why I got so frustrated the way Jordan just got frustrated because you keep getting interrupted. So if you would allow me just a few seconds to explain what I was trying to share with the listening audience. Okay, now listen. What I was trying to say before I got interrupted. Colby, are you there so you can get some understanding where I was going? Hello? Okay. Garfield, you hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, good. Okay, so this is what I was trying to say. I said the modern day, and I preface it, said the modern day the way they quote sources today is no more than 300, 400 years. And then I got blasted and I couldn't finish what I was saying. It's different from what they did back in antiquity. So, and what I was saying and what I was going to say, that you can trace the first historian to use citations, references, and a big bibliography going all the way back to the Greek scholar Herodotus, who wrote in his book the histories, going back to I believe it was the 4th or 5th century.
BC,
And he had all sorts of references in other work, but it was not the same way that they're doing it today. But they did use, and what I was trying to get people to understand before Coley kept interrupting me, that they weren't the same way of quoting. Sometimes they cited certain people in their work. Sometimes they would show an image and put the name of it. But then again, they did use some citation references and bibliographies. So that's what I was saying. So for instance, if
So
you look,
Bruce,
hold
let me
on.
get this straight. Are you saying that the reason why Dante do it, he's emulating what the people in
No,
the
no,
ancient
no,
times
no,
did?
no. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is there's other ways. Let me just finish and then I'll address that. Okay, because that's essentially what I'm getting to. So you have we have to be honest. Okay, so for instance, you look at Herodotus when he wrote that book. It's in the 4th or 5th century. Okay, then you go to the first written books going back to history. You look at the pyramid texts in 2400 BC. You go to the Code of Newman, 21 BC. You go to the instruction of Shurapek. You go to the Kesh Temple hymn in 2600 BC. You go to the Epic of Gilgamesh. You go to all these sources. They have different ways of citing texts and sources, but not saying that they're trying to be deceitful but they had different way of sorting. I said this modern day way of quoting sources like MLA, APA. That's a modern thing, no more than 200-300, okay, possibly even 400 years. But in antiquity, they didn't use that. So, but they have used some of the ways that make Dante and other writers, not just Dante, they would, for an icon, they can put the name of the icon and the source who wrote the icon and the year. But that doesn't take away from quoting a source or trying to identify a writer or whether or not an icon is true. So you have, and I was going to say before I got erupted, and I got heated, and I got erupted the same way Jordan got interrupted. You have to listen to the other person say. You can't cut me off before I get my thoughts out. And that's all I'm saying. You can't just dismiss somebody's work just because it didn't line up the way he cite a work, just because it was it's not
the modern day way of citing sources. Because if you do, you're gonna have to throw away all that work from the Epic of Gilgamesh, the pyramid text in 2400 BC, the Code of Urnami, the instruction of Shurapak, the Kesh Temple hymns in 2600 BC, even other writings. So there were ways throughout history, particularly in antiquity, that's the way they cited source, but it didn't dismiss their work. So all I'm saying is be careful about dismissing a person's work, without, at least, okay, for instance, if I post an icon and it says this is this is the Last Supper, and it was painted by author so and so and so and so, dated that doesn't dismiss that work because you don't have a APA or MLA source in order to so the person has to do due diligence and look up that person and his work, and if that person was real. So that's all I'm saying. But I got rudely interrupted, and that's not fair.
Stop acting rudely interrupted. It's just rough over here, Bruce. This is just how it is.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that this is.
Hey, Bruce, this is Garfield. I'm not going to argue with you. All right. You said let's.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand perfectly what you're saying, and I'm gonna be honest with you. It makes absolutely no sense. But forget about me. Jesus. I'm gonna ask you this: what is the Urnamo tablets? What is that?
The what?
The Urnamo. You talked about Urnamo in the Sumerian text.
It's like the legal. It's like one of the legal codes written in Sumeria from the ancient Mesopotamia.
Beautiful. Now, why would they need a source for that if that's the primary source of the original?
Okay, no, because who wrote the codes? Hold on. Okay, but who wrote it? Whether or not what he is saying is because there's many codes because people added to it. It was not just one person who added to the legal codes.
All right.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm saying,
if I'm using the Urnamo code today, I would reference the Urnamo code because it's an ancient writing. Hold on, give me my time. Let me talk. Please don't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you. Now watch this. You're referring to all these documents from the ancient Egyptians, the Sumerians, and so forth, and the Greeks. But the point of the matter is, we know who wrote them and why they wrote them. The point of your you see the person say it's horrible logic, and the reason why they're saying that because you're trying your best to defend Dante. You're not defending the principle of sourcing documents.
I am.
Hold up, brother. Relax.
He don't care about that principle, Garfield. He don't care about that principle right now.
All I'm saying to you is, if Dante is writing a book, and even if he's pretending to be scholarly, we have to know where his sources come from.
I don't have no problem with that.
Let me finish. Please let me finish, brother. Please let me finish. What I'm saying to you is this. He has to source, but this is where your integrity as a believer comes in now. You got to be like Dante. You my man. But bro, you got to source where you get this from so that we can research it ourselves and get the right information. You have to say that as a man. You have to say that.
Do you agree with that, Bruce? Or he's not saved. He ain't got the Holy Ghost. He talking crazy.
No.
Why do you need a source for the Bible? Boy, y'all different.
Okay. So, I don't have no problem. My whole point is there's different way of sourcing. Yes, there is.
Hold on, Garfield. Explain to us the different ways about sourcing. You said you understand APA.
I preference.
Explain it. Go
ahead. I preference. My whole beginning would say the modern day.
Sorry, I walked away. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I preference in the beginning before Kobe went off on me and started cutting me off. I preference this. I said the modern day of citing sources and material and citations and references is different how they did it in antiquity. And so, but that doesn't dismiss their work. So I'm saying if a person quote a source from this day, the same way they did back in antiquity, as long as it is legit and can be verified, you cannot dismiss it because this is the modern day. Hold on, wait a minute. Just give me 1 second. The modern day is yes, and I agree. You should have sources. Okay, you hear me, Brother Garfield? You should have sources. But it's okay, and the modern day is the standard now. But that doesn't mean any other standard can be dismissed as it's garbage. We can't look at it because they didn't do it in antiquity. Because if you do, you have to throw away everything from a lot of books. Now, I named 5 or 6, but
Okay,
there's
Bruce.
numerous. I'm
Bruce.
almost done. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I mean, there's numerous books that don't have the same type of sourcing or referencing or citation as they do in the modern day standard.
Hey, Bruce, let me ask you a question. If page 5 of Dante's book, how would I you said as long as we know it's true. All right. How would we know it's true if we don't know where to look?
Well, I can't comment on any page or
So
any.
why are you here then?
Wait a minute. Just wait. All I'm saying is, for instance, I gave an example. If he shows some pictures of maybe the walls of Egyptian or the Assyrian relief.
Primary, don't need a source.
Hold on. You know, the Assyrian relief. Let me get to what I'm saying. Instead of rejecting what I'm saying, just listen. Or an icon, and the icon has an author and a date. So a person can still look back to see it have that particular icon been referenced by other officers. I mean, and used by other people, and whether or not that person actually exists. So it's ways of verifying whether or not a person actually created an icon or created a written source. That's all I'm saying. I mean, and I'm just trying to be fair. And like I said, Brother Garfield, this is the modern day way. But in antiquity, there were different ways of citing sources. You know, that's all I'm saying. So you can't dismiss Dante's work if he cited it some way. Okay, well, we disagree.
No, because you're trying to fight for your friend. And
no, I'm not. I'm just telling you what's true.
All right, let's get past
Dante
and
asking you as a man. If Garfield wrote a book with no source and you have no way of verifying it, you would discount me and say Garfield is a demon and that's why he don't follow Christ because he's evil. The point is Dante is your dude. And you have not said one time that, listen, if page 5, why would you come on here to defend sourcing if you're not referring to Dante's book? So I'm going to ask you this. How do you verify the information in Dante's book?
Okay. I don't think you heard me because I think you want to respond more than hear me. Because I said clearly that the modern day way of citing sources, references, and it's different from an antiquity, not even going all the way back to 2400 circa or so forth, even 1,000 years, it's totally different. But here's the thing, the way I suppose that, you know, Egyptians had hieroglyphic styles in the sheets. You look at today's APA, MLA, the Chicago Manual, where this started, which is the Chicago Manual, the way of doing it started in 1906. The APA came in 1929. MLA came in like 1945 or 50 or something like that. So their way of documenting sources is recent, and prior to that, they had a way, but they didn't discount their work. So it's dangerous in what you all are trying to do to say that his work should be dismissed because he haven't documented in the way that in 1906, the Chicago Manual, APA 1928-29, MLA 1951. If you all can't reconcile that, then I don't know what else to say.
Hey, Barine, this shows you how hypocritical and un-Christ-like Bruce is. And the reason is he can't be a man and say that Dante has to do better and source it. And then you're running around trying to make excuses talking about the Ornamo. Why would the laws of a land need sources? Why would the Egyptian writing on the wall need sources? This right there, that's where it's from. So what you're doing now is trying to defend Dante instead of living on the principle of the biblical text.
I want to get past.
Shame on you, Bruce.
He can never do that. He can never do that.
Shame on you, Bruce. You can't call out Dante on his foolishness and his unrighteous way of writing a book. You can't do that and use the Bible as a yardstick and measure to measure your guy. There's no worship of persons. No person is over what the Bible teaches. The Bible and the principles come first. It's a form of dishonesty. I tell you, if Garfield did it, y'all ought to been condemned, ought to been kicked off. Brother Berry would have got hate mail. You better not let Garfield come back on this channel. It's
I gotta admit that.
hypocrisy.
I gotta
That's what it
admit that.
is. Hypocrisy. Talking about Urnamo and hieroglyphics and Greek text and 1919 and 1950 to try to make somebody look innocent. The dude is wrong, and you can't say it out of your mouth because you are a fan. You're not going by what Christ teaches. You're going by what man teach. Shame on you. I'm out of here.
Shame on you, Bruce.
I'm
Yeah,
outta
I
here.
gotta say that. Come on,
I'm
guys.
outta
Yeah, I
here.
gotta say that. I can't even be mad at him. Fervent Charity, would you like to rule? Would you like to rule now? Would like to come up in here and rule now where the Christians are supporting the channel? Well, no, I can't lie. Fervent Charity, boy, Fervent Charity, I can't lie. Fervent Charity is one of the 6 people that I can say. Would you like to come up here and finish? Oh, I'm gonna get, no matter what y'all say, I'm gonna read the rest of Dante's book. I don't care what y'all say. Bruce is one too that support. I can't lie. That's what I'm gonna tell y'all, Bruce's peeps or whatever. But Bruce can't say that. Like Bruce can't say they don't have the Holy Ghost. They don't speak in tongues. Bruce always come and say, Berean, you're trying to divide Israel. I will not fall for it. But I'll blow it. I'll blow it, urban apologists. I'll blow it, Pentecostals. I'll blow it, anybody. So we could get down to it. But Bruce ain't what I do, he can't do. Other people, different people got different gifts. People mad. I said, yo, Ella Green, my man, but he ain't blowing at that awakening. I can't make people do what I got a burning to do. Bring out the truth. Be fair with everybody. Most folk can't do that. I tell y'all, I build with Freemasons. I build with European God, with European rabbis. I build with the gods. I build with Black Israelites. And I got mad bishops in my jack. I got a diversity. Plus, I got them other dudes ain't right. I got them all in my phone. They all my friends. But y'all ain't them people. Y'all can't do that. So I cannot be mad that y'all don't have the same energy. I can equally blow at Christians like I could blow at Israel. That's what I'm going to say. Oh, you wearing multiple hats. So side you on. Go ahead, Jordan. Bring out what you want to bring out. We're going to go do Dante book 1 and 2. I didn't even drink the other cup of coffee. We're gonna go to Bruce. There's nothing you can do. What you gonna say?
Hold on, I just want 20 seconds and I gotta go.
First
I gotta
lady,
go.
You always gotta go, but you want to get your
No, give me. Hey, out of respect for the love of Jesus, can I have 20 seconds?
Bruce, you have more time than Elder Green, and he the pastor.
I know, but
He
I said, can I have 20 seconds?
You get more time than anybody.
Can I have 20 seconds?
You can have 20 minutes, brother.
No, 20 seconds.
This is Israelite channel. Let me send you the password. This y'all channel.
Hold on, brother. Can I have 20 seconds?
You could have used it already.
Come on, man. All I'm saying is, all right, thank you. All right, all I'm saying is, I'm not trying to. I said even Dante said you got to have sources, and they don't give sources, then you need to dismiss it. So here, all I'm saying is I invite you all to just Google it on the internet about sources in history and how things were credited. I'm not saying something that I just made up. There's plenty of PhDs and wrote articles and books saying the same thing I said about
you
history.
Can follow any. Tell me what we can read a PhD saying that what you said about sources and how to use sources.
Well, I'm saying you can just
and
Google
primary and footnotes.
No, I'm just saying you can Google it to say and it'll show you how different PhD writers and scholars have said the same thing I am saying. All I'm saying is the modern day way of sourcing is not the way they did in earlier times and in antiquity. But you can't dismiss that work just like you can't dismiss Dante's work because he cited his sources a different way. Because it's not MLA, Chicago Manual, APA, or MLA. That's all I'm saying. And Garfield, I'm ending with this. Garfield, ain't nobody trying to protect Dante because Dante said if you don't have sources, then you dismiss their work. So all I'm saying is just have an open mind and quit dismissing people's work. And
okay, thanks, brother. Go ahead, Fervent Charity. You go ahead and finish. By yourself. Can you do it, Fervent Charity? Can you do it by yourself, brother? I believe in you.
Yeah. I just wanted to read this last part. They're gonna be quick. I'm sorry, y'all.
Go ahead, country.
I just don't be liking nobody to say I did something when I didn't. Like I'll add my own version of the story. I really was doing reading what Second Exodus said to make sure y'all
worry
heard.
about them. They not walking in the light like you walking in the light, brother. Go ahead. And then Kobe, you could come up after he's done. Whenever he tell us he's through, Even if I walk away, just hit my jack and say I'm through. I'm trying to highlight some other stuff in part 2 of Dante book. We're gonna still run through everything.
Okay, well, let me hurry up and do this. All right, this is page 9. I'm gonna read the last part of page 10. Okay. As we have seen, there was a sense in medieval Europe that the interior of Africa was peopled in part by Jews in the form of the lost tribes of Israel. And this was particularly the case in the West African hinterland. It appears, however, that a specific connection had also existed for many centuries between the Laango coastline and Jews. Some 15, so I hate to keep repeating it, but I want to make sure people really listening so we can get to the bottom of this, man. So people in medieval Europe had the sense that the interior Africa was peopled in part by Jews in the form of lost tribes of Israel. And this was particularly the case in the West African hinterland. It appears, however, that a specific connection had also existed for many centuries between the Laango coastline and Jews. Some 15th century European maps designated the coast near Laango the Gulf of the Jews, speaking of great voyages of the explorer Diogo Cal. The Anglo-German geographer Ernst Georg Rebstein from 1834 to 1913 speculated, I give him that, it may be presumed that Cal, in the course of the second voyage, gained a fuller knowledge of the coast first discovered by him to the north of the Congo. He may thus have visited and named the bay called Golfo do Judeas, the Jews' Bay of old maps, either because there was a Jew on board his vessel, or what is less likely, because he was struck with the Jewish physiognomy of some of the natives. In addition, Martin Beham's 1492 globe, the famous El Dafo Earth Apple, now in Nuremberg, calls the Bay of Golfo de Judeo, and there is some speculation that Jews might have been exiled here following persecution of Jews in Portugal in 1487. The first reference to a Black Jewish community in Laango is much later and comes from pen of Christian George Andreas Ollendorp, 1721 to 1787.
Do me a favor, do you mind if I stop you for a minute, brother?
Okay.
And this is to the prophet here you're reading right now. You switch to something else.
No, this the same source, the same.
Okay, has anybody said, you heard the words he said, the proof of a Black Jewish, say that one more again, please.
Read, you want me to read what it says?
Yes, you just said the proof, say yes, just that last sentence.
The first reference to a Black Jewish community in Laango is much later and comes from pen of Christian George Andreas Ollendorp.
All right, a Black Jewish community. Are you a little offended? Has anybody addressed that there is a Black Jewish community? Garfield acting crazy. No Jews got off the boat. Have we affirmed that there were Black Jews in West Africa that came from Portugal and Spain? Have we established that, or y'all in denial about that? Is that accepted, or that's not enough evidence to even accept that? Lou, Sister Davis, I'm at JT Mack. I'm asking y'all a question. Is that established?
Hey, now the part I'm finna read is great. Like,
all right, keep going. I'm gonna mute myself. Type of one if that's established.
All right,
but keep going.
Stemming off that last sentence,
nobody has disputed Black Jews.
The evangelical German theologian who is in 1767 was sent to the Danish colonial possessions in the West Indies to write a report on the results of the mission of the Moravian Brethren in the islands. He worked hard and meticulously and produced a lengthy manuscript, only a third of which was initially published. The resulting work was published in 1777. So he had manuscripts, but only a third of it was published. In his book, he gave a good deal of detailed and credible information about Africa based on the testimony of the slaves he interviewed. He was the first written account, for instance, of the Igbo people. Among other things, he mentioned the existence of a Black Jewish community in Laengo. According to him, Jews had been expelled from Sao Tome, and it was from these banished Jews that the Black Portuguese and the Black Jews of Luango, who were despised even by the local Black population, Negroes, were descended. So these Black Portuguese and these Black Jews of Luango were descended from these expelled from Sao Tome. Okay? That's where this Black population was descended from. Ollendrop's informant gave further details. The Jews were so despised by Negroes that they would not eat with them, that they have their own burial ground, which is located far from the dwellings of the Negroes. Their graves of masonry and figures of snakes, lizards, and like are painted on them by those who bear the body. This appears ridiculous to the Negroes, and since such pains are so dissimilar to Jewish practices, the assumption is, perhaps not improbably, that the writing or letter of the Jewish graves appeared to the Negroes to the picture of snakes, lizards, and so forth. Of course, the fact that these Jews did not eat with the local population is open to the other interpretations than the refusal of the Negroes to eat with them. Was there any connection between these curious Jews mentioned by Ollendrop's observant slave and the Jewish connections along the Laengo coast suggested by some cartographers and geographers some 3 centuries before? After Ollendrop's revelation of the Jewish community did not exactly explode with joy at the discovery of a new branch of people of Israel, no Jew, to my knowledge, went to discover the inner secrets of the remote community. 100 years after Ollendrop's book, during the 1873 German expedition to the Laengo coast, Adolf Basten, 1826 and 1905, the polemic best known for his contributions to the development of ethnography, and a member of the expedition seems to have considered. But hold on, this is the part I want to get to, I'm thinking. Okay, yes. That there was indeed some connection between the ancient rumors of the Jewish population on the Laengo coast and Ollendrop's community. He noted that the land of the Burums and the Laengo coast was to be found the place referred to by earlier geographers as the Gulf Judeos. This is where, as he put it, the villages of the Mavumbu are so-called Judeos. The villages of the Mavumbu are the so-called Judeos are still to be found in his day. So had a Jewish community persisted for some 300 years without any description of it reaching the Jewish world, and without any known communication between the community and the Jews elsewhere. After Vespasian's visit to the Laengo coast, although the community was frequently mentioned by the 19th and early 20th century scholars, no one else, to my knowledge, went to visit the community, and its later fate is unrecorded. So these people knew about these communities, but nobody went to look into it. Further north in Senegal and elsewhere, the ancient Jewish communities seem to have disappeared almost without a trace. Further north in Senegal and elsewhere, the ancient Jewish communities seem to have disappeared almost without a trace. it is fanciful to imagine that Bani Israeli community of Eastern Senegal, now practicing Muslims, referred to in an article by Canaan Lisford, reported in Jewish Telegraphic Agency on May 23, 2013, referred to the descendants of these people? ? What traces are left of the Black Jews of Lango today are these Judaizing movements in neighboring Gabon. If there are any connections between these movements, if there are any connections, and the Black Jews of Lango is currently unknown and is question that requires further research. And this is where my question lies. Where did these people go? Where did these dislocated or these people disappear to? Because I just clearly read it in the source. And if anybody think I'm reading it wrong, you can please read it again. And that's my only question, which these people also come to the conclusion that it requires further research to the disappearance of these people. So.
So what?
Oh, nah, so weird. Man, y'all so ratchet.
No. I'm just saying. What else? What else? Is there anything else you want to share? No. I'm not. We're not doing. We're gonna deal with the information in Dante's book. Everybody want to come up here and do all that talking. We're gonna get through this book. We're gonna look at these pictures in this
book.
I
ain't got nothing to do with that book. I ain't never
Why you ain't got
read
nothing to do
it.
with the
I ain't
book?
never seen it. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never read it. But I like how you just said so what about my information.
No. I said no, because I'm reading. I can't do it. Bro,
yeah, it's hard out here, Barin. It's hard.
Past, present. Hold on. West African. No, this is an hour 46 minutes. J Jax, if you ain't got no, I can't do hour 46 minutes. I done been on here 6 hours messing around with y'all. 6 hours messing around with y'all, and I ain't got through. I skimmed through the book. We read a little bit. Folks start going crazy, starting with that Garfield. I'll put the link on here for Jeff Harrison. The elder didn't jump on. The elder that started the whole thing. So tell us about what you read and how you understand that these people don't want to see it, Jordan. It's beyond a shadow of doubt that there's Black Jews or Negroes and they don't want to see that part.
Well, the thing is, I just read to y'all something very interesting, and I guess nobody really just.
They don't got nothing to say when the truth comes out.
There wasn't interesting, y'all. These folks said that these people disappeared without a trace, and it discerns for further research. Like these people knew of communities that people didn't go. They knew about the community, but never went and researched it. Even though all these scholars and explorers were talking about these communities. And it says they disappeared without trace. Do I need to read it again? Like what? Why don't nobody question
that? 2 hours to read that, hour and a half.
I'm saying, but why don't nobody question that? Like it's like everything else get questioned, but ain't nobody questioning that though. Like I don't understand like how y'all research or understand y'all information. To me, it's starting to seem like y'all just looking for stuff that y'all want to see. But
it seems like that to you about who? The Christian? Who it seems like that to?
I mean, I'm just saying it's on both sides though, man. Because I clearly just saw something about communities that just totally disappeared off the west coast of Africa, but ain't nobody. It's a pin drop, like it's a whole pin drop, and that these people say that it need farther on research, but they see that these communities disappeared. But they also see these explorers and these scholars talking about these people.
Do you mind if Covey finished?
See, you see how folks, I get it.
Jordan, do you mind if Covey shared what he was saying about this source right here? Because you said you don't remember the discussion, but a lot of people said
he went to the one segment.
He's going to deal with your topic right here.
I really don't mind, but look here.
Are you going to hear him out or are you going to cut him off? Or are you going to be quiet like everybody was quiet while you read?
Listen, I want you to understand this. I don't mind Covey bringing out this source, but this is what I want you to know before y'all paint a narrative on me. And what I need you to understand is source says.
Me personally, or just everybody in general? Me, Barine, you talking to? Come on,
I'm
Kobe.
just
Nobody else.
saying,
Come
like,
on, Kobe. Nobody else click that link. Come on, Kobe. Go ahead. I'm listening. You talking to me specifically before somebody come and do what?
What I'm saying is, I want you to know that I believe that there are Jews of all colors. That's for one. And for two, I want you to know that this article is talking about a lighter version of Jews and a darker skin of version.
What the hell,
Because
Garfield, come on here for?
Hold
Garfield, they already hate you, Garfield. Who told you to click on the link? It's like they paying you to, it's like somebody, you want to troll and just harass the Israelites.
Hold on. But see, this the thing. Well, we see
and
that
the thing that hurt me, you asked for Garfield. You asked for Garfield about the source fervent charity. Then when he started, you get mad at me and everybody else.
No, it's because Garfield just cut me off before I could finish the source. Now, if he
you want to say something to him,
if he not really, man, because
why
it's
did
like,
you ask for him originally? You said if Garfield can I bring up the source? Can you show Garfield?
Well, Barine, this your show. We do what you want to do. We play
no. This is the Israelites channel.
No, it ain't
this
my
Israelite channel. I'm but spittle in the eyes of the Most High. Y'all are the apple of His eye. He want y'all to rule Christianity, all the churches, all the pulpits. Y'all rule the internet. Y'all gonna rule the planet in the future. So y'all might as well start your rulership now. Rule the channel, whatever. Can Garfield speak? May he speak?
I decrease so he can increase. I ain't
all right,
nothing.
go ahead, Garfield. Now, if you don't got nothing to say, I ain't gonna let him troll y'all and talk his nonsense. Do you got specific questions for him? Like, where did they go? He know everything else. Let him answer that. Oh, that's not fair.
All right, go ahead.
Garfield, don't come on here and talk about no other subject. No other subject. No other subject, Garfield. Where did they go, Mr. Know So Much?
I'm actually gonna find a source that talks about it, but I do want to say that it's very interesting. I don't know what the brother is trying to imply, that those people that disappeared, did they assimilate into the West Africa, or did they? And Orthodox more asks a very beautiful question. All I want to know is, let me ask you, Chalice, let me ask you a question. Where did the Loanga Jews come from? Where did they come from?
Look, deal with the source. I ain't say
I'm
any
asking you, it's a simple question, brother. Where did the Loanga Jews come from?
These people.
Hold on. Stop right there. Scroll up a little bit. Let's go down to where it says conversion. Scroll down a little bit.
It don't say nothing about conversion in these sources.
Oh man, it just said it. You just passed it. Yo, I can't.
Oh, this is something. This is not what we was reading from though. I'm trying to get back up to where we was. But if you want to read that, that's cool. Like, but I'm trying to get back to where I was.
I don't even know if I want you reading anything. I just want to know if you could. You know
what?
I
can't read nothing. What you trying to say? I can't read, bro.
Okay. What's the name of this source, by the way?
This is called Homeland and Diasporas. Hold on, let me get the exact source for you, brother. It's called. Oh, hold on 1 second. Homeland and Diasporas: Perspectives on Jewish Culture in the Mediterranean.
All right. Now, where does the Loanga Jews come from before they get there?
Well, in the source, it says that these people descended from the Jews of Sao Tome, or the new Christians. I just read that. I literally just read that in the source.
You believe that?
I mean, this is what the source said. This is what Tudor Parfait said in the source.
Okay.
Do you believe it?
I'm gonna mute it for 1 second. Let me get a source.
But hold on.
Let me get a source real quick. Barine, I'm gonna bring up a source. I'm just waiting for the source to come up on my computer. All right.
Before you go to Pate Kate, or the island of Pate Kate, and talking about these other light-skinned Jews, what you need to understand is this source specifically, when I read it, said that these black Portuguese. Okay, go ahead, man.
Y'all no, you said before you get to talking about we wrong. I can't laugh now. I can't even laugh.
We wrong. Go ahead. It's okay.
No. Before you get to go talk about them light skinned Jews, Jordan already on top of you. Know where you gonna go, Garfield. Go ahead.
No, I'm waiting for my source to come up on my screen. I'm waiting for
No, Jordan ain't finished.
Go ahead, my brother. Go ahead, Jordan.
I just wanted to tell you that I know this paper mentions a loose or a lighter version of African, but what y'all keep skimming over or denying about the sources are these people that they calling black Jews or black Portuguese. And these people would have been, I guess, just as old, or if not older, as the people y'all saying that these other people descend from. So I'm saying the paper mentions a black variety and a lighter variety Jew. I want you to know that I understand that. But don't skim over the part about these darker communities that these explorers and these geographers and these scholars knew about, but no one never went and visited those communities. That these people claimed in this source that I just read clearly disappeared. And it needs further research looking into. So I want you to know when y'all read that, I know that that's talking about a light-skinned Jew in a part of this paper. I want you to know that I know that the Diaz guy that got locked up for wearing the nose ring was a Portuguese Jew that you might want to try to bring up here. But I don't want y'all to skip over these other sets of communities that these authors are also talking about. Try to paint the whole picture that all these people were the Lusos that you're talking about. Because the paper didn't say that. It clearly just called them new Christians or Jews, and they were black people.
And I'm seeing something different on Dante book when I'm clicking on this, at least on this book too. When I'm clicking on stuff, it's taking me straight to the website. Like it's taking me, I'm seeing something different on my phone. But go ahead, let me. It seems like when I click on this, it'll take me straight to the website from the Kindle book. This is book two. The book one wasn't doing that. Let me go back. I'm just rushing through it. I just bought this thing yesterday, 2 days ago. But go ahead. What do Bruce? I just said the link is for. What do you want, Bruce? What do you want, Bruce? There's nothing that you can help us with. We're trying to go through Dante's source. You say Dante is it. We're trying to go through the source. What you gonna come on here and say to harass? What you gonna come on here and say, Bruce? What do you have to say, brother?
As soon as you go through the book, I want to go through it with you because I see sources in here, and
Okay. All right.
so I want to
All right.
go.
That's
So,
good. Okay.
yeah, I see sources in here.
Okay. All right. Good. Nice. Does it show the sources on the website? Hold on. Give me a second. Go ahead, Garfield. You heard what he said. Don't try to. Jordan already know about the other stuff, so don't try to twist it.
I'm not trying to twist anything. I just said I wanted my source to come up on my screen. I'm looking for my actual.
I pulled it up. Okay, Jordan, if you don't mind, I'd like to take your screen down. Is it okay, or we're trying to stop the awakening?
Oh man, go ahead, bro.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, let me see. Hold on, Kobe. I'm gonna see in a minute. Kobe, you wanted to pull the screen up?
Hey, Garfield.
I'm right here, my brother.
We can hear you.
Hey, was Jacob a real person, man?
Why?
What they got a Father God? Where are we going?
I just wanted to ask him that. I ain't gonna say nothing else. I just wanted to know, was he real? Do you believe he was a real person?
Why? Why does that matter?
I mean, it just kind of mattered to me, man. It might not matter to nobody else, but you know it matters to me. I just want to know.
Trying to disqualify the expert witness. That's what's going on here.
I'm not trying to disqualify.
Yes, of course, because because you know, if he say I don't believe he was real, most people gonna shut their ears off. You can't tell me nothing, Garfield. You know that. Come on, man. You from the country. You ain't slow though. Don't do that.
He sounds slow.
The country folks be catching y'all out there. Y'all city slickers be going there to the country, and y'all don't know they man coming around the back the other side. They acting country and slow. They get ready to line y'all up. Plenty of people from the city go down south and play themselves and get hit. Not even know them country folk. They trying to act slow. They talking slow, and y'all sleeping. I know what he doing, but go ahead.
Nah, I ain't gonna do that, man. Go ahead, brother Garfield.
I'm trying to bring up Tudor Parfit's book, but for some reason it's not loading on my computer.
You want to bring up the whole book?
Yeah,
All
no,
right.
he does have 9 pages on it. That's 9 pages.
No,
Like,
that's
yeah.
just saying the chapter. That's what Seminary Cove was just saying. Well, let me let this play whilst he's doing that right there. Let me let this play on this is the same thing from the university on the nationalism and yeah, let me see. I think it'll play. There he is.
Hello. In this episode, I'd like to ponder two questions. Was ancient Egypt influenced by other parts of Africa? Two, what did ancient Egypt look like? And I'd like us to start by taking a closer look at the
Listen, group.
origin of ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian civilization has been said by various historians to have started about 10, 8, or 5,000 years ago. The jury is still out on trying to figure out precisely when it started. What is important to note here is that it is the earliest recorded civilization. It is said to have lasted more than 3,000 years and was divided into two kingdoms spanning 30 dynasties. It is believed to be the oldest of all civilizations. Now, from the earliest and most reliable records found in the Edfu text, which I mentioned in an earlier episode, the area was conquered by Horus, who came there from somewhere south of Egypt. As I stressed in that episode, the Edfu text was carved in stone. It was found in the temple of Horus, the oldest recorded ruler of Egypt, in the area that we now know as ancient Egypt. Horus conquered the people he met in the area, just as he had vanquished the people he met on his way from the south. This king Horus became deified after he died. The place that Horus came from the place that Horus came from originally has been identified as somewhere around Uganda and Somaliland. I won't dwell on the question of whether or not Horus and his followers were Black Africans, since I've elaborated enough on the genesis of that debate in the last episode. Please take time to watch that episode if you have not already done so. I just want to add here that apart from the incontrovertible evidence found in the Edfu texts, other archaeological findings and accounts of early historians like Herodotus, a Greek who wrote about the identity of the ancient Egyptians around 450 BC, and other Greeks who were contemporaries, all support the idea that the ancient Egyptians were dark-skinned with woolly hair like you and I. So they had to have been of African descent. Reasonable academics agree that over generations, the population of Egypt has continued to change due to waves of migration over several centuries. Even if we were to go by the way the Egyptians identified themselves, they called their country Kemet, which means black land. It was a nation which was culturally advanced in many aspects, such as
Pull up your screen when you
mathematics,
find it, Garfield.
writing in
I
the
want to
form of
just see. I want Bruce to
hieroglyphics,
hear this if he agrees with
astronomy,
this.
architecture, the arts, science, technology, and religion.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce.
Now, in describing the pyramids as he saw them, Herodotus writes that they were built out of polished stones, and he believed that the stones were raised by machines made out of wooden planks. The level of sophisticated calculations that must have gone into the construction of the Sphinx, as well as the Great Pyramids, continues to astound modern mathematicians, scientists, and astronomers. It is believed that the pyramids were positioned to reflect the rays of the sun in exact proportions to the equinoxes and the solstices, and that these were tied to agricultural events such as the time to plant or harvest. In the area of
wait, I'm sorry, Covey. I'm seeing something with a PhD in the spelling. Something happened. I'm seeing something with a PhD, and I remember that from back with that other instance. Someone said she has a PhD. She's from. Did I miss something here? That's all I want to know. Garfield, do you have it yet? I hope this ain't them people that put that thing up here for this site. Let me just keep going. I thought it was a transcript from
writing. The ancient Egyptians developed hieroglyphics, which were a combination of images, syllables, and alphabets, comprising of about 1,000 characters. The cursive version of the hieroglyphics was used to write religious inscriptions by priests. They used it to write on papyrus.
Oh, gotcha.
The very first kind of paper that
hold on, go ahead, Moore. You wanted to say something?
Papyrus was made from.
I got you. What you're saying? I got what you're saying, Professor Cove. Go ahead, Moore. You want to say something?
Oh, you can let the video run. I wanted to ask Jordan a question when it was all done.
Jordan,
Yeah.
Is that okay with you, Jordan? Jordan, are you there? Jordan. Never mind. All right. He ain't there.
A plant which grew only around Egypt. So the priests used hieroglyphics to write on papyrus and wood. These priests were also the chroniclers and keepers of records. They were also healers of the sick, embalmers when people died, and they were sculptors, musicians, lawyers, lawmakers, and teachers. As such, they controlled not only the religious, but also the intellectual life of ancient Egypt. Now, at the height of ancient Egypt's glory, in cities like Thebes, there were magnificent mansions built by the wealthy, some of which had as many as 50 rooms. Their mansions were decorated with elaborate paintings, expensive furniture, and sculptures made from bronze, ebony, and ivory, which must have come from the African continent. This is also another proof.
Go ahead, Jordan. You said you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Go ahead. Mo said he wanted to ask you a question. Then I'm gonna just read from the book because I don't know what Garfield doing. Let's go look at God. I don't know what Garfield doing, but Bruce is here. I want him to read the book and see if anything is missing or anything he want to bring out. Go ahead, Mo.
So Jordan, I definitely think you're intelligent. I don't think you're stupid in any way, shape, or form. I'm not trying to discredit nothing you're trying to bring out, none of the sources, none of that type of stuff. What I'm trying to understand is what do you think those sources are saying, and what do you think needs to be addressed from them?
Well, well, the reason why I brought up that source is because last week when Berean had the couple lives talking about the Black Portuguese Jews, and they were going through Dante's sources and other people's sources and watching TikToks or whatever, I just went to look up some information. Because see, me personally, I didn't never argue for a case of Jews or Black Jews being from Spain or Portugal. You know what I'm saying? I always felt like if Jews was present in Africa, it was more ancient. And I never sided with Black African Americans had to be Judah because it's 12 other tribes. And if it's 10 lost tribes in Africa, you could be from any tribe. So that was just always my perspective, just to lay that out there. I would think that if it was a case, it was more ancient than what we see in the Portuguese Jews. But I just went to go look at some information, just being interested like everybody else watching the show, I guess. you know, and to see what I could find. And I had ran across that, you know what I'm saying? And in that source, it mentions a black nation or black Portuguese, Jews, or new Christians. The source didn't omit lighter skinned Jews. That's not what the source not saying, but it's telling us about a black Jewish community or black Portuguese was there that was outcasted from Portugal in a case on the Loango coastline that came from outcasted Portuguese or Jews, which the article says black. However, we want to take that. But they descended from the people of the coastline, the Loango descended from, possibly descended from. But the source goes on to say that these communities, that these scholars and geographers and explorers knew about these communities, but they was like outside, like they didn't have no touch with the other part of the Jewish world. That people didn't go visit them or research them. And now that the people in the article made the claim that these communities disappeared or was dislocated, and it deserves further more research.
Which
And
hold on real quick.
I just found that interesting.
Real quick, which Jewish communities? Because like they talked about a couple ones there. Like, so are you familiar? Like, are you catching the switch there or no?
Yeah, I caught the switch, man. It's talking about both Jewish communities. It's talking about all the West Coast. When we read, if you read the end of the article, it said that the Jewish communities are the present on the West Coast of Africa, like the coastlines of the West Coast of Africa. Like, we can read the end because I don't want you to think I'm putting it there. Like,
yeah, let's run it back.
Oh, Father God.
I know, right, man. I ain't want to read it again, but I'm going to just.
Okay, I'll read it. Pull it up, I'll read it.
All right, just read like the page, the end of page 9 all the way down through the page 10, bro. Because I don't want you to think I'm putting nothing in the article. Really, I was just reading it out and pointing out some of the things that they were saying. Like, I wasn't adding no context. I was just pointing out what they were saying. So we can read it.
I'm not accusing you of adding no context to that, bro. Please don't think I'm doing that. What I'm trying to understand is what you think it's saying about the Jews of Loango and what the importance is for African Americans. I'm trying to get the clarity on both of those things. That's all.
Well, see, now if we get to that, like it's like you building a class or how I feel. That's not what.
But you brought it out for a reason. You got a feeling about it.
Y'all already know the reason I asked the question. I wanted to know where these dislocated people are, these people that disappeared. Where do y'all believe they went? Like, I asked the question already, and that's how the article also ended. If y'all didn't catch it, it says they deserve further research. These communities disappeared, and I got the same question. Or is it even any research can we find on the disappearance of these people or the dislocation of these people, since people never visit or sought better to go check them out? Like, how can we find that information? And remember, early in the article I read to y'all, there was a presence of these people up to the 17th century. Now, admit that we know there were lighter skinned Jews, Sephardi, that was in the west coast of Africa. We can find pictures of them. And we also know they had asylum in Israel. But this article pointing to a community of Jews that just disappeared. And these people in this article said they were black people. Like, so I'm just trying to see like what happened to them, but we can trace the other people, but we can't trace them. You got the article pulled up?
We waiting for you, Jordan. We waiting for you.
Oh, well, I'm trying to, man. I'm sorry, because if I press that other button, it's just going on.
Yeah, you good, bro. Take your time, bro. You let it slow cook. You straight. Ain't no trying to
scroll past it real fast, and I'm trying to.
I appreciate you straight. Ain't no one trying to speed you up, bro.
All right, hold on. We almost there. And then, well, Okay, now we're gonna start. All right, we can start right here. As we have seen, there was a sense of medieval Europe.
You got it. As we have seen, there was a sense in medieval Europe that the interior of Africa was peopled in part by Jews in the form of the lost tribes of Israel. And this was particularly the case in West African hinterland. So this is a very broad brush being painted, and then it gets specific. It appears, however, that a specific connection had also existed for many centuries between the Loango coastlines and Jews. Some 15th century European maps designated the coast of Loango the Gulf of the Jews. 15th century maps. I want to make that clear. Nothing before that. 15th century maps, right? Speaking of the great voyages of the explorer Diego Sau, the Anglo-German geographer Ernst George Ravenstein speculated it may be presumed that Sau, in the course of his second voyage, gained a fuller knowledge of the coast first discovered by him in the north of the Congo. He may thus have visited and named the bay called Gulf of the Judeos, or Judeos, the Jews, bays of old maps, either because there was a Jew on board his vessel, or what is less likely, because he was struck with the Jewish physiognomy of some of the natives. That's the less likely part, right? In addition, Martin Beheim's 1492 globe, the famous Erdapfel Earth apple, now in Nuremberg, calls the bay of the Golfo de Judeo, and there is some speculation that Jews might have been exiled here following the persecution of Jews in Portugal. Again, all this talking about is Portuguese Jews from top to bottom so far, right? The first reference to a black Jewish community in Loango is much later and comes from the pen of Christian George Andres. Now, see, this is extremely important because this is coming like 1777-ish, right? Why is this important? This is why I'm asking about in terms of like why you find this important for African Americans, or what you think the importance is because slaves coming in from Africa stopped coming in from at the early 1800s. It becomes illegal to start doing that, and we start doing intra slave trade and whatnot, right? So
Yeah, keep reading though.
You asked a great question. Where did they go? And I'll get to it in a second.
You just gotta keep reading.
I got you. No, I'm definitely gonna keep reading. Please keep going. Evangelical German theologian who in 1767 was sent to the Danish colonial possessions in the West Indies to write a report on the results of the mission of Moravian brethren in the islands. He worked hard and particularly produced a lengthy manuscript, only a third of which was initially published. The resulting work was published in 1777. In his book, he gave a good deal of detailed and credible information about Africa based on the testimony of the slaves he interviewed. He was the first. His was the first written account, for instance, of the Igbo people. Among other things, he mentioned the existence of black Jewish communities in Loango. According to him, Jews had been expelled from Sao Tome, and it was from these banished Jews that the black Portuguese and the black Jews of Loango, who were despised even by the local black populations, were descended. Ollendorp's informant gave further detail that Jews were so despised by the Negroes that they will not eat with them. They have their own burial grounds. Hold on, stop scrolling real quick. Which is located far from the dwellings of the Negroes. Their graves are of masonry, and figures of snakes, lizards, and the like are painted on them by those who bury the body. This appears ridiculous to the Negroes, since such paintings are so dissimilar to Jewish practices. The assumption is perhaps not improbably, but that the writings or letters on the Jewish graves appeared to the Negroes to be pictures of snakes, lizards, and so forth. So not that they were necessarily snakes, etc. They could have appeared as such based upon the script, etc. And to be fair, there is a lot of like Ladina writing or other writings like that can look like that. Of course, the fact that these Jews did not eat with the local population is open to other interpretations, that the refusal of the Negroes to eat with them was there any connection between these curious Jews mentioned by Ollendorp's observant slave and the Jewish connection along the Loango coast, suggested by some cartographers and geographers some 3 centuries before? Again, I would no issue connecting Portuguese Jews to Portuguese Jews. 100%. That makes 100% sense. After Ollendorp's revelation, the Jewish communities did not exactly explode with joy at the discovery of a new branch of the people of Israel. No Jew, to my knowledge, went to discover the inner secrets of this remote community 100 years after Ollendorp's book during this 1873 German expedition of Loango coast. Again, this is after slavery has ended and slaves are freed in America. Adolf Stein, 1826, 1905. The
Hey,
polymath.
but
Yes.
there was a presence already there all throughout the 1400s and the 1600s, though. So just because slavery ended in 1800 don't mean that these people wasn't already on the coastline of Africa.
Was this saying that they're being enslaved?
Look, that ain't the point. I'm just saying, you saying it was
You're
after
trying to figure
slavery.
out where
I'm
they went.
saying these
That's
people was
not what
here
just
way
said,
before.
And I'm about to get into that in a quick second. That's what I'm
All
saying.
right, but yeah, let's go and finish reading this real quick before we do all that.
Yeah, because you was just saying you wasn't adding no commentary to the thing, so I don't
Yeah,
want.
I'm sorry.
No matter what, Jordan believes that Defoe came over here.
No, hold on. Before we get to what I believe, let's keep reading.
Yep. The polymath, best known for his contribution. Hold on, I need to read that. Best known for his contributions to the development of the ethnography, and a member of the expedition seems to have considered. Keep going. Now you can go down. You straight. That there was indeed some connection between the ancient rumors of a Jewish population on the Luengo coast and Ollendorp's community. So a consistent community of people for this whole time period, right? So there's a population of Jews that's there from the 15th century, and it's contiguous. It doesn't break up until this time period, right? So it's not claiming that they jumped on slaves. They claim that they stayed there. He noted that in the land of the Brahmins on the Luengo coast was to be founded the place referred to by earlier geographers on the Gulf of the Judeos. This is where, as he put it, the villages of the Mavumbu, or so-called Judeos, were still to be found in his day. Again, they weren't gone. They hadn't disappeared. Still there. So had a Jewish community persisted for some 300 years without any description of it reaching the Jewish world and without any known communication between the community of Jews elsewhere. After Bastian's visit to the Luengo coast, although the community was frequently mentioned by 19th and early 20th century scholars, no one else, to my knowledge, went to visit the community, and its later fate is unrecorded. Further north, now separate this real quick. Further north in Senegal and elsewhere, the ancient Jewish communities, this is a completely different group of people. This ain't talking about the
Exactly. That's why I want you to keep reading.
Yeah, no, 100%. This is the whole reason
Because
why.
it's two sets of people that disappeared, though.
1,000,000%.
Look, that what I hold on before we go. You see that without a trace not without a trace, but the disappearance of these communities in Luengo. Now it's finna talk about the other community that's farther north. You go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So just so we're clear, this group in Senegal is not a group of Portuguese Jews. It has nothing to do with Luengo, right? So further north in Senegal and elsewhere, the ancient Jewish communities seem to have disappeared almost without a trace. Is it fanciful to imagine that the B'nai Israel community of Eastern Senegal, now practicing Muslims, referred to in an article by Kanan Lipschitz, reported in the Jewish Telegraph Agency, May 23rd, 2013, refers to the descendants of these people? So just pause real quick. So y'all have seen me go through the article on this channel when I debated Garfield talking about the B'nai Israel and whatnot. These people from Mali, whatnot, they speak Wolof, etc. They claim they descend from a group of people of Egyptian Jews that migrated to Somalia, then to Nigeria, then to Mali, then to Guinea and Senegal, etc. Whatnot, right? Nothing to do with Portugal. What traces are left of the Black Jews of Luengo? Now we're separating it again. What traces are left of the Black Jews of Luengo? Today, there are Judaizing movements in neighboring Gabon. They're literally like surmising that they're still there and potentially in Gabon, in a neighboring country, right? If there are any connections between these movements and the Black Jews of Luengo is currently unknown and is in question that requires further research. They're trying to figure out, do these Judaizing movements in Gabon have any connection to the Luengo Jews? Now, you can definitely figure that one out with DNA, because the Luengo Jews are surmised to actually come from the South Tome Jews. And we just went through their DNA. And in a modern term, in the modern studies, they still carry the Portuguese haplogroups at a high clip. You got R1b more than you can shake a stick at down there. You got a little bit of a E1b1b in the South Tome population and whatnot. You can still see the imprints of all of the Portuguese Jews there. So so I talked to Tudor Parfit directly on camera, face to face, about the Luengo Jews and whatnot, right? And in connections into America and whatnot. And he's talking about you'd have to do DNA connects to see if there's any connection and whatnot. However, this is what I'm going to say about the previous community, right? When it's talking about the B'nai Israel and whatnot, right? What happened to them? I would suggest please go back to I literally yesterday I just put up the debate I had with Garfield from August last year, right? I go into that exact question because so when it comes to the Loango Jews and the Luso Africans and the Portuguese Jews in West Africa, the majority of what you're going to find with them is the most of them did not get on a slave ship. They were the slavers. They were selling slaves and whatnot, right? The majority, right? Some you're going to find on slave ships. Not going to say no. That definitely happened. The majority of what you're going to find with their history is going to be with the new Christians in the Americas and elsewhere, etc., right? As free peoples, etc. The majority of which, yeah, not all, but the majority of which. Now, this group here, that's in the north, I talked about them. I brought up the source from the problem with the Judas Berbers talking about Valentin Fernandez talking about like how in these areas you have Jews amongst the Mandingo, amongst the Wolof, and amongst the Fulani, etc., right? Or the people of Futa, which would have been the Fulani, etc., right? And I in that whole debate, I broke down what happened to them people, practices along with them people, and all that type of stuff with them, right? But we know what happened to them people. They got on slave ships, man. The people in America got like the Mandingos got on slave ships, the Fulani got on slave ships, the Wolof got on slave ships. We can track them, fam. That's not an issue. That's not an issue. The issue is trying to act like they have anything to do with these Portuguese Jews, like they're the same people. I just saw home in the chat, like, oh yeah, there was a whole bunch of people from the Geechee that came from them. I go, nah, that's not how it went down, fam. Like that's not how it went down. Is there like Mavumbu words amongst the Geechee? 100%. 100%. The majority of their slaves was not coming from that area, fam. The majority of their slaves came from the area where I just talked about, where Jordan's talking about, where the Wolof were, where the Mandingo were, where the Fulani were. And we literally have the material culture to prove all that out. So what needs to get clear is like, yo, people keep talking about black Jews. Got you. Just because you see Portuguese black Jew, that's what I need to understand. What does that have to do with us as African Americans, right? If the majority of these people were not coming on slave ships, and these people are persisting in Africa after the slave trade ends, and after slavery ends, and after slaves are getting freed, that's all I'm trying to figure out.
Jordan.
Well, look, I'm just going with the source. It said they disappeared without a trace. So
to you, that means if they had that kidnapped, right?
Saying, he's saying he know where there's at. That's cool, but the source says something different. They didn't point them to all them places that he just pointed them to. They say, oh, that deserve further more research. So, you know, that's just where I left it at. So wherever the reason or conclusion y'all come up with after that, that's on y'all.
Jordan, this is what I'm saying. I'm not trying to catch. This is what I'm saying. Like, so the Portuguese Jews don't have much to do with many African Americans. Like, there are going to be some that do. Like, there's definitely people in the Caribbean. There's people in South America. There's people in these communities in West Africa that do have some connection to that. I'm not saying there's none, right? However, the vast majority of African Americans will not have connection to that, right? The people we would have connection to are going to be that population that you just pointed to in the north, right? That's going to be amongst the Fulani, Mandinka, and the Wolof. My question is, why are we spending so much time talking about these Portuguese Jews and nobody but me?
That's the main connection. Hold on, Jordan. That's the main connection, Jordan. The source that you read, Jordan. Garfield is saying to the prophet, saying what Moore is saying. You're seeing something totally different from the To the Prophet chapter in the book. I don't even want to say there's another case of they say you're reading it wrong, Jordan. Go ahead.
I'm not saying he's reading it wrong. I'm saying he agreed with me when I said there was a split there, and this is a different group of people, and that group of people disappeared or whatnot. What I'm saying is, again, having talked to Tudor about this, right? Like I get the whole bit about the Portuguese Jews. What I'm saying is, why do we spend so much time talking about them and they have the least amount of impact in terms of African Americans? When this group of people up north, like I'm the only one talking about these Jews amongst the Wolof, the Fulani, and the Mandinka, etc. Why aren't we focusing on that?
Because most people that follow the awakenings follow in Portugal, Spain, West Africa, and getting on slave ships coming over here, kumbaya. People, what they talking about in Virginia with that sign and the church in Savannah. and all of this. This is what the majority of people trace the awakening, especially with the 400-year prophecy. They connected with slavery. They ain't connected with what you connecting it with.
But check this out. I don't even watch Dante. I just put this source up off the premises, the lives you had.
We've been playing a lot of Portugal and Spain, and we've been back and forth on that for months.
But hold on. This is what I just wanted to do. Is the argument was the Jews, was some of the Portuguese Jews were lighter or was they black? Y'all was fighting against source for source. Dante and them was saying they were black. Y'all was saying that they were lighter and that it was a misconception on these black Jews. I'm saying I found the source that said there were both. And that's all I wanted to conclude. That there were black Jews, there was from Portugal, Spain, and there were lighter Jews from Portugal and Spain. Now, I ain't trying to make no connection to nothing, but I'm just saying if we go on social, this sometime that y'all got to accept the fact too now. If everybody got to accept the truth of the truth, y'all got to accept one too. There were lighter and black skinned Portuguese Jews, so y'all can't say them people totally wrong for saying that some of them black people were Jews, bro.
All right, Bruce, would you like to share anything on this? I want to get the Dante book. I've been on here 7 hours. That's the problem. That's the problem right there. Y'all can say what y'all want. A lot of time be spent on this. For ungrateful folk, a lot of time be spent on this. Bruce, you want to say something before we get to this book? Or you ready to get to the book?
Hello, can you hear me?
Everybody can hear you.
Okay. Now, I just pulled Dante's book. And I just pulled Dante's book and went through it as you guys were going through this. I just pulled his book because I have it. And as I stated earlier, because he has sources in there, but just because he doesn't cite it the way of MLA.
Right, Father God, in Jesus' name.
Hold up. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Anytime somebody else have an opinion, and you all talking about Dante don't have no sources in this book, and I'm trying to explain to you all why y'all want to talk over me.
We want to close Jordan, and we want to close one chapter off.
But I'm saying is, but the whole thing is about Dante's book, and Covey and Garfield saying Dante don't have no sources, and the sources all throughout this book.
3 hours on Dante's book. We're getting ready to spend 3 hours on it. I'd have been on here for 7. What's the problem?
Brian, the problem is, this is the problem. Okay, listen, this is the problem. This is the problem. Covey, Garfield, and I think it was Leo or somebody else, it might not have been Leo, but they're saying Dante's book, The Undeniable One, is need to be discredited because he doesn't cite any sources. But I just looked through the book, and I have read it before. It's full of sources in there. But as I stated earlier, MLA, APA, Chicago Way, all 1906, 1929, 1950, 1929, 51. There's different way of citing sources in books and material. And as far as paintings and icons that are in museums, because museums not going to put any false stuff in their museum. He cites them with dates and where you can find them. It's just that they want to be lazy and don't want to look up what Dante has put in there. So all through there, and then I wrote down a list of everything he from Sushan Palace in Susa. He mentioned in the book of that the Assyrian relief, the tomb of Marin of the 18th century. Duro Europus synagogue painting and the dates, Bristol Psalter. There's a Byzantine Psalter written in the 11th century in 921. Is cited in magazines and in museum. And the oldest known depiction of Christ it was written, according to this museum, in the Coptic Museum of Cairo, Egypt. This is not Dante saying it, but this is what's in what the museum is. Museums don't put stuff in there that's false. And then the icon of Christ watching the disciples' feet, the icon of Apostles' school in the 16th century. So, and then not only that,
calm your spirit down. Nobody's trying to pull your savior Dante off the cross. I got both books lined up right now. I just said, from my jack, I noticed when I click, it takes me to his website. I just said that you missed all of that stuff. We're getting ready to spend 3 hours now going through Dante's book, Bruce, if you don't mind, because you're running like people stopping you when you get more shine than anybody else on this channel, including Pastor Mike and Pastor Green.
I don't know why you keep bringing that up when I am the one that's appearing. If they appearing, they can have equal time. If they were on the panel, they can have equal time. Why are you bringing that up? Because I have some pertinent information to share with your listening audience. You know, I'm not demanding time.
Pull your screen up, Bruce. Pull your screen up so you could walk them through the sources and school them.
Okay, Brian. All I'm saying is,
no, I want you to pull your computer up, please.
Well, I'm on my phone.
You can't pull your own sources.
And you know, I'm not computer savvy to do that because I'll end up being dropped off. But all I'm saying is Dante lists sources, but every source is not on the traditional standard way of APA, MLA, or the Chicago way. But he does list sources in the narrative. For instance, he lists sources about the hypothesis of the existence of Africa. He lists the Cambridge sources in his narrative. So he lists in sources within his narrative. So Covey, Garfield, and that other brother, they're lying on Dante, and they're proving lies. At the bottom and in the narrative of what he's writing, he lists sources. But just because he don't do it in a bibliography, the traditional way, doesn't mean he's not listing sources, because they're lying on Dante. There are sources in there.
Okay.
But lastly, 5 seconds. He says on page 5, the evidence presented in this book come from real historical and can be verified by museums, Google Maps, and the Bible. All evidence appearing in this book is organized by date. See, you know, they lying on Dante. If they get the book and read it yourself. A lot of his sources are in the narrative and the dates of the icons and in the museums. Jesus.
All right. Anybody else got anything to say before I shut it down? I done got worn out. I done got worn out. Because Bruce don't even have it to read it, and I got it all up on here. But D-folk, I don't even know what to say. Ain't nothing gonna make D-folk happy. Ain't nothing gonna make D-folk happy. I don't know. Y'all won. As far as I'm concerned, y'all won. Y'all the truth. And that's it. Jordan, you done?
What happened? I asked
I'm shutting it down. I'm shutting it down. I'm tired. Unless y'all want to do some reading, I'm good. I'm done. I'm done. This ain't work. This ain't it for me. This ain't it.
No. Well, no, I'm good, Brother Marine. I just wanted to read this, so.
All right, brother. All right. Appreciate y'all. All right, y'all. I'm gonna shut it down. I did all of this here. Miss Pastor Mike, somebody that supports, somebody that a pastor in the community. I didn't even air his service messing around with y'all. I got to change my behavior messing around with y'all.